The story begins on a rainy night. We see some men fighting some assassins. The assassins had already killed a lot of people. The leader of the men asked them about how long they are going to keep attacking them. The assassins ignored the man and charged at them. The men raised their blades and fought to defend themselves. 3 assassins charged at the leader. They told him that he is going to die. The man easily tore them apart. Although he was able to take care of the assassins, the leader knew that they were still too much. He called the assassin bastards. He knew the people who sent the assassins to him. He could not believe that they would stab him in the back after he made a deal with them. He looked at the carriage behind him and promised to protect the person inside. The man asked his subordinates to hold on with everything they have. He assured them that help is on the way. The moment he said this, someone threw a person's head on the ground. He asked the leader if this is the help he is referring to. The leader was shocked to see this. He could not believe that their reinforcement has been wiped out. He wondered about how it happened. He did not know who killed them. The moment he raised his head up, he saw the Murim Alliance leader with the assassins. This man is known as the first heaven-piercing sword. His name is Dam Chunhak. Chunhak walked up to the leader. He said that the power of the ice pavilion is truly formidable. He told the leader that he never expected them to be able to put up a fight against them. The leader smiled when he heard this. He said that he never expected him to be cocky. He told the alliance leader that he would have been in trouble if he met his master. The assassins were annoyed to hear this. They could not believe that some barbarian was speaking rudely to their master. They said that they would cut off his tongue. They promised to kill him there, before the assassins could do anything. A woman stepped out of the carriage and asked them to wait. The leader was surprised to see the woman known as Wayan. Wayan asked him to not worry about her. Chunhak asked the assassins to back down when he saw the woman. Wayan walked up to him. Chunhak could not believe that his daughter was deceived by barbarians and ended up running away. He told her that he has never been so embarrassed before. He stretched out his hand and told her that everyone makes mistakes. He said that she can be forgiven. He told her that he is going to give her one last chance to return as her father. He believed that she was going to make the right choice because she is smart. Wayan asked her father if he will let the men live if she goes back with him. Chunhak glared at her. The woman understood what he was trying to say. She apologized to him. Chunhak did not expect the apology. He realized that she wasn't leaving with him. He raised his sword. The leader was shocked to see this. Chunhak used his sword to cut his own daughter down. He turned around and said that he no longer has a daughter. He said that she has been influenced by barbarians. He told the assassins that their sole mission is to recover the soul of the Central Plains. He asked them to clean up the mess. The assassins rushed to attack the injured men when they heard this. The leader took out 3 assassins that came close to him. He asked his men to fight till the end. The men accepted his orders and began to fight without fear. While she was on the ground, Wayan told herself that she needs to return somewhere. She apologized to someone in her head for not keeping her promise. She said that it will be different next time. The scene shifts and we are taken to a palace. We see someone reporting to his master. His master asked him to repeat what he said. His master's name is Seol Mudak. He is the Northern Sea Palace Master and our protagonist. His subordinate revealed to him that Lord Bai Muyue, who went to the gathering as an envoy to conclude negotiations with the Murim Alliance, fought the alliance. He and his group were annihilated. The moment he heard this, Mudak released his terrifying cold energy in his palace. His subordinates did not flinch, they simply stood. With a look of anger on his face, Mudak said that he will never forgive the Murim Alliance. He promised to wipe them off the map. He asked his subordinates to get ready. The men quickly gathered outside. Mudak told them that they are going to the Central Plains. In the next scene, we are taken to a battlefield covered with snow. We see an injured Chunhak struggling to stay alive. Several blades were sticking out of his body. He looked around and saw countless dead bodies. He could not believe that his entire army was annihilated. He noticed that his inner energy was depleted. He realized that this might be the end for him. He asked the Northern Sea Palace Master to kill him now. Mudak glared at him when he heard this. He moved close to him. He asked Chunhak to tell him why he killed his daughter. Chunhak laughed when he heard this. He asked Mudak to stop asking a stupid question. With a deranged look on his face, he said that the daughter of the alliance leader cannot be playing love games with a barbarian like him. He said that it would have been a bigger mistake to let Wayan live. Mudak raised his hand and gathered his energy. With a creepy smile on his face, Chunhak told our boy that he won't get what he wants the most even though he took over the Central Plains. The moment he said this, Mudok pierced his heart with his sword, which he fired at him. Chunhak could not believe that this is how he is going to die after everything. Memories of his daughter flashed in his head. He remembered how he raised her. He wondered why she betrayed him and associated with a bastard. He remembered how he cut Wayan down. The man said that he is infuriated and resentful. With the death of the Murim Alliance leader, the 6-year-long Great Blood Battle came to an end. The living legend of the Northern Sea Palace became the uncontested ruler of the Central Plains that day. However, Mudok showed no emotion. He simply gazed at the moon. The scene shifts and we are taken to Mudok's room. We see a flower that seems to have lost its nutrient. Our boy realized that this flower is the only thing he has left. He thought about how he got the flower. In the past, Wayan barged into his room while he was writing. She referred to him as Gaga. He asked her about what happened. The woman asked him to take a look at the flower. She said that the lotus of love has finally bloomed. Mudok was surprised to hear this. He remembered that the lotus of love is a flower that blooms when lovers truly love each other. With tears in her eyes, Wayan told our boy that she never doubted his feelings. She explained to him that she was actually upset that the lotus wouldn't bloom. She said she is fine now that it has bloomed beautifully. She was happy to see that her love was not one-sided. She said that Mudok really loves her. Our boy hugged her. He told her that he cannot love anyone else apart from her. Mudok was grateful to the flower for making Wayan so happy. He decided to fill the garden with the lotus of love in order to remember Wayan. He gently tapped the flower. He said that he cannot forget the woman no matter how much he tries. Immediately he said this. The flower bloomed again. Our boy was shocked to see this. He did not know how it was possible. He called out to someone known as Myong. The man appeared behind him. Mudok ordered him to find someone who can explain what just happened. He asked him to find the right person even if he has to search the entire Central Plains. Myong accepted his master's order and disappeared. A few days later, we see the Manbachas who are said to know everything in the world gathered at the Northern Sea Palace. The men did not know why they were called. While they were talking, someone asked them to step outside. The men were surprised to hear a voice from the sky. They all decided to step outside. When they stepped into the garden, they saw something shocking. They saw a garden filled with the lotus of love. Each of the flowers had bloomed. One of them said that this is his first time seeing a garden like this. The lotus of love is a flower that some might not get to see even once in their lives, and yet there was a garden filled with it. The men noticed that the character of love is inscribed at the stems as if it was embroidered there. They were certain that they were looking at the lotus of love. While they were looking at the flowers, Mudok appeared behind them. He asked them if they like it. The men turned around and said that they do. One of them asked him for his identity. Our boy shared his name with them. He said that he is the owner of the garden. The men were shocked to see the absolute ruler of the Central Plains. Mudok revealed to them that he and his lover made a lotus of love bloom with their love. He told them that the flower died when his lover died. He explained to them that the flower suddenly got revived a few days ago. The men were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that a lotus of love got revived. This was a strange phenomenon to them. An older man among them said that there is one possibility. Mudok appeared in front of the man and asked him to say it. He said that reincarnation might be able to do this. He explained to Mudok that his lover has reincarnated somewhere else in the world. With a scary look on his face, our boy asked the man if he is telling the truth. The man became nervous when he saw the look on his face. He said that there is no other explanation for the lotus of love to bloom again. Mudok smiled when he heard this. He finally had some hope. Our boy fulfilled the long-cherished wish of the Northern Sea Palace by successfully entering the Central Plains and unifying the entire region. However, all that was left for him was emptiness. As the Northern Sea prospers, Mudok's longing for his lover grows. He asked the old man to tell him how he can find Wayan. According to the man, the lotus of love glows faintly when the two lovers are in the same place. He told the palace master that the lotus of love will glow when he finds his lover. Upon hearing what he said, Mudok realized that the lotus of love Wayan showed him was glowing. He didn't think much of it at the time. He never expected it to be hiding a secret. The wise man explained to Mudok that it will be difficult for him to carry a live flower around. He advised him to craft the lotus of love into a jewel to carry with him. Our boy asked him if it is possible to do this. The man told him that it is. Mudok turned around and told the man that he will entrust everything to him. He said that they will depart in 10 days. He asked him to make all the preparations by then. The man accepted his order. Mudok revealed to the Manbakshas that they will each receive 100 niang of gold if things go well. The men were shocked to hear this. They asked him if he is serious. Mudok told them that he will be leaving now. The men bowed their heads and asked him to take care. Inside his room, our boy looked out his window. He could not believe that he has been given some hope again. He promised himself that he will not let go of this hope. He said that he will find Weian no matter where she is. He asked his lover to wait for him. In the next scene, we are taken to a ship. The ship was sailing somewhere. We see Mudok inside the ship. He was looking at a map. He noticed that he had been to most places. He realized that the last place left is Hainan. It has been 3 years and 5 months since our boy started searching for Weian. He did not find her anywhere in the Central Plains during this time. Mudok advanced from the transformation realm to the profound realm and experienced complete metamorphosis twice. Our boy believed that his lover must be in Hainan. He touched his jewel and remembered what he said to her. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see Mudok bang the table. He told Weian that she doesn't need to go. He asked her about why she wants to leave. Weian explained to him that her father has personally decided to attend this negotiation. She said that her father will understand his intentions if his daughter attends the negotiation. Mudok told her that the negotiation might be a trap. Weian explained to him that she wants to trust her father for once. She begged him to let her attend the negotiation. After thinking about it, our boy gave in to her request. He asked her to return immediately if anything seems off. Weian was happy to hear this. She put her hand into her cloth. She told Mudok that she wants to give him something. Our boy asked her about what it is. She took out a necklace and said that it is a keepsake from her late mother. She said that her mother told her that the necklace has the power to return to the person who gave it out. She gave Mudok the necklace and told him that it will always bring him back to her. With a smile on her face, Weian asked her lover to not worry. She promised to never leave his side. Mudok realized that he should have stopped her back then. While sleeping, our boy hears people yelling above him. They said that a storm is coming. When he went to the deck, he saw everyone desperately trying to hold on to the ship. Mudok never expected a storm to suddenly appear. He noticed that he was under the shadow of something. When he turned to the side, he saw a huge wave that was ready to swallow the ship. Mudok covered his body with protective chi. He held himself down with a technique known as the 1,000-pound hammer. This technique protected him when the water pushed some people on the ship. People were pushed into the sea. They screamed out for help. A little girl and her father called out to the mother in the water. Mudok quickly raised some planks next to him with a technique known as telekinetic grasp. He fired the planks into the water and used it to grab the people inside the water. He wanted to drag them back to the ship. Before he could do anything, a man next to him said that the wave is coming again. Immediately the man said this. Mudok turned around to see the ridiculously large wave. The people on board began to lose hope. They held on to anything they could. Our boy knew that the ship couldn't take another wave. He realized that there was only one option left. He placed his hand on his sword and slowly pulled it out. His sword released a cold energy as it was taken out. The people did not understand why everywhere was so cold. Mudok decided to freeze the wave. He wanted to use a technique called freezing ice wind. Before he could use the technique, the jewel began to glow. Mudok was shocked to see this. A bright light from the sky pierced through the wave and shined on him. Our boy used his hand to cover his face from the blinding light. Mudok began to float. He suddenly disappeared while he was in the air. After he disappeared, something incredible happened. The storm disappeared and the cloud cleared up. The people did not understand what was happening. When Mudok opened his eyes, he found himself in a cramped space. He realized that he was in a carriage. Our boy did not know how he got here. He was certain that he was just fighting a storm in the middle of the sea. While he was trying to think, he hears someone scream. He realized that someone was close by, outside the carriage. We see different men running away from giant mosquitoes. The mosquitoes caught some of the men and injured them. 2 girls hid next to a tree and watched as the men ran. A man holding a knife referred to the girls as Savina and Annie. A boy next to him told them that they will save them. Mudok destroyed the carriage with his energy and crushed some mosquitoes next to it. The boy and the man turned around when they heard the loud sound. The leader of the group was shocked to see that the first-class carriage was destroyed. When the dust cleared up, they saw Mudok standing next to the carriage. Our boy assumed that he was in a forest somewhere in the Central Plains. When he looked around, he saw the merchants. He noticed that they looked different and had different clothes. He assumed that they were foreigners. He believed that he was in a different part of the Central Plains. When Mudok looked up, he saw giant flies. Our boy was shocked to see them. He had never seen flies this big. The fact that they were foreigners and huge flies in front of him, Mudok began to wonder about the place he is in. One of the flies rushed to attack him. Our boy easily dodged the attack. He used a technique known as Divine White Ice Palm to attack the fly. The fly froze and broke apart. Mudok could not believe that a mere beast would attack a human just because it grew a little bigger. He said that this is unforgivable. He gathered his energy and charged at the monsters. He froze all of them in an instant. The flies immediately exploded and turned into tiny ice shards. Our boy believed that this is enough for some pathetic bugs. The merchants were shocked to see what he did. The leader walked up to Mudok and tried to talk to him. He said that his name is Edmund Roll. He said that he is the leader of the Roll Merchant Association. Edmund bowed his head and thanked Mudok for saving their association. He referred to our boy as a magic swordsman and asked him if he can tell him his name. Unfortunately for Edmund, Mudok did not understand a single word he said. Our boy was still able to tell that the man was thanking him due to his gestures. He told Edmund that he does not understand foreign languages. He asked him if there is anyone who can speak the language of the Central Plains. The merchants did not understand what he was saying. Edmund turned to the man with glasses and said something to him. Mudok tried to ask the man if there is truly no one who understands the language of the Central Plains. He wondered about how he was going to explain things to them. While he was thinking, one of the men ran to Edmund and said something. He opened his hand and showed him a ring. Mudok wondered about what he wants to use the ring for. Edmund took the ring and cast a spell. He wore the ring and made a weird pose to finish the spell. Mudok was shocked to see the odd pose. After he was done, Edmund asked him if he can understand him now. Our boy was surprised to see this. He could not believe that he is now able to speak the language of the Central Plains fluently. He asked him if this is the power of the ring. Edmund was surprised to hear about the language of the Central Plains. He introduced himself again and thanked Mudok for saving them. He referred to him as Sir Magic Swordsman and asked him for his name. Our boy told the man his name. He told him that he does not know what a magic swordsman is. Edmund was surprised to hear this. He explained to Mudok that a magic swordsman is someone who uses both magic and swords like him. Our boy asked the man to tell him what magic is. Edmund was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that someone who just used ice in front of them did not know what magic is. He wondered about where Mudok came from. Our boy noticed that the man was lost in thought. He called out to him. Edmund was wondering about how he was going to start explaining things to Mudok. Our boy was angry to see that the man was ignoring him. He moved close to him and raised his hand. He released a cold energy from his hand and asked Edmund to answer his question quickly. Edmund became nervous when he saw this. He realized that the person in front of him is crazy. He decided to just explain things to him. He did not want to find out about what will happen if Mudok goes on a rampage. He told our boy that he will explain. He asked him to calm down. In the evening, we see the two of them sitting next to a fire. Mudok was surprised to find out about something called magic in this part of the Central Plains. He realized that the world is quite vast. Edmund was relieved to see that our boy had finally calmed down. He asked him about where the Central Plains is. Mudok was surprised to hear this question. He asked the man if he does not know where he is right now. Edmund did not understand what our boy was saying. Our boy explained to him that it is weird to not know where the Central Plains is when he is in the Central Plains itself. Edmund became more certain that Mudok was crazy. He explained to him that this is not the Central Plains. He told him that they are in a forest leading to the capital of the Drake Kingdom. The capital is known as Barhan. Mudok said that he has never heard anyone call the Central Plains the Drake Kingdom. He asked Edmund if he is already senile, even though he is not so old. The merchant was annoyed to see that some crazy guy was saying that he is senile. He revealed to Mudok that he is 50 years old. He told him that he is worried about him because he keeps insisting that this place is the Central Plains. Our boy became angry when he heard this. He pointed at a tree and told Edmund that they can ask the kid who was peeking at them from behind the tree. The boy stepped out when he noticed that he got caught. Edmund asked the boy named Leo about why he is there. Mudok asked the boy to answer him honestly. He asked him if this is the Central Plains or the Drake Kingdom. Leo could not answer him. Mudok asked him about why he is not speaking. Edmund explained to him that Leo can't understand his words. He took off his ring and asked Mudok to take it. He asked him to put it in his finger and shout interpret language. Edmund did not actually want to lend such an expensive artifact with a language interpreter to some crazy guy. However, He could not stand the fact that Mudok saw him as a senile old man. Our boy put on the ring and did as the man instructed. The moment he said interpret language, he saw different symbols around him. He quickly noticed that he could now understand the foreigners. He found magic to be amazing. He turned to Leo and asked him for his name. The boy told him his name. Mudok asked Leo if they are in the Central Plains or the Drake Kingdom. Leo asked him about where the Central Plains is. He explained to him that this is a forest leading to Barhan. Mudok was shocked to hear this. He asked the boy if he is also going senile. He asked Edmund if he was the one who asked him to say this. The merchant told him that he did not. He asked him to ask the other members of his merchant association if he is suspicious. Due to his reaction, Mudok was able to tell that the man is not lying. He remembered something weird. He recalled that he was fighting a storm on a ship. When he opened his eyes, he was already inside a carriage. Mudok realized that he got teleported somewhere else. The moment he realized this, he felt some pain in his chest. The pain quickly went away. He wondered about the strange feeling he got in his dantian. Edmund asked him if he now believes him. Mudok noticed that the energy here is much different from anything he has ever experienced. He realized that something is not right. He stood up and walked into the woods. He decided to check things out by himself. Edmund was surprised to see him stand up. He called out to him. As he walked deeper into the forest, Mudok noticed that this place has pure energy. He became certain that this place is not the Central Plains. Our boy jumped out of the woods. While he was in the air, he gathered and compressed his energy. After compressing his energy, Mudok released it into his body. He noticed that the amount of chi accumulated in his dantian has doubled. He turned around and moved back down. He wondered about why he got teleported here instead of a place in the Central Plains. He was still focused on finding Wayan. Before he landed on the ground, his necklace came out of his clothes. Mudok wondered if he got sent here because of the light emitted by the necklace earlier. He remembered that his lover told him that the necklace has the power to return to the person who gave it out. Our boy believed that he has been sent here to look for Wayan. He smiled when he landed. He told himself that Wayan must be here. At the camp, Edmund's subordinate asked him about where his new guest went. Edmund said that he does not know. He told him that our boy is unpredictable. The moment he said this, Mudok appeared. He explained to Edmund that he had some business to attend to. He told him that he has a question for him. Edmund noticed that our boy was smiling. He found it creepy. He asked Mudok to tell him his question. Mudok asked him if Leo was being truthful when he said that they are in the Drake Kingdom. The man told him that Leo was telling the truth. He assured him that they will reach Barhan if they travel a bit further. Mudok asked him to tell him where Barhan is. A little boy next to Edmund asked our boy if he does not know anything about this place. He asked him if he spent all his time training in the mountains. The boy said that he has heard stories about eccentric people like him. He said that this is his first time seeing an eccentric person in flesh. Mudok decided to take the boy's explanation. He told them that he has been training in the mountains, and he only just came out today to experience the world. He said that this is why he does not know anything. Mudok had never heard of places like the Drake Kingdom and Barhan. He decided to get more information about the place from the kid. Due to the fact that some of them had different colored eyes, our boy assumed that he was in the land of the Western barbarians, which he had only heard of. The boy was happy to hear what Mudok said. He was happy to see that he was right. He referred to our boy as Sir Magic Swordsman and offered to teach him a few things. Mudok accepted his offer. The boy walked forward and asked him to follow him. Mudok asked the boy for his name. The little boy introduced himself as Luffy. Edmund found it creepy that the crazy man was acting friendly. He could not understand what was going through our boy's head. Mudok began to learn about this place and the language the people use from Luffy. Our boy realized that this place wasn't a foreign land. It was actually an entirely different world. The land was oddly shaped and the writings differ from anything he had seen before. In this world, there are other species apart from humans. Elves and dwarves exist. Apart from them, beings known as beastmen also exist on the continent. Of all the species, the strongest are creatures known as dragons. Mudok believed that they were lizards with wings. There are also things known as warp magic and magic circles. According to Luffy, warp magic can be used by 5th circle mages and above. They draw a round magic circle on the ground and chant a spell. This allows one to travel to wherever they wish. The better the mage's ability, the further they can warp. To Mudok, magic was an inexplicable sorcery. He looked up to the sky and wondered about the other amazing things that this world could hold. Immediately he raised his head up. He noticed something strange. There were 3 moons in the sky. This was something he could not even imagine in the Central Plains. He wondered if Wayan was really the one who summoned him to this place. While he was thinking, someone screams at the girl known as Savina. He begged her not to do something. Mudok quickly turned around. He noticed that something was happening around the camp. Savina asked the man to tell her why she can't do something. The girl held a knife and grabbed Annie. She asked everyone to not come close to her unless they want to die. The merchants begged Savina to not do anything. Mudok wondered about what is happening. The man with glasses assured Savina that they will be able to heal both of them when they arrive in the capital. He told her that the capital has a lot of mages. He told her that he will even ask Edmund for a favor. He begged her to let go of Annie because she is scared. Savina asked the man whose name is Charles if he thinks that she is stupid. She reminded him that healers are rare even in the capital. She asked him if he knows how much it costs to heal one person. The girl told him that the assassin bug's egg is lodged in her heart. She said that it can hatch into a larva at any moment. She asked him if anyone can heal this. Charles did not know what to say to the girl. With tears in her eyes, Savina told him that the egg will tear she and Annie apart when it hatches into a larva. She raised the knife and said that it will be better for them to die while they are still in one piece. Before she could kill Annie, Mudok asked her to wait. He told her that he has roughly understood the situation. He raised his hand and used his energy to drag the knife from her hand. He assured her that he will treat her. He asked her to not do anything stupid. Savina did not know when he took the knife away. Mudok moved close to them. He asked them to sit down. He said that the treatment must start now. Edmund asked our boy if he also knows healing magic. Mudok explained to him that he does not know any magic. He said that he only knows a few healing techniques that were passed down to him. He told them that they can relax. Edmund and Charles were happy to hear this. Edmund moved close to our boy and begged him to save the girls. He assured him that he will repay him with all his heart even though he does not have much. Mudok told him that he was going to help the girls even if he didn't ask. He asked everyone to step back a bit. He said that he is going to start the treatment. Edmund asked his subordinates to step back. Mudok moved close to the girls. He asked them not to be so tense. He assured them that it won't take long. He asked them to close their eyes and relax. The girls followed his instructions. Mudok used his energy to scan their bodies. He noticed that the bugs were near their hearts. While he was carefully searching, he found something surprising. He found the bugs in their hearts. Mudok noticed that the eggs had not yet hatched. He gently controlled his energy and used it to burn the eggs without harming the girls' hearts. Their hearts shined brightly. The girls let out a burp after the eggs were burnt. Mudok stood up and told them that he has taken care of the problem. The girls were shocked to hear this. They asked him if he is serious. Our boy assured them that he has destroyed the bug eggs. He asked them to take things easy. Edmund and the rest of the group were shocked to hear this. Edmund asked Mudok if Annie and Savina are fine now. Our boy did not understand why the merchant was doubting him. He assured him that they are fine. He revealed to the two girls that there will be no side effects. He asked them to not worry about it. The girls bowed their heads and thanked him. Savina told him that he is their savior. The rest of the group also bowed their heads and did the same thing. Mudok walked forward and gently waved his hand at them. Later in the night, we see Mudok resting under a tree. He never expected the day to be so stressful. He touched his jewel and said that he misses his lover on days like this. He looked at the stars and prayed that he will meet Wayan soon. The next day, we see the group traveling towards Barhan. Edmund took off his jacket and placed it on his head. He wondered why everywhere was so hot today. Even Mudok had to tie his hair because of how hot it was. It was quite scorching. Luffy offered him a bottle of water. Our boy thanked him and accepted it. Before drinking the water, Mudok noticed that it was lukewarm. He released a little cold energy into the bottle and made the water cold. It was now much better for him. Luffy asked him if he is all right. He told him that everywhere is quite hot. Mudok shoved his bottle in Luffy's face. The boy was shocked to see that the water was cold. Our boy asked him to take it. Luffy accepted the bottle. He wondered why it was so cold. Mudok asked him to drink it. The moment he put the water in his mouth, he tasted some ice inside it. The little boy was happy to taste such a refreshing cold water in the scorching heat. Mudok smiled when he saw the look on his face. He asked Luffy if it is very refreshing. Luffy took out another bottle with a bright smile on his face. The boy asked Mudok if he can also freeze this bottle. Our boy did not see any issue with this. This boy already helped him a lot. The least he could do was to freeze his water bottle. He stretched out his hand and released a small amount of cold energy. Luffy began to cheer when our boy told him that he is done. While he was looking at the boy, Mudok noticed that the others had surrounded him. They all held out their water bottles and begged him to freeze it for them. They wanted to taste the refreshing ice water that Luffy drank. Of course, this was not difficult for Mudok, but he knew that he might create more stress for himself if he grants their request. Edmund tapped one of his men and asked him about what is happening. He moved close to them and asked someone to explain what is happening to him. Luffy revealed to him that Mudok made some ice water. He told him that the seniors now want to drink this cold water. With a weird look on his face, Edmund called out to Mudok. Our boy asked him if something is wrong. Edmund went on his knees and presented his bottle to him. He said that he also wants some ice water. Our boy was surprised to see this. He asked the man to give him his bottle. Mudok decided to stay with this caravan in order to learn more about this world. This people already helped him in solving the biggest problem he had. This problem was the language barrier. Our boy did not see it as a big deal to give out ice water to them. He froze Edmund's water for him. The man thanked him. He quickly drank the ice water. Edmund noticed something odd. He told Mudok that something is strange. Our boy did not expect this. Edmund asked him about how he created the ice. Mudok asked him about why he is asking the question. He asked him if something is wrong. With a bright smile on his face, Edmund told our boy that the ice is absolutely perfect. He revealed to him that he has tried all the ice available on the continent. He said that he has never tasted this kind of ice before. The ice water was on another level to the man. He told Mudok that he is quite amazing. Mudok had never heard about ice being tasty. He said that he merely froze the water. He asked Edmund to tell him what he means when he says that the taste is different. According to Edmund, when creating ice, it is common to use the cold attributes of mana in the air to freeze water directly. It can also be done by gathering moisture from the atmosphere. During this process, impurities from the mana gets mixed into the ice. This affects its taste, however. Since each mage has a unique mana signature, it is rare to find someone who can create pure ice. It is basically hard to get pure ice. Edmund told Mudok that his ice is incredibly pure. This is why it tastes so good. Our boy now understood why the group reacted so enthusiastically. He could not believe that something as simple as ice would get him this kind of reaction. He almost felt pity for them. Since he was in a good mood, Mudok decided to create more ice. With a smile on his face, he released his energy. Before he could do anything, Edmund called him Sir Magic Swordsman. Our boy asked him if there is something wrong. Edmund pointed his hand at the sky and said that he has a proposal for him. A few days later, we see Charles directing some men carrying buckets filled with water. He asked them to take the buckets to the back of the store. At the back of the store, we see Mudok gather his energy. He used it to freeze the buckets of water in front of him. He turned the water into ice cubes. The merchants clapped for him when they saw this. They rushed to carry the buckets. While looking at them, Mudok thinks about what led him to this place. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see Mudok shocked after hearing Edmund's proposal. The man explained to our boy that he wants to revive his merchant association by selling the ice that he makes. He became nervous when he said this. Mudok realized that Edmund had a hidden agenda when he kept going on about how refreshing the ice is. Edmund told our boy that fourth circle mages who can make ice are too arrogant and end up making subpar ice. He told him that they need to target this market. Mudok could tell that Edmund does not have any ill intentions. He actually wanted to revive his struggling merchant association. Our boy did not want to offer his service for free. He decided to negotiate. He told the merchant that it will be a 70-30 business. Edmund asked him to explain what he means. Mudok told him that he will take 70% of the profit because he is making the ice, while Edmund will take 30% for selling it. The merchant knew that this wasn't a bad offer because ice sells like hotcakes. He decided to try negotiating further. He explained to Mudok that he will need wagons for transport, workers that will pull this wagons and mages that will keep the ice from melting. He told him that the upfront cost is quite significant. He asked our boy if he can make some adjustments to the percentage. Mudok told him that he will reduce it to 60-40. The man was shocked to see that our boy easily accepted it. He took out a paper and told Mudok that they need to draft a contract. Mudok agreed to the negotiation because this place was a good place for him to learn about this world. The business was actually booming more than he expected. While they were trying to sort things out, Charles barged into the room. While breathing heavily, he told Edmund that he needs to come out for a moment. Edmund and Mudok were surprised to hear this. They wondered about what was happening. At the front of the store, we see a large amount of people shouting. They said that they wanted to buy the ice candy. someone begged the association to sell some of their ice to them. One man introduced himself as Arnold. He said that he came from Narrell City to do business with their merchant association. Edmund asked the people to form a line. They ignored him and continued shouting. The man did not know what to do. While they were shouting, someone asked them to keep quiet in their heads. Everyone was shocked to hear a person's voice in their heads. Edmund quickly turned around. He knew that only Mudok was capable of doing this. Our boy asked them to stay quiet. With a serious look on his face, he told them that they will all be sent away if it gets noisy again. He advised them to be careful. Everyone accepted his warning. Now that they were quiet, Edmund explained to them that his merchant association only sells in bulk. He apologized to those who came to purchase a small amount. He asked them to leave. He told them that they might have small-scale sales in the future. Some people begged the man. They told him that they came from far places. They asked him if he cannot just sell a small amount to them. Mudok glared at this people. They were terrified to see the scary look on his face. They decided to leave on their own. Edmund asked everyone else to line up. A merchant wearing an eye patch told Edmund that he is from the Meiji Merchant Association. The man next to him introduced himself as Benjamin. He said that he is the butler of the slave family. The brown man next to him said that he came from the Arista family. Edmund knew that the Meiji Merchant Association is one of the top 10 merchant associations on the continent. He could not believe that someone from the prestigious slave family was in front of him. Edmund knew that he would make a lot of money, but he never expected to be this lucky. He turned to Mudok. He knew that this people were standing in front of him because of our boy. Although his merchant association had not completely revived yet, it was still thanks to Mudok that they reached this stage. With a smile on his face, he asked Mudok to rest for now. Our boy asked him if the busiest part is over. Edmund told him that it is. He assured him that he can handle the rest. He asked him to take a break. Mudok turned around and wished him luck. Although he felt bad that he was making our boy work, Edmund had his own reasons for reviving this merchant association. In order to avenge his parents and siblings who died unjustly, he needed to fully revive this merchant association and use it to take revenge on Duke Icarus, who ruined them by using the Akasa Merchant Association. Edmund promised himself that he won't give up until he has taken his revenge. He hoped Mudok would cooperate with him until this time comes. He promised to repay him when he succeeds. Inside his room, Mudok jumped on the bed. He was so tired. Since business was doing well and money was coming in steadily, our boy decided to start gathering information about his lover. While he was thinking, someone knocked on his door. The person turns out to be Savina. Mudok was happy to hear that the girl was at his doorstep. He realized that it was already snack time. He asked her to come in. The girl was holding a large bowl containing something. This was Mudok's new favorite snack. It was ice cream. It is a treat made by mixing ice and fruit. The treat was accidentally invented by Savina. The girl placed the bowl on the table. Mudok thanked her for bringing him the snack again. Savina smiled and asked him to enjoy. He took out his spoon and took his first bite. The ice cream had a cold, sweet, and luscious flavor. It was a taste that he could have never imagined in the Northern Sea Palace. Mudok heard that the Merchant Association was thriving because of ice cream. He fully understood why. While he was licking it, our boy noticed that the bowl was empty. He could not believe that he already finished it. He decided to get another one. He did not want to go by himself, but he had no choice since everyone was busy. When he got into the store, he could hear some noise outside. He wondered about what was causing this noise. At the front of the store, we see Savina asking someone to line up. The bastard smiled when he heard this. He asked Savina to tell him who gave her the power to order nobles around. Mudok wondered about who the young men were. The boy next to the chubby boy believed that Savina was asking them to line up because she did not know who they were. He asked her to shut up and bring out the ice cream. The chubby boy pointed at Savina and told her that they heard a rumor about the ice cream, so they came to try it. He told her that there will be consequences if the ice cream is not good. Savina told him that their merchant association does not sell ice cream to people who cut in line. She asked the boy to understand. This only made the chubby boy angrier. He could not believe that she wanted them to line up like commoners. He said that it is already annoying that they are in the same place as mere peasants. He did not like the fact that she was asking him to join the queue. He asked her if she has a death wish. Savina told the idiot that she does not serve ice cream to nobles just because of their status. The boy asked her if she is trying to defy a noble. The girl knew that Mudok would protect her if things go wrong. She decided to speak freely. She told the boy that he is not making sense. She said that she is simply stating the rules. The other boy was annoyed to hear this. He called the girl a wretch. He took out his sword and asked her if she really wants to die. Savina was not scared to see his sword. The boy was annoyed to see this. Before he could do anything, their third friend tapped his shoulder. He called him Samuel. With a cold gaze in his eyes, the boy asked Samuel to not act rashly. He asked him if he wants to lower their dignity. Samuel became nervous when he saw the look on his friend's face. He apologized to him. The boy walked up to Savina. With the same look in his eyes, he told her that they came to try the ice cream. Savina did not like his cold gaze. Her heart felt like it was freezing. She began to tremble. The boy told her that he doesn't like waiting. He asked her to bring it out now. Savina was lost in his gaze. With a shaky tone in her voice, she asked him to wait. Someone called out to Savina. The person turns out to be Edmund. The man reminded her that their merchant association does not sell ice cream to those who cut in line. He asked her if she forgot. Savina apologized to the leader. Mudok could tell that Edmund had something against this young man for him to have such a strong reaction. With a look of anger on his face, Edmund asked the boy to leave. He told him that he cannot tolerate any further disregard for their rules. The two boys were annoyed to hear this. They believed that Edmund was insulting nobles. The man asked them to not be mistaken. He told them that there is another reason why he won't sell ice cream to them. The boy who appears to be their leader asked Edmund for his reason. With a look of anger on his face, the merchant asked the boy to question Duke Icarus by himself. Charles and the other merchant were shocked to hear their leader mention the Duke's name. The boy asked Edmund about how he knows his father. The moment he said this, he noticed that Edmund looked familiar. He recognized the man's eyes. With a creepy smile on his face, the boy asked Edmund if he is one of the leftovers from the Roll Merchant Association. His friends were shocked to see the smile on his face. They knew that Justin only smiles like this when he is angry. Justin took out his sword. He told Edmund that he must pay for the crime of insulting a noble with his life. The moment he said this, he swung his sword at the man. Edmund closed his eyes out of fear. He could not believe that he will not be able to avenge his family. Before the sword could touch him, Mudok blocked it with his hand. Edmund was surprised to see him. Mudok swung his hand and pushed the boy back. Justin was annoyed to see this. He called our boy a bastard. He asked him if he has a death wish. Mudok could not believe that this nonsense happened when he came down to get some ice cream. He never expected Justin to try to kill someone just because they told him that they don't sell ice cream to people who cut in line. He found this to be absurd. He told the bastard that he really has no manners. He told him that he will use this opportunity to teach him some manners. Justin became angrier when he heard this. He put his energy into his sword and charged at our boy. He told him that he will kill him. Mudok easily dodged his first attack. Justin began to attack him more fiercely. Our boy dodged the attacks without stressing himself. He gently smiled at Justin as he dodged his attacks. He told him that his talent is quite impressive for someone as young as him. He explained to him that his sword will never reach him no matter how many times he swings it. According to Mudok, in principle, righteousness is always accompanied by reason. This is what creates harmony. He explained to Justin that the nobles lack any sense of propriety if his actions represent them. He told him that he is not a narrow-minded person. He said that he will only fix his manners for today. Justin called our boy a bastard. He could not believe that he was speaking rudely to a noble. Mudok moved behind the boy and told him that what he is saying is irrelevant. He said that discipline is all he will need to learn respect. Our boy was reminded of the Central Plains. He realized that his attachment to Wayan made him forget the ways of the world. Everything comes down to survival of the fittest. He gathered some energy in his fingertips and fired it at Justin. This technique is known as formless chi. The attack hit the boy in his wrist. It created a huge hole in his wrist. Justin dropped his sword and fell to the ground. He grit his teeth out of anger. Mudok glared at the boy with a cold gaze in his eyes. Edmund was surprised to see Justin injured. He did not know the kind of attack Mudok used. Justin's friends quickly moved close to him. They raised their swords and asked Mudok to stay back. The chubby one promised our boy that he will cut him down if he moves closer. Samuel became terrified when he saw Mudok still approaching them. Our boy saw something surprising. Justin was trying to stand up. He asked him about why he bothered to get up. The boy placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked him to move. He stood in front of Mudok confidently. Our boy smiled when he saw this. He found it amusing that Justin was giving him a show. He covered his hand with his energy. With a scary smile on his face, Mudok told Justin that he wants to see how long he will last. Mudok swung his hand and sent the idiot flying. His friends were shocked to see this. The chubby one quickly ran to check on Justin. He asked him if he is all right. The moment he said this, he saw the hole in his friend's wrist. Mudok was disappointed to see that Justin flew back when he only used the strength of a first-rate martial artist. He realized that the boy was weaker than he expected. He wondered if he should stop. Our boy realized that he had not fully understood how this world functions. He decided to not kill Justin. He moved closer to the boy. Justin asked him for his identity. He asked him if he truly doesn't know who he is. With a look of anger on his face, he asked Mudok to tell him what gave him the guts to treat him like this. Our boy understood that this bastard has lost his mind. Instead of reflecting, he was just full of spite. He wondered if he should just kill him now. Mudok knew that he would not be different from this idiot if he killed him. The two boys pointed their swords at him. The chubby one asked him if he believes that he can get away with messing with a noble. Mudok ignored them and looked around him. He found a stick on the ground. He believed that the stick would be perfect. He used his telekinetic grasp to pick it up. He smiled when he held the stick. Justin became nervous when he saw this. He quickly stood up. The other boys were surprised to see how Mudok got the stick. With a smile on his face, Mudok imbued his sword energy into the stick. Justin was surprised to see this. However, our boy was not done. He added his sword sphere into it. Justin begged him not to come closer. With an evil smile on his face, Mudok added his sword chi to it. The boys fell to the ground and began to tremble. With a creepy smile on his face, Mudok told the boys that the best remedy for scums like them is a club. He raised the club and began to beat the boys. He advised them to get a grip. Our boy enjoyed dishing out this beating. In the evening, we see the boys kneeling. They begged Mudok to forgive them. They assured him that they won't do this again. Our boy told them that he cannot hear them. He asked them to repeat what they said. Justin was annoyed to hear this. He promised himself that he will kill Mudok. He said that he will stomp on his head. Although this was his wish, the boy had no power to do it. He had no choice but to beg our boy for forgiveness. He assured him that he will never make a mistake like this again. Mudok was happy to see the outcome of the beating. He realized that nothing is better than a good beating. He advised them to be careful from now on. Edmund was touched to see what Mudok did. He thanked him in his head. The scene shifts and we are taken to a castle. We see a king and his subordinates seated. Count Slabe reports to the king that they received some information from an informant planted in the Serbia kingdom. King Tomalova III asked the count to speak. According to Slabe, the Serbia kingdom has succeeded in reclaiming the barren northern region of Blackstone. Additionally, the Hazen kingdom is trying to develop the land beyond the Sahara Desert. Duke Sergio von Icarus explained to Slabe that the land beyond the Sahara Desert is too dangerous for humans to live in because of the monsters. He asked the count if the Hazen kingdom has a way of taking care of things. Slabe revealed to him that they have received a report that they are not yet sure of. He told the duke that Anos has naturalized. The king was shocked to hear this. With a nervous look on his face, Count Crash asked him if it is really true. Slabe told him that it is. Baron Arista asked him if he is referring to one of the top 10 sword masters on the continent. He had heard that Anos turned down any amount of money offered to him. The king wondered why Anos ended up in Hazen instead of wandering the continent without belonging to any factions. Crash suggested that the sword master might have fallen in love with someone there. Slabe told him that he is correct. The men were surprised to hear this. The king asked his count about who the woman is. Slabe told him that it is someone they all know quite well. The person turns out to be Princess Daphrin. She is the younger sister of the current king. The king is known as Laird II of Hazen. The men were surprised to hear that Laird, who cherishes his younger sister as his most prized possession, gave her away to a man. Tomalova told his subordinates that the Hazen kingdom now has 2 sword masters. Slabe explained to his king that the Hazen kingdom will likely attempt to expand their land. This is a goal that they have repeatedly failed to achieve since the reign of Laird I. Tomalova became worried when he heard this. In the east, the Hazen kingdom is expanding its territory. In the south, the commercial Serbia kingdom is developing its land. Across the Western Sea, the Jeva Empire is also expanding its land. Tomalova knew that they could not stay idle. He asked his subordinates to share their opinions on what they should do. The duke suggested that it would be beneficial for them to also expand their territory. The king reminded him that they do not have any suitable land for expansion. He asked him if he is suggesting that they cross the Lazar Mountains to the north. Sergio stood up and told the king that they have no other choice. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Expanding into the north is difficult. Even if they succeed, the entire area is covered in ice. This will render their efforts useless. Heading to the north would ultimately mean that they were pushed out of the power struggle. This is why everyone is hesitant. Tomalova knew that someone will soon be sent to the north to address the issue of territorial expansion. He turned to his count. Slave nodded at him. He told his subordinates that the meeting will end for today. He told them that they will reconvene at another time. Slave walked out of the room with the king. The duke realized that the count and the king were hiding something. The scene shifts and we see the king and the count in a room together. Tomalova asked Slave if he has made any mistakes recently. The man said that he hasn't. Tomalova realized that the duke is up to his usual tricks again. Since 10 years ago, he has been sending anyone who opposes him to the north. Slave told his king that this is all because of his shortcomings. Tomalova asked him to not say this. He told him that he is the only one he trusts among his retainers. He told the count that he heard a rumor about some kind of ice being sold in the capital. He asked him if he knows anything about it. The count realized that the king was referring to the ice candy made by the Roll Merchant Association. Tomalova was surprised to hear the name. Slave explained to him that the ice is different from regular ice. He told him that it earned its name because it is so sweet. The king asked the man about how long the trading company stays open. The count said that they are open till night. He realized that the king wanted to taste the ice candy. He revealed to the king that he is planning on going on a secret outing soon. He told him that they can check the store together. Tomalova smiled when he heard this. He commended the count for being able to read his mind. Slave told him that it is his duty to understand his desires as his aide. Tomalova asked him about when he plans on going for this secret outing. The scene shifts and we are taken to Mudok's room. We see the kids begging our boy to teach them magic. Our boy was about to lick his ice cream. He was surprised to hear what the kids said. Savina apologized to him for barging in. She knew that it was improper. The girl also knew that not everyone can learn magic. She told him that they have no choice but to learn it. Annie explained to him that the company might face danger again like last time. She promised him that she will train hard. She begged him to teach them. Mudok found it nice to see the kids determined. He placed his ice cream down and reminded them that he does not use magic. Luffy asked him if he uses martial arts like he mentioned before. Our boy told him that he remembered it correctly. He released some of his energy and revealed to them that he uses the Ice White Divine Palm. He told them that he cannot teach them magic because he also doesn't know how to use it. Leo asked him if he can teach them martial arts instead. Mudok was surprised to hear this. The kids agreed with Leo's idea. They believed that it would be amazing to learn martial arts. They begged Mudok to teach them martial arts. Our boy did not know what to say. He noticed that they had earnest eyes and a strong resolve to see their goals through. They reminded him of his childhood. He remembered how his younger self asked someone to teach him martial arts. The person glared at him. Due to the fact that he was urgently searching for his lover, Mudok felt like it would be wrong for him to accept some students. However, these children also wanted to protect someone, and more than anything, they have been helping Mudok out in many ways even though they don't know him well. According to the rules, our boy was not allowed to teach the martial arts of the Northern Sea Palace carelessly. Mudok wondered if this rule still applied in a different world. Savina begged him to teach them. Our boy asked the children to let him think about it. He asked them to come back by this time tomorrow. He told them that he will give them his answer then. The children were happy to hear this. They believed that Mudok was going to teach them. Leo told him that they will never forget his kindness even in death. Our boy realized that the children misunderstood him. Before he could explain himself, the children turned around and left the room. They were excited to be learning martial arts. They closed the door and asked him to sleep well. Mudok decided to figure things out later. He wondered if he was like this when he was their age. He realized that his master must have had a hard time. He opened his window and looked outside. While he was thinking, he heard the sound of metal clashing from the forest. He found this odd. Inside the forest, we see Count Slave kill someone in front of him. The person was wearing a hood that covered his face. The count was with the king. He wondered if he could hold out before reinforcement arrives. He could not believe that they were ambushed the day they went out to eat the ice candy. While he was thinking, he hears a loud sound behind him. He quickly turned around. He saw a mage cast a spell known as Fire Bomb. The mage created several fireballs. He fired them at Slave. The count grit his teeth and charged at the attack. It created a huge explosion in the forest. The king was shocked to see this. He quickly ran to him. Slave told him that he is fine. Tomalova reminded him that his arm is bleeding. The Count moved in front of him. He asked the king to forgive him for his rudeness since it is an emergency. The king assured him that he understands. Slabe did not expect a mage to be among them. He was not able to tell because their attires were similar. He ordered his men to not lose their composure. He asked them to reorganize the formation. The soldiers quickly followed his order. The leader of the assassins asked them to not let a single person live. One of the assassins said that he will take Slabe's head. The Count charged at the assassin and swiftly cut off his head. The other assassins were shocked to see how fast Slabe was. They quickly rushed to attack him. Slabe blocked their attacks. He moved close to one of them and asked him about who sent them. The man told him that he does not need to know since he will soon die. Slabe realized that the magic attack took out a lot of his men. He could tell that this people had no intentions of letting them live. Although he did not like the situation, the Count knew that he had to protect the king at all cost. He must do this for the sake of the kingdom. The mage raised his hand and prepared to use another attack. Slabe ordered his men to gather around the king and protect him. The mage laughed when he heard this. He told the Count that he is too late. Before the man could use his attack, someone struck him down with ice. Everyone was surprised to see this. The leader of the assassins asked the person for his identity. As expected, the person turns out to be Mudak. With a smile on his face, our boy said that he has been caught. Mudak jumped off the tree and appeared behind the leader. He knocked out an assassin next to the leader. He said that he wanted to see the moon, but everywhere was so loud that he had to come there. The leader quickly turned around when he heard this. With a scary look on his face, Mudak told the leader that he needs to finish this before his ice cream melts. The leader could tell that our boy was dangerous. He did not know when he got behind him. Although they were caught off guard, they were still superior in terms of numbers. The man wanted to kill the king and get out of the forest as soon as possible to avoid any variables. He took out his sword and charged at Mudak. He said that he will take care of our boy. He ordered his men to kill Tomalova. Mudak blocked his attack with his sword. He said that he never expected to see all kinds of swords here. He decided to respect the leader by using his sword, which is known as Sullen. He asked the man to come at him. The leader was annoyed to see this. He charged at Mudak and told him that he will not get out of the fight alive. Our boy found this exhilarating. He advised the man to do his best. He easily blocked the man's attack. The leader took out his other sword and used it to attack him. Mudak dodged his attacks without stressing himself. The man put his sword together and attacked our boy from both sides. Our boy was still able to dodge it. Before the man could attack again, Mudak pushed his sword away and hit him in his back. The man grit his teeth to endure the pain. Our boy raised his sword and began to attack the assassin. The man managed to block Mudak's attacks, but he was struggling to keep up with him. While he was struggling, our boy grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. He was enjoying the fight. The moment he stood up, rain began to fall. Tomalova asked the Count about what is happening. Slabe advised his king to be cautious. He asked him to step back. Immediately he heard this. Tomalova realized something. He told Slabe that they are looking at the hope of the kingdom. The Count did not understand what he was talking about. The assassins were shocked to see what Mudak did to their captain, whose name is Morian. They wondered if Mudak is a sword master. Our boy moved close to the assassins. With a look of anger on his face, he told them that this is all their fault. The assassins did not understand what was happening. Mudak revealed to them that his ice cream has melted in the rain because of them. The assassins did not even know what an ice cream was. Our boy told them that he will show them how fearsome a grudge born from ice cream can be. He told them that he will count to 3. He said that he cannot guarantee the lives of those who remain after he is done counting. The assassins believed that he was spouting nonsense. One of them said that they can get rid of him if they all attack at once. The other assassins agreed with this. Mudak began to count. The assassins charged at him. They wanted to shut him up. When he got to 3, the assassins had already gotten close to him. He activated his protective chi. This allowed him to block all the assassins' attacks. They were shocked to see a barrier. Mudak released a large amount of his cold energy. He asked the assassins to not say his sword is merciless. The moment he said this, he swung his sword. Huge pieces of ice came out of the ground and tore them apart. The king and the Count were shocked to see this. After taking care of the assassins, Mudak put his sword away. He said that vengeance has been served. He jumped out of the area. The Count was surprised to see that our boy left like that. Tomalova turned to him. He told him that they cannot waste any time. Slabe already knew what the king wanted. He placed his hand on his chest and told Tomalova that his wish is his command. In the next scene, we see one of the merchants talking to Edmund. He revealed to him that the children are studying magic. Edmund was surprised to hear this. He reminded the man that magic is not something that one can study on their own. With a serious look on his face, he asked the man if Mudok is the one teaching the children. The man told him that he is correct. He explained to him that his family members also want to learn magic. He did not understand why Mudok was only teaching 4 children. Edmund began to laugh like a crazy person when he heard this. The man was surprised to see this. He assumed that Edmund was tired from overworking. The merchant was actually happy that Mudok was teaching the children, especially since numerous people want to learn magic. He stood up and asked the man about where the children are learning. He asked him to lead the way. Edmund believed that the day his trading group will reach the top is no longer far. The scene shifts and we see the merchant talking to Mudok. With a smile on his face, Edmund told our boy that he knows everything. Mudok asked him to explain what he means. Edmund revealed to him that he heard that he is teaching the children magic. Mudok realized that this is what the other merchants were gossiping about. He did not want them to know about it. With tears in his eyes, Edmund thanked Mudok for what he is doing. He told him that he does not know how he can repay him. While they were talking, Charles came to meet them. Edmund asked him if something happened. The man said that there is a guest for Mudok. Our boy seemed to be annoyed to hear this. Edmund was surprised to hear that Mudok has a guest. The guest moved close to Charles. Edmund did not recognize the man. The young man went on his knees and begged Mudok to help him. Our boy asked him to leave. The man grabbed his leg and revealed to him that the king said that he will come by himself if he is not able to bring him to the castle. Mudok told the man that he has no reason to trust him. Edmund was surprised to hear about the king. Our boy used his leg to hit the man's face. The servant begged him not to decline the king's invitation. Mudok gently moved his leg out of the man's hand. He asked him about why he always comes to this place to harass others every day. He walked forward and advised the man to stop wasting his time. He asked him to leave. Mudok did not want to get involved with things like this because he did not think that it would give him a clue about Wayan. As he walked forward, our boy took a look at his necklace. He remembered the conversation he had with someone. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see a man begging Mudok. Our boy told the man that he has no interest. He explained to him that he has gotten the entire gangbuk in 3 years. He said that the people of the Central Plains will soon come looking for them. He asked the man to tell him why they need to negotiate with the slimy bastards. MANHWA explained to him that there are situations where a person shows their strength, and there are times when a person does not do anything. He told Mudok that this is the time to show others that the Northern Sea Palace is not just about brute force. He assured our boy that they can show their power again if this method doesn't work. He told him that he will take charge of the negotiation. Mudok smiled when he heard this. He told him that he will leave everything to him. He took a sip of his tea and told MANHWA that they will attack the Central Plains if the negotiations fail. MANHWA laughed when he heard this. He believed that it was impossible for the negotiations to fail. On his way to the negotiations, Mudok met Wayan for the first time. The two of them immediately locked eyes. They could feel their hearts beating. Mudok knew that this was the woman of his destiny. That day was the best day of his life. In the present, Mudok smiled when he remembered the day he met his lover. He decided to only think about her. He did not want to focus on any stupid thing. While he was thinking, Luffy waved at him. He and the other children seemed to be meditating. Mudok smiled when he saw him. He realized that there are many things for him to do. He knew that he had to act with caution. Later in the day, we are taken to the castle. Tomalova was annoyed to hear that Mudok refused his invitation again. The servant bowed his head and begged the king to forgive him. Tomalova began to dislike our boy the more he heard about him. He simply wanted to thank him for saving his life. The young man said that he will go again tomorrow. He assured the king that he will get a different response. Tomalova asked him not to bother himself. He believed that the man has already done enough. While they were talking, someone knocked on the door. The person turns out to be the princess. Her name is Ishilda. Tomalova quickly took a look at himself in the mirror. He asked the servant to get out. The man felt bad that he wasn't able to complete his mission. As she walked into the room, the princess noticed that the man looked sad. The beautiful red-head princess greeted her father in an elegant manner. She told him that the chamberlain looked sad. She asked him if something happened. Tomalova became nervous when he heard this. When his daughter sat next to him, he explained everything that happened to her. Ishilda was shocked to hear about what her father went through. She quickly stood up and asked him if he is all right. Tomalova grabbed her hands. He assured her that he is fine. He asked her to not worry about it. Ishilda sat down back. She asked Tomalova if he knows the reason why Mudok rejected his invitation. The king said that he has no idea. He revealed to his daughter that he wishes to keep our boy by his side because he is very skilled. Unfortunately, Mudok wasn't answering his summons. Ishilda believed that our boy must be a great person for her father to be interested in him. Tomalova nodded his head. He asked his daughter if she knows about the ice and ice cream created by the Roll Trading Company. Ishilda said that she has also tried the ice cream. Her father revealed to her that Mudok is the one who made that ice. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. Tomalova explained to her that he started feeling greedy after finding out that our boy was the one who created the ice. Ishilda completely understood her father. She remembered the feeling she got when she first tasted ice cream. She could not forget this feeling even if she tried. The woman looked outside the window. She found it intriguing that the mage who created the ice cream is the one who her father is looking for. She wondered about who our boy was. While she was thinking, she saw two kids happily licking their ice creams. Ishilda wondered if she should use this opportunity to meet Mudok in person. In the next scene, we see Mudok watching the children meditate. He has only been teaching them for half a month, but they had already reached the stage where they can emit chi. Our boy was not surprised to see this. The concentration of chi is much denser here than in the Central Plains. He put his hands together and asked the children to stop. He told them that they can properly control mana. He told them that they will be moving to the next stage. The children said that they understand. The moment they said this, the Chamberlain appeared and greeted him. Mudok was annoyed to hear his voice. He already knew who it was without turning around. He wondered if time was repeating itself. When our boy turned around, he saw a woman wearing a hood move close to them. Because the Chamberlain didn't come in the morning, Mudok assumed that he would not come at all. He asked the man about why he came again. Immediately he said this. His necklace began to glow. Our boy was shocked to see this. He quickly raised his head up. The woman in front of him took off her hood. She turned out to be the princess. With a smile on her face, the woman greeted him and introduced herself as the princess of the Drake Kingdom. Mudok immediately knew that he had found her. He was certain that he was looking at Wayan's reincarnated body. The scene shifts and we are taken to the store. Ishilda told our boy that she heard about how he saved her father's life. Mudok said that it just happened. The princess was surprised to hear the rude reply. She forcefully made herself smile. She told Mudok that her father has invited him to the palace to show his gratitude. She referred to him as Sir Magic Swordsman and asked him about why he refused the invitation. She said that he has rejected the invitation more than 2 times. She heard that he rejected it in a cold manner every time. Mudok only saw Wayan's face while she was talking. Even Ishilda's angry expression and her tone were exactly like Wayan's. Our boy was certain that he was looking at his lover. The princess noticed that Mudok wasn't saying anything. She called out to him. Mudok came back to reality when he heard her voice. He told her that he will come to the palace. He asked her to tell him the day he should come. The princess was actually about to argue with our boy. She was shocked to hear that he accepted the invitation. She stood up from the chair. Mudok placed his cup down. He reminded her that she came to invite him. The princess realized that he was right. She sat down back and told him that he is correct. Mudok asked her to tell him when he should come to the palace. Ishilda asked him to be there by 11 in the morning. The woman actually felt annoyed that Mudok easily accepted the invitation. She assumed that she was going to have to convince him. She stood up and told him that she has to leave. Mudok clenched his fist and told himself that he will see her when he goes to the palace tomorrow. The only problem our boy had was that Ishilda is a princess. She has the highest status in the country. Mudok wondered about how he was going to get close to her and marry her. He remembered that her father in her past life killed her because she was in love with him. In order to avoid this problem, Mudok realized that he needed to plan everything meticulously. To create the perfect plan, Mudok knew that he will need Edmund's help. The scene shifts and we see Edmund shocked when he hears Mudok mention marriage. Our boy revealed to him that he plans on getting married to the princess. Edmund asked him if he is insane. With a scary tone in his voice, Mudok asked him to repeat what he said. The merchant became terrified. Our boy decided to stay calm. He asked Edmund to tell him why he thinks it is a bad idea. The man revealed to him that Ishilda is the only child of Queen Swan. Unfortunately, the queen is dead. Ishilda is the sole legitimate heir and first in line to the throne. He told our boy that it makes no sense for someone like him who has no proper status to think about marrying the princess. Mudok was annoyed to hear this. Edmund explained to him that he needs to be a prince from another country in order to become the princess's suitor. Even if he is not a prince, he should at least come from a high-ranking noble family. Mudok understood that he needs to attain a status equal to that of the princess or gain great prestige. He needed to do this to aid his plan for marriage. Edmund told him that he might have a shot if he achieves something significant. Mudok stood up. He decided to give it a shot. The merchant stopped him before he could leave. He asked him if he knows the rules that he must follow in the palace. Our boy was surprised to hear that there are rules to follow. Edmund could tell that he did not know. He moved close to his shelf and took out some books. He placed the books talking about proper etiquette on his table. Mudok was shocked to see the amount of books in front of him. Edmund knew that our boy might make a mistake if he lets him go like this. This mistake can affect their business. With a smile on his face, the man assured Mudok that he will thoroughly educate him. Our boy did not understand why the man seemed excited. He picked up a book and asked Edmund to take care of him. Mudok was forced to listen to Edmund's lecture all night long. The next day, we see Mudok dressing in front of the mirror. He stepped out of the store in really nice clothes. He decided to head to the palace. The scene shifts and we see our boy arrive at the palace. He greeted the king in an elegant manner. The king welcomed him with a bright smile. Mudok looked around. He noticed something odd. The officials were in the room. Our boy assumed that he was going to have a private meeting with the king. He did not understand why there were so many people. Ishilda gently whispered to our boy. She apologized to him. She did not intend on scheduling the appointment on a day like this. Due to how flustered she was, Mudok could tell that she wasn't lying. Next to the Duke was his son. Justin asked the princess about why our boy was there. Mudok remembered the boy as the little idiot he beat up. Our boy smiled and glared at Justin. The boy was infuriated. He wanted to curse Mudok. His father asked him to cease his behavior. He asked him if he plans on making a fool out of himself in front of the king. Justin calmed himself and told his father that he understands. Tomalova told Count Slave that Justin must have been through a lot. The Count told him that he is right. Tomalova cleared his throat and asked Mudok to tell him why he suddenly accepted his invitation. He told him that he has been disappointed for some time. Mudok told him that there is a reason for his actions. The king asked him to share his reason. Our boy explained to him that the Roll Merchant Association is currently very busy due to a shortage of manpower. He said that he is the busiest among everyone because he constantly has to produce ice. He told Tomalova that he wanted to get the ice done before meeting him. However, due to the constant barrage of daily orders, the ice he produces keeps running out. Mudok told the king that he kept postponing the invitation until today. Tomalova smiled when he heard this. He told Mudok that he never knew that he had a lot to do. He was not surprised to hear that our boy was busy because ice and ice cream are selling like hot cakes. Mudok thanked the king for his understanding. Our boy was happy to see that the king was not a difficult man. Compared to Chunhak, Tomalova seemed like an angel. The king asked our boy for his name. Mudok told him that he does not use his name. He asked the king to simply call him Magic Swordsman. Tomalova was not comfortable calling our boy with a title. He wondered about what he should do. Mudok felt like the king should just give him a name if he is not comfortable using a title. Ishilda actually told her father that he can personally give Mudok a name. Tomalova was surprised to hear this. Ishilda explained to him that he can bestow our boy with a title. The Duke was surprised to hear this. Tomalova was also surprised to hear this. The princess told him that a title is a perfect reward for someone who saved his life. Duke Icarus smiled when he heard this. He told the princess that she is right. He said that it is a brilliant idea. He believed that it was a fitting reward for the person who saved their king. He said that they need to honor this good deed for Mudok. He told the princess that her idea is really outstanding. Ishilda reluctantly thanked the Duke for his praise. She found it weird to see the Duke praising her. Tomalova told them that they are correct. He said that he cannot turn a blind eye to his benefactor. He stood up and told Mudok that he will give him a title. He grabbed a sword. He said that one word came to his mind when he saw our boy saving him. Tomalova asked Mudok to move closer to him. Our boy moved close to him and went on his knees. Although he did not like the fact that he was kneeling, it did not matter to him as long as he gets to marry the woman of his dreams. Tomalova took out the sword from its sheath. He referred to Mudok as the brave one who saved his life and the lives of his retainers without hesitation. He placed the sword on our boy's shoulder and gave him the title of baronet along with the name Blizzard. Mudok remembered that blizzard means snowstorm in this world. Tomalova told Mudok that he has granted him permission for his name to be passed down to future generations as long as the Drake Kingdom exists. He referred to Mudok as Baronet Blizzard and asked him to rise. The king placed his hand on Mudok's shoulder. He told him that he would not have been there to do this if he did not save him. He thanked our boy for saving him. With a smile on his face, Mudok told the king that he will make this choice all over again if another situation arises. Duke Icarus reminded the king that Mudok saved his life. He said that they need to give him a land that fits his title. No baronet has ever been given a land. Tomalova told the duke that there will be some opposition to this decision. Icarus said that no one will dare to oppose the king's command. With a serious look on his face, the duke said that he will personally remind anyone who opposes about the weight of a king's decree. Tomalova did not understand the kind of game the duke was trying to play. He asked the other officials if they share the same opinion as the duke. The men seemed to be nervous. They noticed that Icarus was glaring at them. They quickly accepted his suggestion. Tomalova decided to accept the idea. However, he could not think of a land suitable for our boy. The duke told him that they actually have a land for Mudok. He reminded Tomalova about the northern icy lands he mentioned during the meeting they had a few days ago. The king was surprised to hear this. Icarus said that they actually need to send a lord there. He told Tomalova that everything has aligned perfectly. He said that Mudok's name and the northern lands are actually related. He said that a snowstorm in the northern lands is a very good omen. Tomalova realized that this was the duke's plan from the start. He wanted to make Mudok pay for hurting his son and his self-esteem. He already knew that something was strange from the moment that Icarus suggested that they give our boy a title. Ishilda could not believe that they wanted to send Mudok to the northern lands. Our boy wondered if they will really send him there and make him lord. He could tell that the duke wanted to drag him out of the capital because of his son. Our boy was actually happy. He did not see any reason for him to refuse because they were offering him lands. He decided to seize this opportunity to achieve merit and enhance his reputation. This will allow him to close the gap in status between himself and the princess. In the next scene, we see Edmund panicking after hearing that Mudok is going to the northern lands. He told our boy that the snowstorm is constantly raging. He said that avalanches are rampant. The place is extremely cold and the mana is incredibly unstable. He asked our boy if he is really going to the northern lands. Mudok gently took a sip of his tea. He told Edmund that he is going there. He assured him that he will be fine. He told him that he doesn't get cold. Edmund referred to him as Sir Magic Knight. He quickly corrected himself by calling him a baronet. He asked Mudok if he is some kind of yeti. Our boy asked him about what a yeti is. According to Edmund, a yeti is a creature of a legendary tribe that is said to only live in the northern lands. Its tales have been passed down since ancient times. Their form is similar to that of a human. They are nearly 3 meters tall, and the strength of their body is nothing to joke about. They don't feel cold, and they are known to be very violent. Mudok told the man that he finds his story interesting. Edmund said that it might be a legend since no one has ever seen a yeti. He revealed to our boy that people say that the people of the northern lands are warriors capable of defeating 100 men. Because of this, they hate being ruled over and refuse to acknowledge leaders. Mudok laughed when he heard this. He stood up and said that things will be interesting. Edmund did not expect this answer. Our boy explained to him that his fame will rise if he gains recognition from the northern people. Edmund believed that this was a very difficult task. When our boy opened the door, he saw something surprising. He saw his students outside waiting for him. Their eyes were filled with tears. In the next scene, we see Mudok talking to Savina and Leo. Our boy denied their request. He told them that the northern lands is a dangerous place to people like them who have barely started learning martial arts. Savina explained to their master that they still have so much things to learn. She asked him to tell her who will teach them once he leaves. Leo agreed with the girl. Savina bowed her head and begged him to allow them to follow him. Leo was surprised to see this. He quickly copied the girl. Before Mudok could scold them, he saw someone behind him. He saw the princess. Ishilda greeted him. Our boy wondered about why she came. He told her that she doesn't look well. He asked her if something is wrong. Ishilda told him that they can talk once he sends the children away. Mudok quickly turned around and asked his students to leave. Savina and Leo realized that this was their opportunity. Savina asked her master if he will grant their request. Mudok was startled when he heard this. Leo told him that they will leave once he gives them an answer. Mudok decided to accept his pesky student's request. The children were very happy to hear that they were going to follow him. They began to cheer. Savina bowed her head and thanked her master. Our boy asked her to go. Ishilda told Mudok that his disciples are very lively. Our boy said that it is their rebellious spirits that is lively. The princess laughed when she heard this. Our boy was happy to see this. He asked her if she is feeling better now. With a sad look on her face, Ishilda apologized to Mudok. She said that she never expected her father to grant him a title that would send him to the northern lands. Our boy was actually happy to hear the apology. He thought that Ishilda just resembled Wayan. However, they both shared the same kindness. He remembered that Wayan actually apologized to him in the past because of her father's behavior. She also said that it was her fault. Mudok decided to tease Ishilda. He said that he wouldn't have had to go to the northern lands if he did not receive a title. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. With a sad look on her face, the girl said that it is her fault. Mudok found it adorable that she was taking responsibility. He told her that an apology will not change the fact that he still has to go to the northern lands. Ishilda started feeling bad. She asked him if there is anything that she can do to ease his mind. Our boy said that it will be good if he receives a lucky charm or a talisman. The princess asked him about what a lucky charm is. Mudok moved close to her and grabbed her. He told her that a lucky charm is a kiss filled with genuine concern for the other person. Ishilda screamed when she saw our boy close to her. Mudok realized that he teased her too much. He turned around and told her that he needs to prepare for his departure. He asked her to forget what he said. Ishilda was annoyed to see that he was going to leave after saying what he wanted. She believed that he was being rude. When she laid eyes on Mudok's back, she saw him in different clothes. They were the clothes he wore in his former world. The princess felt something wonderful in her heart. She asked Mudok to wait. Our boy turned around and asked her if something is wrong. Ishilda walked up to him and took a closer look at him. She wondered if she was imagining things. Something about Mudok's actions felt familiar to her. She told our boy that she will do it. He was shocked to hear this. He wasn't very serious when he said this. He never expected her to respond this way. He assured her that he is fine. He said that he doesn't want to force anyone into doing things that they don't want to do. Before he could say more, the princess pulled his clothes and dragged him close to her. She gave him a kiss on the lips. Our boy was shocked to feel her lips. The moment she moved back, she used her hood to cover her head. She was quite flustered. She quickly ran away. Mudok just stood there like an idiot. He could not believe that he just kissed the princess. He put himself together and said that he needs to succeed and return. The scene shifts and we are taken to the very cold northern lands. The men in a bar talk about how they have gotten a new lord. They heard that our boy saved the king's life. They heard a rumor saying that Mudok defeated 100 men to save the king. A bald man said that Mudok is actually a sixth circle mage with a swordsmanship that is so strong that even a sword master cannot handle him. The man he was talking to told him that it is not true. He did not see why the king would send someone so powerful there. A man with a huge jacket said that Mudok obviously fell out of favor with Duke Icarus. He slammed his beer on the table. He said that all they heard are simply rumors. The huge man had a bandage wrapped around one of his eyes. He said that our boy will probably run away like the others once they scare him a little bit. In the next scene, we are taken to the mountains in the northern lands. We see a young man and a young lady breathing heavily. They were holding their weapons. The man wondered about where the wyvern was. The moment he said this, a huge shadow covered the girl. It was the wyvern. The huge monster attacked the girl. She managed to block the attack with her axe. The man called out to the girl known as Luia. He quickly ran to her. He asked her if she is all right. The two of them were simply trying to grab some of the wyvern's eggs. They did not know that the monster would chase after them. While she was breathing heavily, she saw something shocking. She saw the wyvern behind Jake. She asked him to look behind him. When the boy turned around, he saw the monster's mouth open. It was about to tear him apart. Jake could tell that it was over for him before the monster could eat him. Someone arrived there. The person turns out to be Mudok. Our boy used his sword to send an attack to the wyvern. The attack cut off its head. Luia and Jake were shocked to see the wyvern's head in front of them. Mudok stood in front of them in his new white clothes. He assured them that things are fine now. Luia helped Jake up. She thanked Mudok for his help. Our boy asked her to not worry about it. He said that he was just performing his responsibility as a lord. Luia did not know what he was talking about. Mudok turned around and told her that he will see her next time. Luia wanted to stop him, but our boy quickly left the area. Luia was shocked to see how fast he was. She did not even catch his movements. Jake noticed something shocking. He told Luia that the wyvern eggs are gone. In the next scene, we are taken to a castle. We see Mudok smiling as he sat on his throne. He did not expect the place to be empty. He asked the man in front of him if the people don't know that today is his inauguration. The man apologized to him. He said that he will send messengers to the village again. Mudok asked him not to do it. He said that it will not change anything. Our boy did not expect them to behave like this today. He now understood why the lords kept getting driven out. He smiled at the situation. He decided to use his own way to take care of things. A few days later, we see the huge man step into the bar. He was shocked to see what was in front of him. All of the men were covered with bruises. He asked them about what happened. He asked them if Mudok did this to them. An older man with a lot of beard said that it was actually our boy. He said that he has to acknowledge Mudok's skills even if he doesn't like him. The bald man said that our boy is quite fast. He said that he couldn't move the moment Mudok touched him. He revealed to the huge man that the pain from our boy's hand technique is indescribable. While they were talking, someone barged in. He said that the scoundrel has arrived. He told them that the scoundrel is in the village square right now. The huge man did not expect Mudok to come there. He said that he will take a look at our boy. The men were happy to see that the greatest warrior of Carolyn was going to step up. They asked the man known as Max to defeat Mudok. At the village square, our boy looked around. There were a lot more people there than he expected. While he was looking around, someone called out to him. The person turns out to be Luia. Our boy was surprised to see her. Before she could move close to him, someone tapped her on her shoulders. When Luia turned around, she saw her father. Her father turned out to be Max. The man asked her about why she is there. Luia told him that she came to look at what was happening because a lot of people were gathered there. Max explained to her that the new lord is there. Luia was surprised to hear about a new lord. She realized that this was why Mudok said that it is his responsibility as a lord. She reminded her father about how she told him that someone saved her when she went to steal the ice wyvern's eggs. Max quickly realized that their new lord saved his daughter's life. This made things complicated for him. He could not fight his daughter's savior. Of course, the real reason he was scared was because Mudok killed the ice wyvern with a single blow. It is a wyvern that is stronger than the regular kind. Even someone as powerful as him could not do something like that. Max realized that he needed to acknowledge our boy. Unfortunately, he couldn't still back down. He stretched out his hand to Mudok and introduced himself as the greatest warrior of Carolyn. Mudok did not shake his hand. He introduced himself as Blizzard. He said that he is the newly appointed baronet of Carolyn. Max told him that he heard that he goes around the village mercilessly beating people up. Mudok said that he was simply teaching those who were trying to rebel a lesson. With a cold gaze in his eyes, he asked Max if he is going to behave like those people. Max told him that he actually has an offer for him. Our boy asked him to tell him his offer. According to Max, Carolyn is an extremely cold place. This is why people have been drinking alcohol to endure the harsh weather since ancient times. The man asked Mudok to have a drinking match with him. Our boy accepted the match. Max asked him to think things through. He revealed to him that the alcohol is so strong that it can burn one's body. Mudok told him that he doesn't care. He told Max that he must recognize him as the Lord and follow him unconditionally if he wins. The other warriors believed that Mudok was insane to make a drinking bet with Max. They referred to the alcohol as finna and said it is impossible to win Max when it comes to finna. With a serious look on his face, Max asked our boy to keep his promise. The scene shifts and we are taken to the bar. We see Mudok and Max sitting together. A large amount of alcohol were poured into huge mugs and placed on the table. Max asked our boy if he is sure about this. He told him that it is not too late to back out. With a smile on his face, Mudok said that he cannot go against his words as a lord. He said that they can start now. Max smiled when he heard this. He asked our boy to not regret what he said. In the next scene, we see Max struggling to keep his eyes open. He was feeling dizzy. His daughter and one of his friends had to tap him to keep him awake. His friend asked him if he is okay. He told him that he passed out for a moment. Max couldn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't believe that the best drinker in Carolyn passed out. Luia was worried about her father. She asked him to give up. Max brushed it off. He told her that he is not yet drunk. He did not want to accept the fact that he was losing. He grabbed a mug and told Mudok that they should have one more drink. Mudok poured him some drink. He advised the man to not overdo things. Max was shocked to see that our boy was drinking like there is no tomorrow. When he tried to pour Mudok a drink, he poured it around the mug. Our boy asked him to focus on pouring the drink into the mug. Max placed his hand on his head. He wondered about how Mudok was still fine. Our boy asked him if he is going to give up now. Max put himself together and told him that he is good. He said that they can continue. The moment he said this, he drank another cup of liquor. Luia and Jake were quite worried when they saw this. Mudok simply drank his liquor in a calm manner. Luia and Jake were shocked to see that he wasn't drunk at all. Our boy dropped the mug on the table. He wondered if he was able to drink well because it had been a while since he had a drink. The moment he thought of this, he heard a loud sound. He quickly looked down. He smiled when he saw what was on the ground. He saw Max on the ground. The man had collapsed from drinking too much. Mudok said that he won. Everyone was shocked to see that Max actually lost. Our boy stood up. He said that everyone must gather at his castle in exactly 5 days. With a serious look on his face, he told them that he wants to see if they are the kind of people who keep their promises. 5 days later, we are taken to Mudok's castle. We see our boy on his throne. He was surprised to see the people in front of him. The people from the tavern were all gathered there. He told them that he did not expect them to come. He did not expect them to actually keep their promise. Max told him that they definitely keep their promises. Before he could go on, Mudok cut him off. Since they all knew who he was, our boy decided to go straight to the point. He told them that he will give them 10 days to prepare to move. Everyone was confused by Mudok's words. Our boy asked them to give him an answer. Luia asked him if they will all come and live in the castle with him. Mudok asked her if she really thinks that all of them will be able to live in the castle. Luia reminded him that he told them to pack their belongings. Mudok told her that he never said that they would live at the castle. With a smile on his face, our boy revealed to them that they are going to migrate to the north. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok revealed to them that he has been wandering around for the past 5 days. He told them that he found a place in the north that could easily support 10,000 people. He said that they will no longer live scattered. He told them that they can live as one. The people were skeptical about Mudok's idea. Max revealed to our boy that the place he is talking about is currently inhabited by groups of ice ogres. Mudok asked him about what ice ogres are. Max told him that they are similar to normal ogres. Our boy asked the man if he is referring to the bald monsters who walk on 2 legs. Max asked him if he has met them. Mudok smiled when he heard this. He revealed to Max that he has eliminated all the ice ogres. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok sat back down. He could not believe that they were worried about the ice ogres. He asked them to get ready to migrate. He assured them that he found a great place. After passing on his message, he asked them to leave. The next day, we see Mudok stretching his body. While he was stretching, someone greeted him. When he turned around, he saw Luia and Jake. Luia explained to him that she was frustrated that she wasn't able to greet him properly. She told Mudok her name. Jake also introduced himself. Our boy told them that he understands why they came to see him. He revealed to them that he was actually going to call for them. The two of them were surprised to hear this. Mudok assured them that it is not a big deal. He asked them to not be too nervous. With a smile on his face, he asked them to follow him. Our boy took the two of them to another part of the castle. When they arrived there, Luia and Jake saw something shocking. They saw the hatchlings of the ice wyvern. Luia was annoyed to see that it was Mudok who snatched the eggs. She asked him if he knows how hard they worked to get them. She asked him about why he did such a thing. With a smile on his face, Mudok asked them to tell him the person who saved them that day. Luia and Jake did not know what to say. When Jake tried to scold Mudok, he cut him off. He asked them to take the ice wyverns away. Luia was shocked to hear this. She asked him if he is certain. Mudok explained to her that he thought about raising them, but they eat too much and are very loud and noisy. He said that he can't think straight with them around. The wyverns were just too much for our boy. Luia told him that there is no point in taking the wyverns now. This is because wyverns perceive the first person they see after hatching as their mother. Mudok was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that he had to continue taking care of this troublesome monsters. Jake asked him to stop spouting nonsense. He told him that ice wyverns are precious. Luia explained to him that ice wyverns are larger and stronger than most monsters. She told him that he has the opportunity to raise very powerful creatures. Jake said that he would have properly trained the wyverns and comfortably flew to Texten. Mudok asked him about where Texten is. According to Jake, Texten is located 1,000 kilometers west of Carolon. It is the second capital of the Gaia Kingdom. It is a place that doesn't lack anything. Mudok asked Jake if they can fly to such a distant place on the wyverns. Jake said that they should be able to reach there and be back in an hour. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He asked Luia to tell him how he can tame the wyverns. She asked him if he has changed his mind. Mudok said that he has. With a smile on his face, he said that he has come up with a brilliant idea. A few days later, the residents of Carolyn began a large migration under Mudok's instructions. While they were walking, Savina ran up to her master. She called out to him. Mudok turned around. The girl informed him that people are having a hard time. Our boy was not surprised to hear this. This people have been migrating for 3 days straight. Mudok realized that there are still people who don't trust him and are still hesitating. He knew that this people will soon change their minds once they arrive at their destination. He called for everyone's attention. He asked them to hang in there even if it is hard. He assured them that they are almost there. The man with a lot of beards told Mudok that they don't even know where they are going. The bald man said that they are not completely certain that there are no ice ogres there. Mudok pushed his sword into the snow. He reminded them that he already defeated the ice ogres. He asked them to tell him how they can call themselves brave warriors of Carolyn when they are so scared. The moment he said this, he turned around. Savina called out to her master. Mudok told her that this is enough for them to understand. With a smile on his face, he told his student that she will understand everything once she sees the place by herself. In the next scene, we see Mudok and his students arrive at a huge cave with a large entrance. The cave was quite spacious and deep. Leo could tell that this was the place his master was talking about. Mudok told him that he had a hard time finding this place. He said that he liked it a bit. The people were shocked to see how big the cave was. Luia was surprised to see that there was warm water in the cave. While they were looking around, Mudok called for their attention. He told them that the place used to be the hideout for ice ogres. He told them that they will now live in this place. He said that they need to name the place since they will be living there. The people began to cheer when they heard this. Our boy wanted to give the place a name similar to the Northern Sea Palace. While he was thinking, he got an idea. He announced that this place will now be known as the White Castle. The people seemed to like the name. Mudok looked into the cave. He wondered about when the ice wyverns were going to return. The moment he thought of this, he heard a loud sound. He recognized this sound. Inside the cave, we see a cube fire lightning bolts at the wyverns. The monsters were electrocuted. They fainted on the ground. The person who was controlling the cube wondered about why wyverns were inside the cave. Immediately he asked this question. Mudok appeared behind him. He asked him about why a mage is inside the cave. The man was startled when he heard our boy's voice. He quickly turned around. Before he could attack, Mudok appeared in front of him. He used his finger to strike his acupoints. The mage lost control of his body. Our boy grabbed his neck and slammed his body to the ground. With a scary look on his face, he promised the mage that he will not show him mercy a second time. He asked him for his identity. Mudok asked the man to tell him why he attacked his wyverns. The mage noticed that he couldn't move his body. He wondered if he was paralyzed. With a scary look on his face, Mudok told him that his mouth is not paralyzed. He asked him to start talking. The man was scared to see the look on his face. He said that he will talk. He introduced himself as Count Jerome von Karauen. Mudok did not expect the man to be a count. He revealed to him that he is a baronet. The moment he heard this, Jerome realized that our boy is the man known as Blizzard, the person who saved the king's life and received a title and a land. Mudok did not expect him to know him. Our boy realized that something was off. He asked Jerome if he is the former lord who was appointed here and got kicked out by the people. The count told him that he has his circumstances. Mudok told him that it is none of his business. He moved Jerome closer and told him that he has been talking to him freely for a while. The mage told him that he is now aware of his identity, and he knows that they are on the same side. Mudok did not respond to him. Jerome asked him if he said something wrong. Our boy grabbed his head and told him that he is wrong. The man screamed out in pain. Mudok told him that he does not care about equality. He reminded him that he failed to fulfill his responsibility. He told him that he should have turned down the title. Mudok told him that equality doesn't matter to him. The count begged our boy to spare him. Mudok told him that he will give him special treatment for once. He advised him not to think about fighting him again. The moment he said this, Mudok released the pressure on his acupoints. He told Jerome that he can now move his body. The man quickly went on his knees. He was breathing heavily. With a terrifying look on his face, Mudok told him that he will seriously kill him if he says anything stupid. Jerome assured him that he won't do anything like that. Our boy pointed at his wyverns and asked Jerome to heal them. He told him that he can come out after healing them. Jerome was surprised to hear that he had to heal them. Mudok told him that he is excellent in judging people. He told Jerome that he has a lot of guts to use magic in front of the Lord. He asked him to do his best. The moment he said this, he turned around. Jerome tried to stop him, but our boy simply left him there. The Count fell to the ground. He realized that something was seriously wrong. In the next scene, we see Mudok and Jerome in a tent. Our boy told the man that he wants him to send a letter to the king. Jerome was surprised to hear this. Mudok asked him about why he is so surprised. He asked him if it is really difficult to send a letter to the king. Jerome told him that the letter isn't the problem. He reminded Mudok that he asked him to send a letter asking for tax exemption. Our boy explained to him that he needs it because the people are doing their best to make a living and they don't have a lot to spare. Jerome revealed to Mudok that the other nobles will be against it. Our boy asked him about why they will be against it. Jerome said that it will seem unfair from the nobles' perspective. If this bill is passed, the nobles will threaten the king by telling him that they won't pay tax either because their circumstances are also as bad as Mudok's own. Jerome told our boy that the king will refuse his request no matter how much he favors him. Upon hearing this, Mudok became more certain that the nobles are the problem of the kingdom and Duke Icarus is the one controlling them. He asked Jerome to suspend the idea. The Count was relieved to hear this. Mudok moved close to him and shared another idea with him. Jerome was surprised to hear his idea. He asked Mudok if this is possible. Our boy told him that it is not impossible. Jerome said that it might work because it is the same case. Mudok told him that they need to get ready without delay. In the next scene, we see the citizens gather in another part of the cave. Jake asked someone if he knows why their lord suddenly gathered them. Before the person could reply, Mudok asked if everyone is already gathered there. Everyone quickly turned to him. Luia told him that she came armed as instructed. She asked Mudok about why they are gathered there. Our boy said that he will explain now. He ordered everyone to hunt down ice wyverns. He told them that their goal is to get the eggs of the ice wyverns. The warriors were surprised to hear this. They knew that it wasn't easy to get the egg of an ice wyvern. Mudok explained to them that they will create groups filled with 30 people for the sake of their safety. He asked them to focus on getting at least one egg in each group. Jerome gave the warriors papers to show them which team they belonged to. Mudok announced that the team that brings back the largest amount of wyvern eggs will receive 100 gold. The warriors were shocked to hear this. An elf said that he has never imagined getting this amount of money in his life. Jake asked Mudok if he will really give them this kind of reward for the eggs. Max asked Mudok if he will really pay them 100 gold for the eggs. Our boy told him that he never makes a promise that he can't keep. He asked the warriors of Carolyn if they are up to the task. The warriors began to cheer. They asked Mudok to leave it to them. While they were cheering, Mudok ordered Jerome to follow each team for 10 days and keep an eye out for useful people. He said that he will use this people for different tasks later. Jerome asked Mudok if he is thinking of creating a knight's order. Our boy turned to him when he heard this. The man wondered if he said something wrong. Mudok realized that Jerome is a very useful person. Even though he gave him a job when he just joined them, the man has been performing his tasks well. He was also able to see through our boy's intentions from the few things he said. Mudok told Jerome that he is right. He said that he heard that there should be one knight order for the Lord. Jerome told him that he is right. He told him that he needs it a lot because the Lion Knights of the Icarus Duchy are especially powerful. They are so strong that they wouldn't lose even if they fought against the Royal Knights. Mudok smiled when he heard this. He asked Jerome not to worry. He told him that they will soon be the best. Our boy decided to create a unit that is much bigger and stronger than the Snow Ice unit because he didn't want to lose Wayan twice. With a smile on his face, Mudok ordered the warriors to begin the hunt. In the next scene, we see a group chasing a wyvern. Mudok ordered them to attack now. Immediately, he gave the order. Luia, Jake, and the elf jumped down from a cliff. Luia fired her arrows at the monster. Jake used his axe to cut off its tail. Max covered his hand with his energy and used it to hit the monster's head. He asked the second unit to throw the net. The warriors quickly threw the iron net at the monster. The net covered the monster's head and dragged it to the ground. Mudok told Jerome that it is going pretty well. The man said that they have been hunting for days. He said that their hands and feet are already in a perfect sync. Jerome found our boy's idea to be bold. He never thought about stealing the eggs of the ice wyvern and taming it while it is still a baby. If everything goes well, they will be able to transport and sell hunting loots like leather and bones to distant cities with the help of the ice wyverns. Mudok asked his warriors to cheer up. He reminded them that they will be able to get a great reward if they bring back a lot of eggs. The warriors became motivated when they heard this. They decided to continue hunting. Jerome found it amazing that our boy united the uncontrollable Carolyn warriors into one. He could not believe that they were hunting monsters together. While they were watching the warriors, they saw one of them behead a wyvern at a crazy speed. The monster didn't stand a chance. The man's teammates commended him for this. They referred to him as Gale. Our boy was also impressed by his skill. He asked Jerome about who the man is. Jerome opened his book to see his name. He told Mudok that the man is known as Stuart Gale. Mudok believed that the man is famous since he has a nickname. Jerome told him that he is correct. He said that Gale is the hero of the commoners. He raids evil noble houses and gives the raid loot to the poor. Mudok asked Jerome to tell him why a guy like this is here. Jerome revealed to him that Gale was once caught in a trap. He was imprisoned, but he escaped from the prison and wandered all the way here. Mudok could tell that the man was a decent person from the way he interacted with the locals. He asked Jerome to report back to him if he finds anyone else who escaped from prison besides Gale. He told him that they might find another useful person. The man could not believe that his work had increased again. In the next scene, we see Mudok addressing the warriors in the cave. He commended them on their efforts in hunting the ice wyverns. He said that they have collected enough wyvern eggs. He assured them that he will give them the rewards he promised. The warriors began to cheer when they heard this. Max raised his hand to ask Mudok a question. Our boy asked him if something is wrong. The man said that he would like to know why he ordered them to get the wyvern eggs. Mudok realized that everyone was probably wondering why he asked them to gather wyvern eggs. He reminded them that ice wyverns recognize the first thing they see when they hatch as their mother. He said that he wants to tame the monsters using this method. He revealed to the warriors that he plans to use the tamed ice wyverns as transportation. The loaded wyverns will transport their goods to each country. Someone asked Mudok about which goods they will be selling. Our boy said that the first thing he can think of is leather. With a smile on his face, Mudok told them that their main product will be the Ice Ogre tribe. Max and the other warriors were shocked to hear this. Max asked his lord if he is planning to kill them. Luia said that she is not yet ready to die. Mudok ordered his warriors to calm themselves. They quickly closed their mouths. Our boy asked them to tell him the person who wiped out the ice ogre that had been lurking around this white castle not too long ago. The men told him that it was him. Mudok told them that they are correct. He asked them if they really believe that he is going to allow them to become an ogre's food. The warriors realized that things are different from before. They believe that things will work out with their current lord. Mudok asked them if they are interested. The warriors shouted that they are. Our boy told them that he will give them the rewards like he promised. Before he could say anything else, one of his disciples ran to him. The boy called out to him. Mudok told Leo that he is still talking. He asked him about what is happening. Leo apologized to his master. He told him that it is something urgent. While breathing heavily, the boy revealed to Mudok that Savina is dying. Our boy was shocked to hear this. The scene shifts, and we see the other two disciples with Savina. The girl was shivering on the ground. Luffy covered her with a jacket. Sabina thanked him for the jacket. Annie was sad to see that Savina was still shaking. Luffy asked her to hang on. He told her that their master will soon arrive. The moment he said this, Mudok asked them about what is going on. The children quickly turned around when they heard their master's voice. Mudok quickly checked the girl's body. He was shocked to see that her body was in such a terrible condition. Savina told her master that everywhere is so cold. Mudok asked his students to tell him how she became sick. He asked them to tell him in detail. The students explained to him that they were helping Osborne find a place to build a nest for the ice wyvern eggs. While they were looking around, they discovered a huge flower field full of glacial flowers that they had only seen in books. Savina wanted to show their master the flowers, so she took some from the ground. When they returned with the glacial flowers, Savina fell to the ground and began to tremble. The kids were shocked to see this. Leo asked their master about what they should do. He said that Savina might not wake up. Mudok patted him on the head and asked him to calm down. He told him that this won't happen. Our boy decided to take a look at the glacial flower. He was surprised to see the flower. He was certain that this was the snow ice flower. He could not believe that this was what they were calling the glacial flower. This flower is the one and only elixir of the North Sea and the Central Plains. Mudok wondered about how it was in this world. His students asked him to save Savina. our boy decided to think about the flower later. He asked Leo to carry Savina and follow him. He said that they are going to the training ground. Leo quickly carried Savina to the training ground. Our boy asked him to put her down on a bed. The boy gently placed her down. Mudok commended him for this. He told his disciples that he is going to start treating her now. He asked them not to enter the room until he gives them the permission to step in. The students stepped out of the room. Before closing the door, Luffy begged his master to save Savina. Our boy assured him that he will. He looked at the snow ice flower in his hand. The glacial flower is known as a mysterious flower that endlessly emits cold air. However, in the northern sea palace where Mudok lived, the fruit of this flower was a priceless elixir. The extreme cold of the flower makes it difficult to obtain the fruit. However, it is a different story for someone like Mudok who has mastered ice chi. Our boy blew some cold air on the fruit to refine it. Savina collapsed because her ice chi wasn't strong enough to withstand the cold. Mudok put the fruit into the girl's mouth. He poured his energy into her and called out to her. He asked her to open her eyes. The moment she heard this, Savina opened her eyes and raised her head. She was surprised to see her master in front of her. As our boy poured his energy into his student, he spoke to her through telepathy. He asked her to sit up straight and try to circulate her chi. Savina accepted his order. She quickly began to circulate her energy. The cold energy went round her body. Mudok noticed that the cold chi in her body has completely stabilized thanks to the circulation of her internal energy. While she was circulating her energy, Savina suddenly fell on the bed with her eyes open. Mudok realized that she has fallen asleep. He believed that she should have closed her eyes. He noticed that her internal energy has significantly increased compared to before. The fruit worked better than he expected. Mudok realized that he can increase the intensity of her training if her energy continues to increase. Before starting the training again, our boy wanted the girl to take him to the flower field, where she found the snow ice flower when she woke up. He realized that he might be able to achieve his goal much sooner than expected. Later in the day, Savina woke up after sleeping for a while. After harvesting the ice wyvern's eggs, the White Castle underwent a major reorganization. Mudok checked the list Jerome gave him and organized his own elite knight order known as the Blizzard Knight Order. He promised to raise the warriors as powerful men that belonged to the Blizzard Knight Order. Schuart was appointed as the captain of the order. Mudok created a school and a hospital in this new place. He also created restaurants, bars, and clothing stores. Everything was going according to our boy's plan. The training facility was adjusted according to people's abilities. In the next scene, we see Mudok and Jerome talking. Our boy told the mage that he has to align people with the organization if he wants to improve it. The mage told him that he is right. Osborne was placed in the White Castle security forces and Jerome was appointed as our boy's assistant. Jerome reminded Mudok that he still has to teach people magic. Our boy asked him if he doesn't want the position. The man said that he doesn't. Mudok called him a bastard and asked him to repeat his answer. He threw some paper at him. Jerome could not say anything. He felt like he should be given 1,000,000 gold for his work. Mudok said that he wants to create a patrol unit. The patrol unit is in charge of guarding the exterior of the White Castle. It is also responsible for scouting Carolyn and bringing in scattered residents. Mudok said that he will be the captain of this unit. He decided to create another armed group called the Wyvern Knights. Jake begged Mudok to allow him join this group. Our boy did not know if he was making the right decision. For now, there weren't any wyverns big enough to carry adults, so the group was put on hold. Once the number of Wyvern Knights is finalized, the remaining eggs will be used by the Carolyn merchants. Mudok told Luia that it is a secret that he is the chief of the merchants. He told the girl that she will act as his proxy. Luia accepted his offer. A few days later, we see Jerome running somewhere. He was carrying a briefcase. He remembered that Mudok told him that he will reduce his workload. He wondered about how troublesome things will be today. While thinking, he stepped into a room. He apologized for being late. Max asked him not to worry. He said that the meeting just started. When Jerome looked around, he noticed something odd. Savina was also in the room. He remembered that the girl was unwell recently. He wondered why she was there. Mudok asked him to sit down. He asked Osborne to continue his report. Osborne said that the security unit hasn't been around for a long time, and yet they have already locked up 20 people in prison. The problem is that more than half of these people are fugitives who came from outside. Max stood up and told his lord that these people are criminals. He asked Mudok to keep them locked up so that they don't cause any trouble. Mudok asked him if they should start by locking him up. He reminded the man that he is the main culprit of the rebellion that drove out the former leaders like Jerome. Max said that this is different. He said that it was self-defense to protect Caroline from the central nobles. Mudok asked him if he considers his actions as a noble struggle and Schuert's actions as petty theft. Max realized that he was being irrational. He apologized to Schuert for his actions. The man asked Max to not forget what causes the suffering of the commoners. He told him that they will discuss this later since they are in a meeting. Mudok did not expect Max to be so narrow-minded. He asked the others if they have another opinion to share. Savina asked him if she can share her opinion. Our boy asked her to go ahead. Savina told Mudok that the villagers must have a terrible view of fugitives for Max to react like this. Our boy agreed with her. The girl reminded him that they have to start ogre hunting tomorrow. Mudok asked her about what this has to do with anything. Savina suggested that they put the prisoners at the forefront of the hunt. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok actually liked the idea. He asked Savina to keep talking. In the next scene, we see an ogre screaming in the forest. A man with some bandages on his face informed Schuert that they could have lost the ogre. This man is Lenin. He is a grade 1 escapee. There was a huge man holding an axe behind Schuert. This man is Gregor. He is also a grade 1 escapee. Schuert ordered the men to attack the ogre once they get far enough. He asked them to erase the monster's tracks and attack it. The men accepted his order. While the ogre was looking around, Lenin and Gregor charged at it from behind. They landed their attacks on the monster's back. The ogre screamed out in pain. It quickly turned around. Gregor asked Lenin to watch out. He told him that a counterattack is coming. The monster swung its huge club at Lenin. The man was surprised to see its club coming towards him. He realized that it was too late for him to dodge. Before the club could hit him, Schuert charged at the monster. He ordered Lenin to get down. Lenin quickly bent his head to dodge the attack. Schuert used the opportunity to land multiple attacks on the ogre. The monster screamed out in pain. While it was screaming, Schuert and the men charged at it. They used their weapons to tear the ogre apart. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time that Savina suggested that they put the escapees at the forefront of the hunt. Mudok really liked her idea. Osborne asked her if she wants to send them to the front lines and get rid of them. He told her that her plan is very extreme. Savina shook her head. She explained to the man that it will be much more humane than locking them up in prison. She reminded him that her master is going to join them. She told Osborne that her master is not someone who discards manpower so easily. With a smile on her face, Savina told the men that people's perceptions of the escapees will start to change once they fight with them. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see the rest of the group arrive to the hunt. They were all looking at the ogre that Schuert caught with the men. Schuert asked Lenin if he is okay. The man said that he can still manage even though it was close. With a smile on his face, a man told the captain that Lenin is bluffing again. Lenin told the man that he barely dodged the attack. He told him that it was like the time he threw his pickaxe at the prison staff and got slammed. The man asked him to stop joking around. Gregor placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and told him that they got a hefty reward. He told him that they need to celebrate with a round of drinks. Lenin told his friend that they need to take this chance to make a fresh start. He told Gregor that he won't pay no matter how he tries to sweet-talk him. Gregor laughed when he heard this. He told his friend that he got smacked too hard. Mudok smiled when he saw how they interacted with one another. He could tell that they have built up their teamwork through cooperation. He couldn't believe that his disciple thought of this idea. He realized that he made the right choice by accepting her as his disciple. While Mudok was watching the man, we see something watching him from the distance. The monster was carefully watching him as if it was cautious of him. In the next scene, we see one of the hunting groups tracking an ogre. A man asked another man with a mask to slowly fall back in the direction of the ambush. One of them heard a sound coming from the woods. He asked the masked man if he heard it too. The man raised his bow. He said that he will fire a few shots. He asked his teammates to get ready. The other men quickly took a stance. The man fired his arrows at some trees. He and his teammates waited for something to come out. Fortunately for them, nothing happened. The masked man was relieved to see this. The other man said that it must have been the sound of falling leaves rustling in the wind. The masked man told him that he must be right. He moved close to a tree to retrieve his arrows. He asked the other men to retrieve the rest of the arrows and search another area. Before he could take out his arrows, a huge monster came out from behind the tree. The men were terrified to see the monster. The scene shifts, and we see Mudok outside with Jerome. He informed Osborne that the residents are no longer afraid of ice ogres. Osborne told him that they are all ready to hunt. Jerome told our boy that it is all thanks to his leadership. While looking at the corpse of an orc, Mudok ordered Jerome to make sure that no one moves ahead without orders. Jerome accepted his orders. Mudok asked him if the conditions of the other monsters is still being investigated. Jerome told him that there is still more data that needs to be organized. While they were talking, we see one of the men that encountered the monster talking to Osborne. The man was using a stick to support himself. He informed Osborne about what happened. Osborne asked him if the men are unharmed. The man informed him that the men are not dead. They were simply injured. They are currently being treated at the infirmary. Mudok asked Osborne if something is wrong. The man revealed to him that something serious has happened. He explained to our boy that a new monster has appeared, and it is different from the ice ogres. Our boy was surprised to hear this. The wounded man explained to Mudok that 2 of their members who went to investigate monster activities were attacked by the monster. Mudok asked the man if he is certain that it wasn't an ogre. The man assured him that it was a different species. Our boy asked him to describe it. The man told him that the monster's body was covered in white fur, and it was incredibly huge. It was over 3 meters tall. He told Mudok that ogres are stupid. This monster was way more intelligent than them. While the man was talking, something screamed in the forest. Mudok immediately told Jerome that the hunt is over. Jerome asked his master if he plans on going by himself. Our boy told him that he has to do it himself. He asked Jerome and Osborne to follow him once the area is secure. The men accepted his order. Mudok ran into the forest at a crazy speed. He realized that he knew this monster that the man described. He was certain that he had heard an explanation from Edmund before. He remembered the time Edmund asked him if he was a Yeti. While Mudok was running, he activated a skill known as Mind's Eye and used it to scan the forest. He quickly found the monster he was looking for. Our boy landed on a tree. He took out his sword and charged at the monster. The monster became terrified when it sensed someone coming towards him. He quickly raised his hand to block our boy's attack. He was able to block it with his thick fur. Mudok was barely able to cut him. He noticed that his attack bounced right off the monster. He could tell that his body was very tough. Now that our boy was looking at it, he became certain that this monster is a Yeti. Mudok noticed that the Yeti that was roaring earlier was now frozen stiff like a scared wildcat. Due to the way the monster reacted, our boy realized that it could sense the weight of his martial power. The look in his eyes shows that he is scared. Mudok considered sparing the Yeti out of curiosity, but he couldn't keep someone who harmed his people alive. Our boy raised his sword and asked the monster to be born as a human in his next life. He jumped and charged at the Yeti. The monster was scared to see him coming towards him. He covered his hand with an unknown energy before Mudok could strike him. When Mudok's sword got close to the monster, it destroyed everything around him and cleared the area. Our boy believed that he had won the fight, but he was wrong. When he looked at the ground, he didn't see anything there. He recalled that the Yeti suddenly emitted a light and vanished along with his energy just before it was struck down. Our boy wondered about the kind of magic the Yeti used. He recalled that the light was green. He remembered that he heard something about this from Luffy when he first came to this world. Mages of the 5th circle or higher can use space travel magic called teleportation. Most mages stay at the 1st or the 2nd circle. Mudok understood that the 5th circle must be something between the transformation realm and the profound realm in the cultivation world. He could not believe that a monster covered in white fur used such an extraordinary magic. Of course, this didn't really matter to Mudok. Even if it was spatial movement, our boy could still catch up to it. He turned around and fired his energy in the direction of the monster. He tore through the forest with his ice chi. Unfortunately, the Yeti still escaped. Mudok did not expect a big monster like that to run off like a rat. He could still sense the Yeti's presence nearby. Even though it was teleporting, it couldn't get very far from our boy. Mudok could tell that the monster was about 1.5 kilometers away from him. While looking around, our boy felt something. He carefully placed his leg on a tree. He sensed a cave below. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw something shocking. He saw a huge library. He could not believe that there is a library in the middle of this snowy field. While he was looking around, he found the Yeti behind a shelf. He told the monster that he should make some efforts if he is going to hide. The Yeti begged him not to come closer. Mudok assured him that he is not going to eat him. He asked him to calm down. He asked the Yeti if he is a human. The Yeti told him that he isn't. He said that he is a great warrior of horse. He told him that his name is Condal. Our boy wondered if he had heard about a warrior of horse. Jerome appeared behind him and told his master that it is a term that means Yeti. Mudok commended Jerome on finding this location. The mage informed his master that there were signs of destruction nearby. He told him that something like that would be impossible for anyone except his master. Jerome thought that a natural disaster occurred when he saw what his master did. Jerome wondered why a legendary race like the Yeti that has been in existence since ancient times was in a library like this. Mudok said that he was about to ask Condal about it. He hit his hand on the wall and asked Condal to tell him where he came from. Condal didn't say anything. With a look of anger on his face, our boy asked him if he is trying to run away again. He released his ice chi and asked Condal to speak quickly. He told him that he is not a very patient person. Condal became scared. He revealed to Mudok that he is from Gulag. Our boy asked him if Gulag is his village. Condal nodded his head. Mudok asked him if a lot of Yetis live there. Condal told him that he is right. While they were talking, Jerome was looking at the books in the library. Something in the library caught his attention. Mudok asked Condal to tell him why he killed his people. With a scary look on his face, he asked him to choose his answer carefully. Condal told him that he didn't kill anyone. He used his hand to beat his chest and told our boy that he is a great warrior of horse. He said that people don't die after getting hit by his bat. With a serious look on his face, Mudok asked him if he is telling the truth. Condal looked into his eyes and told him that he is. While looking through the books, Jerome told his master that Condal is telling them the truth. He said that the two men only sustained injuries. There were no deaths. Mudok recalled that the man said that the men were in the infirmary. He realized that no one actually said that someone died. Condal told him that he drove the humans out because they entered the sanctuary first. He said that he would never attack first. Mudok told Jerome that the men must have trespassed into the Yeti's territory while they were hunting the ice ogres. The man told him that he is right. Our boy realized that Edmund gave him the wrong information about Yetis. He called Condal Kongdao and asked Jerome to heal his injuries. Jerome corrected his master on his pronunciation of the Yeti's name. While Jerome was healing him, Mudok called out to Condal. With a smile on his face, he asked Condal to tell him where his sanctuary is. He told him that he will firmly warn his people so that they don't trespass again. Condal was very happy to hear this. With a scary look on his face, Mudok told Condal that he has been speaking informally to him the whole time. He asked him if he doesn't know how to use honorifics. The Yeti did not know what honorifics meant. Mudok asked him to forget about it. He didn't see the point in taking it serious with someone who couldn't speak properly. Jerome informed his master that the treatment is complete. Our boy told him that they need to return now. Jerome called out to his master. Mudok asked him if something is wrong. Jerome told him that he has a request to make. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Barhan. We see Edmund ask Charles to tell him the amount of time that has passed since the promise date. The man told him that it has been 3 months. Edmund called out to his assistant again. The man turned to him. Edmund fell to his knees and said that their merchant association is finished. Edmund told his assistant that Mudok made him a promise. In his very stupid imagination, Mudok held his beard and asked him to hold on for 3 months. He told him that he will send someone. Henry wondered if there was such a romantic mood in the air when Mudok was speaking to his leader. Edmund began to cry. He told Henry that he has not received any word from our boy. Henry asked him to calm down. He told him that Mudok isn't someone who would break his promise. While he was talking, he noticed that a huge shadow covered him and his leader. Edmund and Henry quickly looked up. They were shocked to see a wyvern coming close to them. The two of them quickly moved back. When the wyvern landed, Edmund heard a voice call out to him. Edmund immediately recognized this voice. When he looked at the wyvern's back, he saw Savina. With a smile on her face, the girl told the man that the ice has arrived. Edmund was extremely happy to see a huge bag containing ice. He said that he knew that Mudok would come through. Henry was shocked to see Savina getting off the ice wyvern. It is a monster whose strength rivals an entire night squad. He couldn't believe that they were using this powerful monster for ice delivery. He wondered about what our boy was doing in the north to be able to control an ice wyvern. While looking around, Savina remembered something. She stretched out her hand to give Edmund a letter. She told him that her master asked him to give the letter to a certain person. Edmund smiled when he heard this. He knew who Mudok was talking about. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the palace. We see Princess Ishilda drinking tea outside. She was drinking it with someone. The boy thanked her for accepting his invitation. He told her that she grows more beautiful with each passing day. Ishilda thanked Justin for his compliment. He took a sip of his wine. He realized that the princess is still as cold as ever. She wasn't even giving him a fake smile for formalities. Justin believed that it wouldn't be fun if the princess gave in too easily. He was certain that he could change her indifferent behavior. While he was thinking, a maid rushed to meet the princess. She told her about something. Ishilda screamed out when she heard that she received a letter from Mudok. Justin stood up and spat out his drink when he heard this. The maid informed Ishilda that the letter is in the study. Ishilda quickly stood up and asked the maid to follow her. Justin asked the princess if she is already leaving. He reminded her that he rushed here in the morning to see her. With a cold look on her face, Ishilda told him that she heard that he trained so much that even a day isn't enough. She asked him not to waste his time. She asked him to head back to his house. She turned around and asked the maid, whose name is Lenshia, to follow her. Justin grit his teeth when he saw this. When he saw how beautiful Ishilda's hair was, he became enraged. He slammed his hand on the table and called Mudok a bastard. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Ishilda's study. We see her reading the letter. Our boy asked her about how she has been. He told her that he has been doing well thanks to her lucky charm. Ishilda blushed when she remembered the kiss. Mudok told her that the northern lands is a nice place to live in. He said that there are sparkling crystal caves and warm hot springs. He revealed to her that they built a city called the White Castle inside a warm cave. He told Ishilda that it is a very beautiful place, but it has one big flaw. The flaw is that she is not there with him. He said that this makes the place feel really empty. Mudok told her that he wants to give her a small gift to show her how he is feeling. When Ishilda looked down, she saw something shocking. She saw a flower made from ice. She held the flower close to her chest. She wondered why she was always thinking about our boy. She took a look at the flower again and made a decision. She decided to meet Mudok directly. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the White Castle. We see Mudok making an ice flower. He was wearing a white fur coat. The flower broke in his hand. He found it odd that he was good at smashing things, but it was difficult for him to make delicate items like this. While he was thinking, Jerome ran to him. He called out to his master. Mudok asked the mage to tell him why he is making such a fuss. He asked him to tell him what happened. Jerome told his master that he needs to come to the office right now. He said that he has made a huge discovery. He told Mudok that it is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Mudok asked him to calm down. He told him that he will follow him. He poured the ice shards on the numerous ice shards next to him. Those were the ice shards from the previous ice flowers he tried to make. At the office, Jerome revealed to our boy that the library he found belongs to an ancient mage. Mudok acted surprised. He asked Jerome to tell him what the big deal is. The mage told his master that his reaction is too poor. He explained to him that this is a huge discovery. He told Mudok that it is a relic of ancient humans, a key to reviving lost magic and a stepping stone to break past the fifth circle. Mudok didn't really care. He noticed something odd. He turned to Jerome and told him that he is sensing something intense coming from his waist. Jerome was shocked to hear this. With a shaky tone in his voice, he told Mudok that it is not important. He said that he didn't report it because it was worthless. Mudok used his chi to drag a bag out of Jerome's clothes. Jerome became scared. With a smile on his face, our boy told the mage that he needs to see it since he is trying so hard to hide it. When he opened the bag, he found something odd inside. He found some shiny rocks inside the bag. Jerome explained to his master that he wasn't trying to hide the stones. He told him that the stones are filled with condensed mana. They are called mana stones. Mudok asked Jerome to tell him what he wanted to use the mana stones for. Jerome gathered his mana and revealed to Mudok that he is currently a fourth circle mage. He has nearly reached the fifth circle, but he hit a wall that has been holding him back for a while. He told Mudok that he believes that a mana stone might help him overcome it. Our boy understood that it wasn't easy for him to surpass his current level. He told Jerome that he understands how he feels. The mage thanked him for this. Mudok revealed to him that he will not allow him to use the mana stones. Jerome was annoyed to hear this. He explained to Mudok that increasing his power will benefit the White Castle. He begged our boy to allow him use it. Mudok denied his request. He explained to him that he might be able to break through his wall with the mana stones now. He asked him about what he will do after that. He asked him if he will start searching for another mana stone again. Our boy told Jerome that this isn't important when stepping into a new realm. The important thing is the efforts he makes to gain true understanding. Mudok explained to him that growth comes from time and effort. It has no shortcuts. Jerome clenched his fist and released it. He realized that his master was right. He recalled that he reached the fourth circle with his own efforts. Jerome remembered someone telling him that magic isn't something he can learn in a hurry. The man told him that he will be able to understand what magic is as he slowly progresses. Jerome told Mudok that he started forgetting his grandfather's words without realizing it. Mudok was relieved to see that Jerome understood him. He was already ready to beat his intentions into him. He asked Jerome to tell him what they can use the stones for apart from increasing his ability. The mage revealed to him that it can be used in almost every magic. It is extremely versatile. It can be used in mana amplification, barrier shields, and even communication spells. Mudok was shocked to hear this. He asked Jerome if a person can communicate without a mage with the mana stones. Jerome told him that he is correct. He explained to him that someone without magic can communicate with it, as long as he casts communication spells on the mana stone. He told Mudok that this is a high-quality mana stone. They can use it to communicate all the way to the Zeba Empire across the sea. Our boy picked up a cup and asked Jerome if he knows the most important thing in governing a country. Jerome said that he is not sure. Our boy revealed to him that it is the speed of information. He told him that the country that gathers and delivers information faster can change the game. He ordered Jerome to turn all the mana stones into communication stones. The scene shifts, and we are taken outside the White Castle. We see Mudok, Jerome, and Osborne standing outside. Jake called out to our boy with the mana stone and asked him if he can hear him. Mudok and Osborne were surprised to see this. Our boy told Jake that he can hear him clearly. He asked Jake about how far he has gotten. While riding a wyvern, Jake told Mudok that he is 10 kilometers above the plains from the White Castle. He told our boy that he can hear him perfectly. Mudok was happy to see that the signal did not have any interference. He said that the communication stones test is a success. He announced that they will use the communication stones to stay in contact from now on. The moment he said this, he heard Jake saying that the wyvern is amazing. Jerome and Osborne became worried when they saw that the boy interrupted their master. He asked the wyvern to do a triple spin nosedive. Our boy was annoyed to hear the boy's voice. He ordered him to come back. He squeezed the communication stone and ordered Osborne to increase the training intensity when Jake returns. Jerome begged his master not to break the communication device. Before Mudok could break it, someone called out to him. When he turned around, he saw some wyverns landing in front of the White Castle. The person who called out to him was Savina. The girl told him that she is back. Mudok was happy to see her. He asked her to come in. In the next scene, we are taken to the meeting room. We see everyone seated. All of them now had new white uniforms. Mudok was reading a letter in the room. Savina asked her master if there is something wrong with Edmund's letter. Mudok told her that there isn't. He revealed to her that he asked Edmund to send him information about the political climate of nearby countries. He said that Edmund talked about it in great detail. Mudok noticed that a particular name was mentioned a lot of times in the letter. The name is Anos. The name felt strange to Mudok. He asked the people there if they know anything about Anos. Schuart was surprised to hear the name. He told Mudok that he has never seen Anos himself. He said that people say that he is a grand sword master. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok didn't know how to react. The members could not believe that there was someone more powerful than a sword master. They thought that there wasn't a single person on the continent that was above a sword master. With a terrifying tone in his voice, Mudok ordered his men to keep quiet. Everyone quickly shut their mouths. They were all scared. A grand sword master is at the realm of harmonization in the Central Plains. Someone in the realm of harmonization would be able to create a sword manifestation. Mudok was disappointed when he found out that there were only 10 people who could use sword aura in this world. To a warrior like him, a life without worthy opponents is very dull. He could not believe that a master of the harmonization realm has shown up. Even though the person wouldn't be a match for him, our boy was still excited. He wanted to meet the strongest person in this world. Schuart told Mudok that he heard something unusual about Anos. He revealed to his master that people say that when he uses his swordsmanship, a plum blossom scent follows. Mudok was shocked to hear this. He knew about a swordsmanship that releases the scent of plum blossom. He knew that only people of the MANHWA sect are capable of using such techniques. A realization dawned upon Mudok. He realized that someone else from the Central Plains might have crossed into this world. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the time when Mudok unified the Central Plains. We see him trying to touch a plum blossom with his hand. He told someone that the MANHWA sect uses a sword technique that gives off the scent of plum blossom. Mudok told the man who he held up with his ice that his swordsmanship is impressive. He told him that he simply chose the wrong opponent. The man's name is Zhang Pengjin. He is the head of the MANHWA sect. Pengjin grit his teeth and called our boy a bastard. He told Mudok that the outcome would have been different if his disciple was here. Mudok asked him if he is referring to the disciple that ran away a few days ago. Pengjin told Mudok that his disciple didn't run away. With a look of anger on his face, he said that his disciple suddenly disappeared during his secluded training. It was as if he vanished from the world. At the time, Mudok thought that this was a ridiculous excuse, but after coming to this world, our boy began to believe what Pengjin said. He wondered if Pengjin's disciple is actually Anos. Jerome asked Mudok if this is everything the letter said. Our boy told him that there is nothing really important in the letter. He told his cabinet that he was told that the kingdom sent an inspection team. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Jerome asked Mudok to tell him if something is wrong. Mudok did not understand why he was panicking. He asked him if it is a big deal. Jerome told him that it is. He explained to Mudok that there are only two reasons why an inspection team visits. It is either a royal sightseeing trip or the capture and execution of traitors. Jerome believed that they needed to be prepared. He asked Mudok about when the inspection group is coming. Our boy raised his hand and pointed outside. Jerome quickly turned around. Mudok told him that it is currently 1 p.m. He said that the group has already arrived. Outside the palace, we see a large amount of soldiers waiting. Jerome and the others were shocked to see the amount of soldiers that came. They even saw some knights among them. Justin stepped forward in an armor. He called upon Mudok and asked him to come down and receive the inspection group with proper manners. Mudok quickly appeared in front of him. He greeted Justin and asked him if his arm is now better. Justin was annoyed to see our boy mocking him. Members of Mudok's group were surprised to see him on the ground. They did not know how he was able to quickly get there. Jerome wondered about what his lord was thinking. He did not know if our boy was going to kill them and commit treason. Mudok smiled and asked the princess to come out. Ishilda asked Justin to refrain from making threats. She stepped out and took off her hood. She asked our boy if he has been well. In the next scene, we see Ishilda smiling as she looked around the White Castle. She was surprised to see how beautiful the crystal cave was. She told him that she wants to see the hot springs. Our boy asked her to follow him. Mudok found out that the inspection group came there for a royal sightseeing trip. After Ishilda read his letter, she begged her father until he let her come with the inspection group. While showing her around, Mudok told the princess that she is still as stubborn as ever. He reminded her about the lucky charm she gave him. Ishilda began to blush when she remembered the kiss. She told Mudok that the topic is off limits for now. Upon seeing how shy she was, Mudok realized that she is still the same way she was in the Central Plains. As he walked past some ice crystals, our boy realized that it has been a long journey for him. He conquered the martial world to avenge Wayan, and after a long detour, he finally met her again. Even though her appearance has changed, Mudok was simply happy that he gets to be reunited with her. Ishilda was quite happy to see the hot springs. She said that it is quite beautiful. Mudok hugged her and told her that she is even more beautiful to him. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. Our boy told her that he really missed her. He then called her Wayan. Ishilda's expression became grim when she heard this. She let go of him. Mudok immediately realized that he messed up. Ishilda asked him about who Wayan is. Mudok told her that the name accidentally slipped out. Ishilda explained to him that she likes the way he looks at her. She could feel affection from the gaze in his eyes. She said that she just realized something today. She asked our boy if his affection is directed towards her or the woman known as Wayan. Mudok was shocked to hear this. Seeing that he could not give her a response, Ishilda turned around. Before she could walk away, Mudok called out to her. Ishilda covered his mouth with her hand before he could say anything. She told him that he does not need to say anything. As tears slowly dropped from her eyes, she turned around. She told Mudok that she has already gotten her answer. Mudok wanted to stop her. He clenched his fist out of anger because he didn't know what to say. At night, we see Mudok walking in the forest. He thought about Wayan and Ishilda. He knew that Ishilda won't understand the emotions he has built up even if he explains his transmigration to her. While Mudok was thinking, we see someone watching him from a tree. The person took out a blade and charged at Mudok from behind. A large amount of blood splashed in the forest. In the next scene, we see Justin call out to someone known as Arbin. Arbin came out of his shadow and greeted him. Justin asked him about how the ambush went. Arbin told him that it was a success. Justin smiled when he heard this. At the forest, we see Mudok's pendant on the ground. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the White Castle's VIP guest quarters. We see two guards at the entrance. Inside the room, we see Ishilda crying. She told herself that she is pathetic. She could not believe that she was crying her eyes out after a breakup. While resting her head on her table, she remembered the look that Mudok had in his eyes. She told herself that Mudok is so foolish. She wanted him to try holding her back. At the entrance, we see someone walking up to the guards. The guards informed Ishilda that she has a visitor. Our girl's mood quickly changed when she heard this. She believed that it was Mudok. She quickly got dressed and opened the door for the person. Ishilda asked him about why he came there so late at night. She asked him if he came to apologize for earlier. The moment she said this, Ishilda saw something shocking. The person in front of her was holding a sword covered in blood. The person had used his sword to stab Ishilda's guards. The person turned out to be Justin. With a creepy smile on his face, the sadistic bastard asked Ishilda to pardon his late-night visit. Our girl was shocked to hear this. She quickly rushed to grab the handle of the door. Before she could touch it, Justin used his sword to cut it off and destroy the door. Ishilda was sent flying. She could not believe that the door got torn apart easily. She realized that this was a sword imbued with magic. She asked Justin to tell her the reason for his rude behavior. She asked him to tell her why he attacked the royal guards and entered her chambers without her permission. Justin told her that anyone who dares stand in a noble's way must be ready to face the consequences of their actions. He moved close to Ishilda and told her that she is the one being rude. He told her that she ignored his feelings and held on to some guy who appeared out of nowhere. Ishilda asked him to repeat what he said. She could not believe that he did all this over something so petty. She told Justin that Mudok won't sit back and let him do as he wishes. Justin found it funny that she still thought of Mudok even in her current situation. He told Ishilda that our boy is dead. The girl was shocked to hear this. Justin revealed to her that he sent an elite assassination squad after our boy. He told Ishilda that the ambush was successful. He said that she won't even find Mudok's corpse. He raised his hand when he said this. As his hand slowly got close to her, Ishilda called out to Mudok. Outside the castle, we see Mudok raise his hand and release his energy. His cold energy got released in the room. Justin was shocked to feel something moving his body. Ishilda was also shocked to see this. Our boy clenched his fist and used his energy to slam Justin's body on the wall. He dragged Justin out of the room. The boy immediately knew that it was Mudok that was doing this. He called him Baron Blizzard. Our boy threw Justin to the ground and ran into the room. He covered Ishilda with his jacket and asked her if she is okay. He gently smiled at her. Ishilda was quite happy to see him. She told him that she is fine. She asked him if he is okay. While they were talking, we see Justin's sword releasing a dark energy in the room. Our boy was able to sense this energy. He quickly raised his hand and used it to block the attack of the sword. He realized that the sword was being controlled with chi. The sword moved past him and went outside. We see someone grab the sword outside. Mudok pulled Ishilda up and called Justin a bastard. He saw the boy wearing an armor that released an ominous energy. Our boy realized that Justin has planned this entire thing thoroughly. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Justin telling his father that he wants to take Mudok down. The armor he is wearing was in his father's room. Justin asked his father to lend him his personal assassination squad. He knew that the assassination squad was strong enough to kill anyone. Duke Icarus grabbed the sword which was on the armor. He told his son that his personal assassination squad won't be enough. The armor disappeared and went into the sword when he said this. The Duke told his son that he will need to prepare thoroughly if he wants to kill Mudok. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see Justin holding the magic sword that moved freely with the user's mana and creates a magic armor. Justin swung his sword and released a huge attack at Mudok. Our boy quickly pushed Ishilda away to protect her. The attack destroyed the building. Justin believed that he could defeat a grand sword master with this sword. He laughed like a madman when he saw the damage he caused with his attack. He called Mudok a bastard and asked him if things are different from last time. He said that it is good that the assassins failed. When the dust cleared up, we see Mudok's arms covered with bruises. He put his hands down. Justin said that he wants to rip our boy apart with his own hands. Ishilda told Mudok that he is bleeding from his arm. Our boy asked her to stay back. He told her that she needs to stay in a secure place. Ishilda knew that he was right. She asked him if he will come back. Mudok turned around and gently smiled at her. He asked her to hide well and stay put. The moment he said this, he jumped down. He told Justin that he looks different from last time. The boy laughed when he heard this. His helmet slowly covered his face as he laughed. Mudok told him that he doesn't still see any reason in him. Justin raised his sword and asked our boy not to give him more of his useless lectures. Immediately he said this. He threw his sword at our boy. Mudok pushed it aside with a simple swing of his hand. Justin appeared in front of him the moment he did this. He swung his sword at Mudok. Our boy covered his arm with his energy and used it to block the attack. Due to the clash of their energies, they both got pushed back. Justin appeared in front of Mudok and asked him to stop his nonsense. He smiled when he saw that he was in front of our boy. He believed that he got him on the ropes. He believed that Mudok was already worn out from fighting the assassination squad. He was certain that this was the perfect time to kill Mudok. He raised his sword and told our boy that this is the end. The moment he said this, Mudok fired his energy at him and used it to knock his sword out of his hand. Justin was shocked to see that our boy fired at the same hand which he injured before. He fell on his knees and held his wrist, which had turned red. Mudok moved close to him and told him that they are at a good range. He told him that his attacks won't be able to reach the princess at their current range. Justin was surprised to see that Mudok pretended to be hit just to create some distance between them and Ishilda. Our boy explained to him that a cornered rat will bite a cat if it is desperate. He told him that a rat bastard like him could harm Ishilda. Justin grit his teeth out of anger when he heard this. He stood up and quickly put the armor together. He told Mudok that he has underestimated him. Immediately he said this. Mudok placed his hand on his breastplate. He told Justin that he was actually just being cautious. He told the boy that he does not want to lose Ishilda again. The moment he said this, Mudok released his attack on Justin. His attack froze the entire cold forest. It touched everything around them. Justin fell on his knees. His armor began to fall apart. Justin did not understand what was happening. While shivering, the boy realized that something was wrong with his mana. He could not gather his mana. Mudok advised him not to waste his time trying to gather mana. He revealed to him that he destroyed his Dantian, which is also known as Energy Core. With a cold gaze in his eyes, he revealed to Justin that he will no longer be able to gather and use mana for the rest of his life. Justin was horrified when he heard this. He clenched his fist. He wanted to punch Mudok. Our boy gave him a hard slap on his face. Justin fell to the ground. Mudok asked him to live the rest of his life atoning for his mistakes. He told him that he has finally become one of the weak, even though he tormented other weak people. While he was talking, Mudok noticed that the sun was rising. He used his hand to cover his face. He seemed to be happy to see the sunrise. He said that he has wasted too much time. Mudok locked Justin and his men in prison. The boy was still traumatized by the fact that he couldn't use his mana. Since he had taken care of Justin, Mudok planned to have a date with Ishilda. Unfortunately, our boy's mood got ruined by what he saw. He saw Ishilda holding someone's hand outside. She was holding Jerome's hand. The girl smiled as she spoke to the mage. Mudok could not comprehend what was happening. 15 minutes earlier, we see Mudok asking his men to look around. He said that something will be around there. He asked them to find it. He announced that the person who finds it will get a big reward. Jerome asked his master if he lost his pendant when he was ambushed by an assassin. Mudok told him that he is correct. Jerome revealed to him that he looked into the assassins. He said that they are actually quite skilled. He asked Mudok about how he was able to come out unharmed after he was attacked by them. Our boy could not believe that Jerome called the weak losers skilled. He said that the assassins only knew how to move silently. They were just a bunch of weaklings to Mudok. Our boy said that he wouldn't have even noticed them if he was in a good shape. Jerome told him that he is amazing. While he was talking, someone walked up to them. The person told Mudok that he lost the pendant because of her. Jerome used his hood to cover his head when he heard the person's voice. Our boy turned around when he heard her voice. The person turned out to be Ishilda. The princess had a maid with her. Jerome seemed to be quite nervous to see the princess. With tears in her eyes, Ishilda told Mudok that he could have found the pendant if he searched for it when he lost it. Mudok told the princess that this is not true. He pointed to Jerome and told him that they should blame Justin for this. Ishilda was surprised to see Jerome. She moved close to him and grabbed his hand. She asked him if he is Count Jerome Karyuin. Ishilda did not know why the count was there. She told him that she heard he was missing. Jerome simply smiled nervously when he heard this. Mudok was annoyed to see Ishilda holding Jerome's hand. The mage quickly let go of Ishilda. He told her that this kind of enthusiastic welcome is a bit troubling for him. The moment he said this, Mudok placed his hand on his shoulder. The mage became scared. With a creepy smile on his face, our boy told Jerome that he seems pretty close to the princess. Jerome told him that this is not true. Mudok said that they look quite close. Ishilda's maid told her that she needs to clear up this misunderstanding. Ishilda did not really know why anyone would misunderstand her. While Mudok was choking the count, Ishilda revealed to him that Jerome was the person she respected most. She said that the count is an amazing person. According to the princess, Jerome is a true noble who cares for the people. She said that she felt bad that he got exiled to a barren place. She was quite sad when she found out that he went missing. Mudok asked him about why he never spoke about this. Jerome told him that no one goes around bragging about their own good deeds. Mudok asked the princess about why she spoke about Jerome in the past tense. The princess said that things are different now that she knows him. She blushed when she said this. Our boy also blushed. Before he could say anything, Ishilda turned around and ran. She said that she will help him look for the pendant on this side. Her maid quickly ran after her. After separating herself from Mudok, Ishilda stopped to catch her breath. While breathing heavily, Ishilda looked down. She saw the pendant buried in the snow. She quickly bent down to pick it up. Her maid caught up to her when she went down. Ishilda called out to the maid, whose name is Renchia. She said that this is the pendant that Mudok is looking for. The maid did not expect her to find it. She said that she will tell Mudok immediately. While looking at the pendant, the princess remembered the look on our boy's face when he mentioned Wan. She was certain that this pendant had something to do with Wan. Renchia called out to the princess. She told her that she has the same expression as Mudok. Ishilda was quite angry when she remembered how Mudok reacted. She asked her maid if she really looked like him. The woman nodded her head at her. She told Ishilda that there is no need for her to rush. She assured her that Mudok is thinking about her the same way she is thinking about him. Ishilda stared at the pendant when she heard this. At first she was jealous, but now she is curious about the situation. She wondered about the woman who could win the heart of someone like Mudok. Ishilda gave our boy back his pendant. She was quite curious about who Wayne is. The scene shifts, and we see someone break a glass containing the Lotus of Love. The person turned out to be Wayne's father. Chunhak asked his daughter to move the trash away. He could not believe that she was telling him about a lotus that blooms for true love. He told Wayne that she is spouting nonsense. He reminded her that she already has a fiancé. He advised her to stop getting distracted by such stupid things. He asked Wayne to get ready for the marriage he arranged. Wayne stood up and told her father that he needs to open his eyes. She said that lovers who make the twin lotus flower bloom are blessed by everyone as soulmates. The girl was sad that her father only spoke about a political marriage even after witnessing such a miracle. She told her father that the martial alliance must matter to him more than his daughter. Chunhak was hurt by her words. He clenched his fist out of anger. Wayne reminded him that he abandoned her mother for the martial alliance. Before she could say anything, Chunhak ordered his guards to lock her up. He ordered them not to allow her go to the ice palace until the wedding is over. He asked them to keep her under strict surveillance. With tears in her eyes, Wayne called out to her father. She begged him to not do this. The girl told herself that she should have never returned there. In the next scene, we see Ishilda open her eyes. She wondered why she had such a weird dream. The scene shifts and we see Ishilda and her maid looking at a hot spring. Ishilda was still thinking about the woman she saw in her dreams. She wondered about who she was. While she was thinking, Mudok walked up to her. He asked her if something is wrong. The girl turned around and told him that she is fine. With a sad look on her face, she told Mudok that there is nothing to worry about. Our boy noticed that she was sad. He turned around and asked the princess to join him on a trip to clear her mind. Ishilda did not expect to hear about a trip. When they went outside, they saw a screaming wyvern slowly coming close to them. Rinchio went down and put her hands on her head. She was quite terrified. Ishilda was actually fascinated. She did not expect to see ice wyverns. She was quite excited. She said that she has never seen ice wyverns that were tamed. Mudok explained to her that the wyverns have been trained since they were little. He assured her that the wyverns are very friendly. He asked her not to fear them. The moment he said this, he saw some people walking towards them. It was Jerome and Jake. Jerome was carrying a suitcase. He told his master that departure preparations are complete. Mudok asked him if he also prepared something. Jerome said that he did. Immediately he said this. Something jumped out and landed on the ground. Rinchia screamed when she saw the thing. Jerome apologized to her for scaring her. He introduced her to a smaller version of Condal. He told her that he is a Yeti. Ishilda was shocked to hear that she was looking at a Yeti. She recalled that the Yetis are a legendary tribe said to live in the snowy fields. The princess quickly picked the Yeti up. She said that she never imagined Yetis to be a small and cute race. With a nervous look on his face, Jerome told the princess that he is glad she likes him. Our boy gave him a thumbs up. Before seeing Ishilda, Mudok told Jerome that the princess will be startled if she sees Condal. He asked the mage to shrink him with magic. Jerome told his master that magic isn't almighty. He said that he will still do it. Ishilda placed Condal on her head and pressed his fluffy fur. She smiled brightly as she touched the Yeti. Mudok was happy to see her smiling. He told the princess that they need to go now. He called out to a wyvern called Lilith. The wyvern bowed her head to him. Mudok got on her and stretched his hand out to Ishilda. He asked her to take his hand. Ishilda blushed when she heard this. She raised her hand and grabbed Mudok's hand. Our boy helped her sit on the wyvern. After the princess sat down comfortably, Mudok tapped Lilith's rope. The wyvern began to flap its wings when this happened. Everyone and their wyverns went into the air. Jerome and Jake flew behind our boy and Ishilda. The princess was quite scared to be in the sky. She closed her eyes and held on to the saddle. This was her first time coming up in the sky. She told herself that she will be okay since she is with Mudok. With a smile on his face, our boy asked the princess if she will like to look ahead. Ishilda carefully opened her eyes. She was shocked to see what was in front of her. It was a beautiful sunset. Ishilda could not believe her eyes. Mudok asked her if she is feeling a bit better now. Ishilda did not expect to hear this. She smiled when she realized that our boy has been worried about her all along. She told Mudok that she feels better thanks to him. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He asked the princess to hold on tight. Ishilda did not know why he said this. Mudok made his wyvern speed up and pierce through the clouds. The scene shifts, and we see the group arrive at their destination. Luia welcomed them. She told Mudok that he should have at least sent word to her in advance. Our boy reminded her that they are far away from each other. He asked her about how they were going to contact her. He told the girl that she can report the trade matters to Jerome. Mudok told the mage that he is counting on him. Jerome was shocked to hear this. He told his master that he is basically doing everything. He asked Mudok about what he will do. Our boy said that he will be dining with Ishilda at a nearby restaurant. He asked the mage to finish everything before he returns. Luia told him that she understands. Jerome asked our boy if he doesn't get to have a say in this case. In the next scene, we see Ishilda looking at the beautiful town from a balcony in the restaurant. Mudok told her that he prepared the place for her. He asked her if she likes it. Ishilda said that she loves it. While looking around, Ishilda realized that she has seen the flower inside Mudok's pendant before. She quickly recalled that this was the lotus she saw in her dreams. While she was lost in thought, Mudok called out to her. He asked her if she is all right. The princess apologized to him. She said that she was just thinking about the strange dream she had last night. Mudok asked her about what happened in the dream. Ishilda revealed to him that there were people wearing strange clothes and living in houses that she has never seen before. In her dream, she was a woman in her early 20s, a woman with pale skin, brown hair and black eyes. Ishilda said that she always had a sad expression on her face because her father wanted to force her into a political marriage even though she already had someone that she loved. The princess laughed and said that it was such a strange dream Mudok grabbed his pendant and laughed with her. Ishilda revealed to him that she desperately called out to someone in her dream. She called out to someone known as Gaga. Our boy was shocked to hear this. There was only one person that called him Gaga in his entire life. This person is Wan. Ishilda noticed the look on Mudok's face. She asked him if he is all right. Our boy tightened his grip on his pendant. He said that he was simply lost in thought. He let go of the pendant and asked the princess to eat before the food gets cold. Ishilda told our boy that she wants to make a request. She explained to him that she feels like there is a distance between them every time he calls her princess. With a smile on her face, the girl asked him to call her Ishilda if it is okay with him. While looking at her, Mudok remembered Wan. He smiled when he remembered his lover. He told Ishilda that he can do this. Later in the evening, we see Mudok and Ishilda finish their food. While our boy was cleaning his mouth, Jerome called out to him. He asked him if he enjoyed his meal. He revealed to him that he has finished the work with the 1010 firm. Ishilda was surprised to hear the name of the firm. She asked Jerome if there is a place in the Drake Kingdom called 1010. Mudok realized that he messed up. He revealed to her that 1010 is not in the Drake Kingdom. It is actually in the Gaia Kingdom. Ishilda was shocked to hear this. The Gaia Kingdom is a powerful nation in the northwest of the continent. It is ruled by queens. It is also known as the country for women. The Knight Order of the kingdom is composed entirely of women. They are known to rival the Wyvern Knights of the Zeba Empire in strength. Ishilda knew that she was far from the White Castle, but she did not think that she would be in the Gaia Kingdom. She hoped that her arrival won't cause any diplomatic issues. While she was thinking, Jerome cleared his throat to remind her that he is still there. Ishilda apologized to him. She asked him to continue. The mage told her that it is fine. He revealed to his master that the ice ogre leather they are currently supplying the kingdom is quite popular. He said that Luia made a suggestion today. She asked if the Carillon firm could build a factory here to make and sell leather goods directly. Mudok asked him if there is a need to sell products too if the leather is already selling. Jerome explained to him that the queen and most titled nobles in this kingdom are women. If they are able to make clothes and bags that the royals and the nobles like, it will become a trend. This will allow them to earn a lot more money than before. Jerome revealed to Mudok that Luia knows a famous craftsman from Carillon. The girl said that they can start immediately if they get Mudok's approval. Our boy was happy to hear this. He realized that he made the right decision by making Luia in charge of the firm. He told Jerome that he will provide all the leather they need. He asked him to start production. The man bowed his head and accepted the order. He revealed to Mudok that their leather is so popular that it sells out the same day it arrives. The moment he said this, he and Mudok heard a loud sound. Jerome raised his head and our boy turned around. They saw a building burning far away from them. Jerome was shocked to see the building burning. He revealed to our boy that their firm is in that area. He said that the fire can ride the wind and spread to their building. Our boy said that he will check it out. He asked Jerome to stay with Ishilda. Jerome asked his master if he is going alone. He told him that it is too dangerous. Ishilda told our boy that she will follow him. Mudok told her that it will only take a moment. He assured her that he will be back soon. Immediately he said this, he jumped down from the balcony. After Mudok left, Ishilda told Jerome that they need to go. The mage was surprised to hear this. Ishilda said that they can't just sit around like this. She said that they need to follow Mudok. Jerome could not believe what he was hearing. Outside the burning building, we see a woman crying about her shop. She could not believe that the shop she devoted her life to was on fire. Other vendors were also crying. When our boy arrived there, he was surprised to see the scale of the fire. It was much bigger than he thought. While he was looking at the building, someone called out to him. When Mudok turned around, he saw Ishilda and Jerome. The girl apologized to him for following him. She said that she couldn't just sit around and wait. She said that she was very worried. Mudok couldn't scold her for this because he would also make the same choice if the roles were reversed. While he was looking at the princess, he heard someone call for help. He quickly turned to the burning building. Ishilda did not know why Mudok was looking at the building. She called out to him. Mudok jumped before she could say anything. He found a window at the top floor. He broke into the building through the window. The moment he landed inside, he used his ice-white divine palm to freeze the ground and reduce the heat. The ice clashed with fire and released a large amount of cold air. Mudok used his hand to cover his head. When he looked down, he saw something shocking. He saw a woman lying on the ground. He He quickly checked her pulse to see if she was still alive. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Mudok picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. He believed that the woman was exceptionally lucky to survive in a massive fire like this. Before he could leave the building, the wood holding the ceiling collapsed. Before the wood could touch our boy, he released his energy and froze everything around him. He didn't just freeze the top floor, he froze the entire building with his chi. Jerome was shocked to see the precise control and scale of his master's power. He was certain that this level of magic is at the 9th circle. While he was looking at the top floor, someone walked out of the building. Ishilda was quite happy to see the person. The person turned out to be Mudok. Our boy froze the ground with each step he took. The scene shifts, and we see a man and a woman having a meeting near a fireplace. The man poured the woman some liquor. He referred to her as princess and told her that there are signs of rebellion. The princess wasn't pleased to hear this. She asked the man to tell her who dares to try it. The moment she said this, the princess began to feel dizzy. She saw the man reaching out to her. She saw that the man was smiling. The next person the princess saw was Mudok. The princess opened her eyes when she saw our boy. She found herself in a different room. She raised her head up to look around. She wondered about where she was. When she looked at the door, she noticed that it was open. The princess decided to step out of the room. When she opened the door, she found herself in a dining room with Mudok and the rest of the group. Luia stood up and asked the princess if she is feeling better now. The princess crossed her arms and looked around. She asked Luia to tell her where she is. The woman told her that she is with the Carillon merchant group. The princess recalled that this is the merchant group that has recently become famous thanks to the leather trade. She could not believe that no one in the group could recognize her. She asked Luia if there is no one from the Gaia Kingdom in their group. The woman revealed to her that they are from Carillon Village, a place in the northern part of the Drake Kingdom. She told the princess that this is why they are known as Carillon merchants. The princess asked Luia to tell her the person who saved her. Luia pointed to her master and introduced him as the Lord of Carillon. She told her that Mudok was the one who saved her. The princess's eyes shined brightly when she saw our boy. She moved close to Mudok and told him that she has to thank him for saving her. With a confident look on her face, the princess introduced herself as Siler McMahon. Ishilda and Jerome were shocked to hear her name. Even Luia could not believe what she was hearing. Jake asked Luia to tell her who Siler is. The woman was annoyed to hear this. She clenched her fist and called the man an idiot. She revealed to him that Princess Siler is the second princess of the Gaia Kingdom. At the age of 25, she reached the realm of Sword Master. She is the captain of the Royal Knights and the most famous person in the kingdom. Luia pressed Jake's head down and bowed her head. She apologized to the princess for their rudeness. Siler told her that it is fine. She told the woman that she will forgive her because they are not from the Gaia Kingdom. Ishilda began to tremble. She couldn't believe that she ran into a princess of another nation. She knew that she might cause an international issue if Siler finds out who she is. Mudok noticed that Ishilda was shaking. Siler told our boy that she will personally reward him for saving her life. She asked him to follow her to the castle when they are done eating. Mudok declined her offer. He told her that he has to return to his country. Siler was shocked to hear this. Luia became scared when she heard her master's response. She knew that it was extremely rude to reject a reward from the royal family in this kingdom. She decided to change the topic. She moved close to the princess and told her that her lord is quite nervous in front of her. She asked the princess to tell her how she ended up in the burning building. Siler realized that she was left there by Baron Dayton. She couldn't believe that the Baron betrayed her and tried to assassinate her even after she took great care of him. Siler told Luia that it is nothing serious. She said that a pathetic man with no confidence tried to assassinate her with poison. Luia was shocked to hear what she said. The princess revealed to her that the assassins set the building on fire to make sure that no evidence is left behind. She turned to Mudok and told him that she must repay him for saving her life. She asked him to tell her what he wants. Before Mudok could say anything, Siler's stomach growled loudly. The princess was quite embarrassed to see this. Our boy told her that what she wants is the food in front of her. Siler was annoyed to hear this. She called him an insolent bastard. She asked Mudok if he is mocking her. Our boy explained to her that she must be hungry since she hasn't eaten since yesterday. He asked her to sit down and eat. The princess ate the steak in front of her in anger. She was annoyed that our boy rejected her offer. She told herself that she would have sent him to prison if he wasn't her benefactor. While eating, she saw a sword in the room. She asked the group about who owns the sword. Mudok revealed to her that he is the owner. Sylar wondered if our boy is a noble who used to be a knight. As the captain of the Royal Knights, the woman was curious about Mudok's swordsmanship skills. She referred to our boy as Baron and asked him to spar with her after the meal. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok declined her request. He told her that he does not spar with those weaker than him. Sylar was annoyed to hear this. She couldn't believe that Mudok was saying this to her face. She released her energy and held her cutleries tightly. She wondered why Mudok was acting like he doesn't know that she is a sword master. In the past, there were times when male knights from other countries refused to duel with her simply because she was a woman. Sylar found it easy to get those knights to accept her duel. She laughed and asked Mudok if he is afraid of losing. Everyone was shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe that she was provoking our boy. Mudok stood up and grabbed his sword. He asked the princess to come out. With a look of anger on his face, Mudok told her that he wants to show her a technique. The scene shifts, and we see the group outside. Sylar and Mudok were standing in a grass field. Sylar told our boy that they will be following the knight's rules. She said that their mana will be restricted. The first to subdue the other wins. Mudok accepted her condition. Jerome reminded his master that Sylar is a princess of the Gaia Kingdom. He told him that they can have diplomatic issues if Sylar gets a scratch. Our boy told him that he understands. He asked him to stop talking. Sylar asked Mudok if he is ready. The woman believed that she has met plenty men like our boy. She told herself that every single man ends up kneeling in front of her. Sylar smiled like a lunatic when she thought about how our boy will kneel in front of her. She turned her blade and made the sun reflect on it. She directed the reflection at Mudok's eyes. Our boy seemed annoyed by her cheap trick. Sylar charged at him because she believed that she had seen an opportunity. Mudok easily blocked her attack by raising his sword. Sylar did not expect him to block her surprise attack. She realized that our boy was skilled. She charged at him again from behind. She thrust her rapier at him at a crazy speed. Mudok was able to dodge the attack by moving his head. He smiled when he dodged the attack. Sylar wasn't done with him. She made her attacks faster and stronger. She attacked him multiple times. Our boy blocked her attacks, but he was getting pushed back. Sylar didn't stop for a moment. She directed each swing at his head. Mudok didn't seem bothered by her attacks. Sylar noticed that our boy was blocking her attacks with minimal movements and no effort at all. She couldn't believe that he was able to block a sword master's attack. She had to admit that Mudok was skilled. She moved close to him and swung her sword with a large amount of strength. Her attack destroyed the ground. Our boy was able to dodge it by jumping back. Sylar jumped to move close to him. She gave Mudok a heavy kick in the air. Our boy was able to block the kick with his sword, but he was still sent flying. He pushed his sword into the ground in order to hold himself down. He raised his head and glared at Sylar. He realized that the princess is like a master of the piercing spear style at the harmonization stage that is running wild. She used an endless barrage of thrusts. Mudok knew that he couldn't just continue blocking her attacks. He knew that they would eventually destroy the entire area if they continue like this. He decided to end the fight in one strike. He and the princess charged at each other. The princess swung her sword at him. Our boy blocked her attacks. The princess tried to kick him with her leg. Mudok blocked her leg with his sword. He moved to the side and gave her a heavy blow in her stomach. The punch made her lose her balance. Mudok grabbed her neck and slammed her body into the ground. Sylar quickly tried to get up, but our boy pointed his sword at her neck. He asked the princess to admit her defeat. Sylar rejected this offer. She asked Mudok to fight with her again. Jerome clapped for them and said that they both displayed wonderful swordsmanship skills. He suggested that everyone should head back inside to finish their meal. With a serious look on her face, Sylar told Mudok that she will officially challenge the Drake Kingdom if he doesn't accept the rematch. Everyone was shocked to hear this. This was their biggest fear. They hoped that she wouldn't do this. Mudok moved away from her and told her that admitting defeat is also a virtue of a warrior. He told her that her actions are that of a child because she is the princess of the kingdom. Sylar stood up and asked him to repeat what he said. She grit her teeth out of anger. She covered her hand with her energy and charged at our boy out of anger. She asked him to tell her what he knows about her for him to speak like that. Before she could reach him, Mudok pointed his sword at her face. The princess quickly stopped moving. She fell to her knees. She realized that she lost. She couldn't even see our boy raise his sword. Mudok asked the princess if this is how they treat their saviors in this country. He asked her if her tiny brain didn't help her realize that he was holding back because she is the princess. He advised her to carefully think about who is wrong in this situation. The princess wondered why she couldn't win. She remembered showing her mother her medal for winning first place in the swordsmanship tournament again when she was younger. The queen told her daughter that she is amazing. She told Sylar that she will be able to protect her and her sister if she becomes stronger. The queen asked her daughter to become the Sword of Gaia. Sylar followed her mother's words. She lived as the Sword of Gaia. She spent her whole life trying to become someone who protects the kingdom, someone who no one can ignore. Sylar wondered about who Mudok was. While our boy was looking at the princess, Ishilda moved close to him and called out to him. Mudok advised the princess to choose her opponents wisely next time. He turned to Ishilda and put his hand around her waist. He smiled at her. He told her that they are returning to Carolyn tomorrow. He said that they need to finish sightseeing. Ishilda nervously walked away with Mudok. Our boy tapped Jerome on the shoulder and asked him to tell Jake to buy a few swords for him. The mage told his master that the swords will be ready before he returns. After Mudok left, the princess called out to Jerome and Luia. The two of them became nervous. The princess moved close to them and asked them if Ishilda is Mudok's wife. Jerome told her that she isn't. He told her that Ishilda is a noblewoman from a respected family. Sylar seemed to be relieved to hear that they weren't married yet. She turned to Luia and asked her to fetch a carriage. She said that she is returning to the palace. Luia accepted her order. Since she became a sword master, this was her first time meeting someone stronger than her. Sylar wondered if things would have been different if she had someone like Mudok by her side. After returning to the palace, Sylar sent her closest aides out to find Baron Dayton. He was found dead in his basement. There was a letter in the Baron's hand. The Baron wrote that his family had been taken hostage. The letter was already torn, so this was the only thing Sylar could find out. The torn part probably had the name of the mastermind on it. The killer tore the letter after taking out the Baron. Sylar continued searching for the person who attempted to kill her. She couldn't find any clear evidence or information. There was only one person that Sylar strongly suspected. At the castle, we see a maid announce to someone that Sylar has arrived. The person asked the maid to let Sylar in. Sylar stepped into a greenhouse. She saw a young woman drinking tea inside the greenhouse. This person is the first in line to the Gaia Kingdom throne and the person Sylar suspects the most. Her name is Royne McMahon. Sylar sat with her sister in the greenhouse. Royne seemed shocked to find out that Baron Dayton tried to kill her sister. Sylar revealed to her that the Baron drugged her and set the building on fire. She said that she would have died if someone hadn't saved her. Royne stood up and asked if someone is at the door. She asked someone to bring the Baron to her. Sylar asked her sister not to bother herself. She revealed to her that the Baron was already dead by the time she found him. She told her that the person who tried to kill her must have silenced the Baron. Royne hugged Sylar and referred to her as her beloved sister. Sylar was surprised to see this. Royne told her that she thought she will be fine because she is a sword master. She said that she was too careless. With a horrifying look on her face, Royne told Sylar that she is extremely happy to see that she is safe. Sylar could tell that her sister was faking it. She could not believe that her own sister was this upset that she didn't die. Even though all the clues point to Royne, Sylar told herself that it wasn't true since there was no solid evidence. She wanted them to go back to the way they were before. The princess wondered about what Mudok would have done at a time like this. The moment she thought of this, she grabbed her sister's shoulders. With a smile on her face, she asked Royne if she is going to be part of the royal delegation of King Tumalova's birthday. Royne said that she is. Sylar asked her sister if she can go in her place. Royne found this odd. She knew that her sister never attends events like this. She quickly got an idea. She asked her sister if the man that saved her is from the Drake Kingdom. Sylar blushed when she heard this. Royne asked her sister if she wants to see him again. Sylar stood up and told her sister that it is nothing like that. Royne smiled when she saw how her sister reacted. 3 days have passed since Mudok returned from Tens 10. After Justin's attack, assets like the Wyverns and the Glacial Flower were deemed at risk of being discovered by the enemy. Due to this, official exchanges and public activities were moved to the previous castle they used before they found the White Castle. While looking at his clothes, Mudok realized that today is the day that Ishilda is leaving. While thinking, Mudok remembered Jerome telling him that they need to strengthen their forces in case Sylar attacks them. Our boy stepped out of his office. He was relieved to see that everywhere was quiet today. The moment he closed his door, we see Jerome appear out of nowhere. Condal was on his head. The mage moved close to his master and told him that Sylar will be attacking them soon. He told Mudok that they must execute their military reinforcement strategy immediately. The moment he said this, someone said that she is also a little worried. The person turned out to be Ishilda. The princess told Mudok that Sylar is a princess of the Gaia Kingdom. She said that she is worried that this issue could escalate into a diplomatic issue. Mudok understood everyone's concern, but he was not really worried. In the Central Plains, especially during his time with the Murim Alliance, our boy often saw the proud gaze of a true martial artist. He knew that someone like Sylar won't carelessly reveal this matter to anyone else. Mudok asked Ishilda not to worry too much. He explained to her that he was the one who was right. He assured her that Sylar understood his intentions. He put his hand into his clothes and took out a box. He asked Ishilda to contact him if anything happens to her. He opened the box and showed her what was in it. The princess was shocked to see what was inside. Mudok revealed to her that she is looking at a communication stone that is made from a mana stone. He explained to her that it allows a person to communicate over long distances without a mage. He told her that it can even work from the capital of the kingdom. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. Mudok asked her to contact him anytime. At the entrance of the White Castle, we see Ishilda and Mudok talking. The maid who was standing next to the carriage told the princess that it is time for them to depart. Mudok moved close to the princess and gently whispered that communication stones are not known in the world yet. He advised her to only use it when she is alone to avoid exposure. He told her that Jake will follow them from the sky to watch over them, and Justin. Ishilda smiled when she heard this. She could feel what Mudok felt for her from his actions and words. She moved close to her carriage and turned around. With a smile on her face, Ishilda thanked Mudok. Our boy watched the carriage as it rode off. He realized that his current status is too low. There was a vast difference between him and the princess. It was like heaven and earth. To become a man worthy of her, Mudok needed to raise his status. Our boy said that it is time for him to visit a certain place. Jerome followed his lord to the place he wanted to visit. He was shocked to see what was inside this place. He saw different unconscious bodies on the ground. He asked his master about what happened there. He asked him to tell him who these people are. Mudok revealed to him that they are the ones who tried to kill him. Jerome asked him if they are the assassins that Justin brought. Our boy told him that he is correct. Mudok and Jerome walked past the assassins lying on the ground. The mage asked his master if Justin knows about them. Our boy told him that Justin probably thinks they are dead. Mudok seemed dissatisfied when he looked at the assassins. He locked them up without food to test how long they would last. He could not believe that they were already in this state after only 10 days. Compared to the assassins in the Central Plains, these people lack skills and survival abilities. While thinking, our boy saw something. He saw 2 assassins who he considered decent. He ordered Jerome to bring food for them with Shuard. The mage accepted his order. Mudok let out a sigh when he realized that it is going to take a while to make these guys useful. In the next scene, we see the assassins shoving food down their throats. Shuard advised them to slow down. Jerome decided to question his lord. He asked him about why he kept these people alive. Our boy revealed to him that he plans on raising them as his own assassination squad. The mage was surprised to hear this. He asked his master to tell him why he would need an assassination squad. The moment he said this, Jerome became worried. He wondered if his master wants to send assassins to the Gaia Kingdom before they attack, or if he wants an Ice Wyvern unit and an assassination squad to start a rebellion. The mage did not know what his master was thinking. Jerome informed his master that having an Ice Wyvern unit and an assassination unit might be too much. He told Mudok that they were able to get through the inspection thanks to the princess's visit. He said that they might be accused of treason when the next inspection takes place. Mudok wasn't listening to a single thing that Jerome said. He was actually thinking of Ishilda. Before leaving, the princess informed him that her father's birthday will take place soon. She asked him if he is also going to come to the capital. Mudok revealed to Jerome that he plans to use the king's birthday as a turning point for his territory. He said that he will be entering the central political stage. The mage screamed when he heard this. He didn't understand why his master suddenly became ambitious. Mudok explained to him that he has to be a duke to even stand a chance with a princess like Ishilda. In order to become a duke, he needed to face countless enemies. Our boy told Jerome that an assassination unit is necessary for their growth. He called out to Schuart and asked him if the entire Blizzard Order has assembled. The captain of the Blizzard Order told him that they have. He said that the men have gathered at the entrance just like he instructed. Our boy called out to the assassins and asked them to listen. He revealed to them that they have only two choices. The first choice is to become his subordinate, and the second choice is to die at his hand. Mudok informed them that they can't actually become his subordinates because their skills are pathetic. The assassins did not expect to hear this. Our boy revealed to them that he has prepared a training program to whip them into shape. He asked them to choose one of the weapons placed behind them. He ordered them to go outside and kill any knight they see. 3 weeks later, we are taken to the snowy forest. We see 3 knights backing each other. They held their swords and shields up. They seemed to be preparing to block someone's attack. While the knights were looking around, someone charged at them with a dagger. One of the knights blocked the man's attack with his shield. The other 2 knights grabbed his clothes and slammed him on the ground. The knight that blocked the attack raised his sword. The man screamed when he saw this. The knight took a badge off the man. Immediately he did this. The other 2 let the man go. The knight was very happy to see the token. He said that he killed the man. His comrades were also quite happy to see the token. One of them said that he won't have to skip dinner today. The knights asked the man to sit somewhere. The man forcefully stood up. Mudok watched everything from the top of a tree. He held a cane in his hand. It has been 3 weeks since the joint training between the Blizzard Order and the assassins began. The rules of the training are simple. Each participant receives a single badge. If it is stolen or damaged, the owner is considered dead. If one side loses all their badges, that side has lost the match. Although this training sounds simple, nothing spurs growth like competition. Since both sides needed to get some training, this was the best exercise for them. While Mudok was looking around, he saw a bright red light shining in the forest. Our boy said that something has started again. All the assassins were marked by Jerome's tracking spell. If they leave the designated area, an alarm will go off. The assassin who ran out of the designated area was a young man with red and white hair. The man looked behind him to see if anyone had caught up to him. Before he could get far, someone called out to him and told him that this is his 10th time. The man was surprised to hear the person's voice. The man whose name is Miller quickly looked up to see Mudok on a tree. Our boy informed him that this is the 10th time he has deserted. He reminded him that he said that he will kill him if he catches him running one more time. Miller went down and took out a dagger. He said that he doesn't have time for games. Before he could do anything, he got hit in the neck. The man fell to the ground and lost consciousness. He was hit by another man. The man who hit him went on his knees and apologized to Mudok. He begged our boy to forgive Miller one more time with his great mercy. This man is Baker. He is the leader of the assassins. Mudok asked Baker to tell him why Miller is so desperate to escape. Baker revealed to him that Miller wants to avenge someone. Our boy asked him about what he means. Baker explained to him that Miller is different from the others who became assassins to make money. When he was a child, Miller's entire family was murdered. He was the only one who survived. Miller later found out that the killer will be attending a party in the capital next month. Mudok realized that there is only one party that is going to take place in the capital next month. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the White Castle. We see Mudok watching the sunset from the window. While he was looking outside the window, Miller woke up. Mudok immediately informed him that the king's birthday party will be guarded by hundreds of mages and knights. He asked Miller if he really thinks he can successfully assassinate his target in this environment. Miller realized that his leader told Mudok about his life. He explained to our boy that he has lived his whole life for revenge. He said that he doesn't care about what will happen to him as long as he can kill his enemy. Mudok assured him that he will never be able to get close to his enemy or even get his revenge. He told him that he will die a pointless death without gaining anything. Miller knew that Mudok was right. Our boy revealed to him that he will be attending the party as a noble. Miller asked him about why he is sharing this with him. With a crazy smile on his face, Mudok told the boy that he is proposing a deal. He promised to help him get revenge if he serves him with complete loyalty. Miller was shocked to hear this. He asked Mudok about why he wants him. He told our boy that there are many assassins who are better than him in the group. Mudok told him that Baker said that he is the only one who became a top-class assassin at age 25. He told Miller that he holds his potential in high regard. Although the man was still lacking in Mudok's eyes, it was certain that he would still grow stronger. Our boy told him that he needs him in the assassination unit he is forming. He asked Miller if he will make a deal with him. The man remembered the bodies of his family members. He went on his knees and told Mudok that he will do anything as long as he can get his revenge. Our boy walked past him and told him that they have a deal. He revealed to him that they are traveling in a few days. He asked him to prepare. The moment he said this, Savina stepped into the room. With a bright smile on her face, she told her master that the ice cream is ready. Miller was surprised to see the beautiful girl. Her beauty was captivating. He watched her as she walked out of the room with Mudok. He placed his hand on his chest when he noticed that his heart was beating fast. The man wondered about who Savina is. In the next scene, we are taken to a huge mansion. We see Duke Icarus sitting on his throne. The Duke was annoyed to hear that his son lost his artifact. He called him a fool. Justin tried to explain himself, but his father asked him to shut up. The boy bowed his head in shame and kept quiet. The Duke did not like the fact that Mudok messed with him. He called out to a man known as Roxland and asked him if he can handle the situation properly. With a smile on his face, Roxland asked the Duke not to bother himself. He assured him that he will stop Mudok. The scene shifts and we see our boy having a meeting with his officials. He found out that they are supposed to relocate 6,000 new territory citizens from beyond Toth City to Carillon. He also found out that they have harvested 6 ice wyvern eggs. The captain of the White Castle Guards told him that this is all they have to report. The captain turned out to be Max. Max asked his lord if he knows when the citizens will be relocated. Our boy told him that he will handle it later with Jerome. With a serious look on his face, he said that they have a more important issue to discuss. The officials were shocked to hear this. Mudok revealed to them that he doesn't know what to give Tomalova for his birthday. The men were shocked to hear this. Our boy asked them about why they are reacting like this. He said that he needs to get a gift that is better than that of Duke Icarus. He asked the men to provide some suggestions. Max suggested that they give the king an ice ogre leather. He said that it is popular among merchants and the king will appreciate it since winter is coming. Our boy said that the leather is too common. He asked the others if they have any other ideas. Osborne suggested that he gifts the king flowers. Mudok was annoyed to hear this. He asked the man if he looks like he is joking around. Osborne became scared. He explained to his lord that he is talking about the glacial flowers. They only bloom in Carillon, so they are quite rare. Jerome reminded the man that glacial flowers can only grow under extreme cold. They can't be cultivated in the capital. Schuart told his master that they have no choice but to go with something. Mudok and Jerome asked him about what he means. Before Schuart could speak, Jake barged into the room. With a look of anger on his face, he told his master that he can no longer take this anymore. He said that the damned bastard has blocked all the roads. Mudok didn't know what he was talking about. He asked Jake to explain himself properly. The boy informed Mudok that he is talking about Roxland, the Count of Toth City. He explained to him that they have been paying unfair tolls and usage fees for a while now. However, the Count has completely blocked the road. Our boy asked Jerome if they can't just go around the city or fly over it with the ice wyverns. The mage explained to him that ice wyverns have cargo limits, so land routes are essential for transportation. He used his magic to create a map of the cities. He explained to Mudok that they have to pass through Toth City to reach the capital from Carillon. Since Toth City don't know that they have ice wyverns, they blocked the land routes in hopes of stopping their transportation of goods. Due to the fact that the Count blocked the road right before the nobles-only party, Jerome was able to deduce that the Count was trying to stop his master from attending the party. Mudok believed that the Count must be hiding something. He asked Jerome to tell him why the Count is trying to block his path. The mage revealed to him that the Count built his power under Duke Icarus. He said that the Duke must be the one who put the Count up to this. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He said that they have to respond if their enemies provoke them. Jerome was surprised to hear this. He asked his master not to start a territorial war. Mudok didn't know what a territorial war was. He asked the mage to tell him what it means. Jerome explained to him that it is a war between the landowning lords. As long as they don't break the royal law, even the king can't interfere. However, to start a territorial war, one must inform the king, and he must officially declare war to his opponent. The only exception to this rule is when the noble finishes the war before the news reaches the king's ears. The noble can report it after making his opponent surrender. Mudok smiled when he heard about this. He believed that the war arrived at the perfect time. It was the perfect time for them to test what they have been preparing. Our boy turned to Schuart and asked him to leave a small force in the territory. He ordered him to prepare for deployment. Schuart accepted the order. Mudok asked Max to put the assassination unit on standby for now. He ordered him to send Miller to scout Toth City. The man accepted the order. Mudok turned to Jake and asked him to prepare his Wyvern unit for deployment. The man was shocked to hear this. He reminded his lord that his unit only has 20 people. He asked if they are not too small for a territorial war. Our boy did not expect to hear this. He asked Jake if he is really the captain of the Wyvern Knights. He told the man that he doesn't trust the power of the Wyverns even though he is so close to them. Jake was surprised to hear this. He realized that his lord was right. He knew that his wyverns weren't weak. He walked out of the room with the others. He was determined to show everyone the power of the wyverns. Mudok wore his black robe. He ordered Jerome to declare war on Toth City for the tyranny against the citizens of Carillon and for blocking their passage. Jerome refused his master's order. Mudok thought that the man wanted him to repeat himself. He quickly realized that Jerome denied his request. He turned to him and asked him to repeat what he said. Jerome explained to his lord that this is a gamble that does not guarantee their win. He said that it is too reckless to risk the lives of their people on this war. He reminded Mudok that Count Roxland still holds 6,000 citizens as hostages. If Carillon attacks first, the people might be in danger. Apart from this, Toth City forces outnumber their forces by tenfold. If the city was to receive support from Duke Icarus, Carillon will be at an even greater disadvantage. Mudok said that he needs 2 days. He assured Jerome that he will end everything in 2 days. The mage was shocked to hear this. He told his master that this is impossible. Our boy walked past him and reminded him that he is a strategist. He asked Jerome not to show uncertainty in front of the troops. Jerome realized that things could actually go differently. He knew that our boy was someone that could defy his expectations and create a miracle. When Mudok got outside, he ordered his knights to prepare Lilith for him. He raised his hand and looked around. He saw his soldiers and wyvern knights awaiting his orders. With a smile on his face, Mudok announced that Carillon is declaring war. In the next scene, we are taken to Roxland's territory. We see people walking with their hands tied. A guard ordered the people to walk faster. One of the people who was tied up asked the guard to tell him the crime that they committed. The guard quickly pointed his spear at the man's throat. With a serious look on his face, he informed the man that Roxland ordered them to arrest anyone from Carillon. Roxland turns out to be a viscount, not a count. In the next scene, we are taken to Roxland's castle. We see a man standing next to the viscount. The man informed him that they have captured all the citizens of Carillon in their territory. Roxland asked the man if there is anything unusual to report. The man informed him that the merchants who used to do business in front of the castle gate have stopped coming. Roxland smiled when he heard this. He said that the fools have finally understood that they won't open the gates. The Viscount knew that the frozen land of Carillon has no choice but to depend on the outside world for food supplies. It is impossible for the people of Carillon to reach the capital without passing through Toth. The Viscount believed that Carillon must be suffering from a serious food shortage at this time. If Mudok doesn't attend the noble gathering that all aristocrats must attend and doesn't show up at the king's party, he will be stripped of his lordship. Roxland plans to take Carillon once our boy is removed from power. He was certain that his plan was flawless. He smiled and said that it is a treason to defy Duke Icarus, a man whose power surpasses even that of the king. He told himself that he can become a marquis if he handles the situation well. While he was thinking, he noticed that a shadow covered his window. The Viscount and his assistant quickly turned to the window. They saw something huge coming towards them. The thing destroyed the window and barged into the room. The thing turned out to be Lilith. Roxland was shocked to see the wyvern. He didn't understand why a creature that lives beyond the Lazar Mountains was in his castle. Mudok stepped forward and asked Roxland if he is the Viscount. Roxland was shocked to see Mudok. He asked him to reveal his identity. Our boy introduced himself as the Lord of Carillon. The Viscount was shocked to hear this. He realized that he was looking at Baron Blizzard. Before the Viscount could say anything, Mudok fired something at him at a crazy speed. The thing hit the Viscount's ear and landed behind him. The thing turned out to be a piece of paper. The paper hit the ground with a large amount of force and made a hole in it. Mudok announced to Roxlin that he is declaring war on him. He told the man that he will be back in an hour. Some minutes later, some soldiers ran into the Viscount's office. They asked him if he is all right. They saw a large hole in the Viscount's window. They didn't know what caused it. Roxlin watched our boy fly away on his wyvern through his window. While in the air, Mudok took a careful look at the city. The soldiers were surprised to see a wyvern in their city. One of them asked about how the wyvern got there. Roxlin was annoyed to hear this. He turned to the man out of anger. He gave him a heavy slap. The man fell to the ground. He raised his head up in confusion. He didn't understand why the Viscount hit him. Roxlin hit the man in his chest. He hit him multiple times. The man screamed out in pain. Roxlin called the soldiers useless bastards. He told them that they are only good at collecting paychecks. The soldiers couldn't say anything. They all looked away from Roxlin. They couldn't stop him. They let him beat the man to a pulp. Roxlin asked the soldiers to tell him what they were doing while the enemy came into their territory. After taking his anger out on the man, Roxlin ordered his administrator to dress the prisoners as soldiers and equip them with weapons. The man asked him if he is saying that he should provide the prisoners with military gear. The Viscount told him that he is correct. With a smile on his face, he told the administrator that he wants to see the look in Mudok's eyes when he realizes that he killed his own people with his own hands. The man was shocked to hear this. Roxlin walked past him and picked up the paper on the ground. He tore it apart and said that he will frame Mudok. He couldn't believe that our boy declared a territorial war on him. He moved close to his broken window and looked down at the soldiers in front of his castle. He threw the shredded paper to the ground and announced that they will be declaring war on Carolon. He told his men that he will share his wealth with the one who achieves the greatest merit in this war. The soldiers began to cheer when they heard this. They were ready to tear the people of Carolon apart. While Roxlin was laughing like a maniac, we see a soldier staring heavily at him. The soldier turned out to be Miller. The man was dressed as a Toth knight. He asked his master if he heard what the Viscount said. Outside Toth City, we see Mudok in the air. He had a communication stone in his hand. He told Miller that he can hear him loud and clear. Immediately he said this. We see Jake and the Wyvern Knight unit standing behind him. They were ready to attack. In the next scene, we see the soldiers standing on the city walls. The prisoners stood outside the city walls. They were dressed like soldiers and equipped with weapons. The prisoners trembled in fear. They believed that they were going to die. The Viscount smiled when he looked down from the city walls. He wanted Mudok to fall into despair after killing his own people with his own hands. The scene shifts, and we see Mudok standing with his soldiers. They were all prepared for battle. Our boy smiled and ordered them to start the attack. Immediately they heard this. The soldiers charged at Toth City at full speed. The people of Carolon began to scream when they saw something coming towards them. They couldn't believe their eyes. The Viscount and his soldiers were more shocked to see what was in the sky. They saw a large amount of wyverns coming towards the city. They saw people riding these wyverns. Each wyvern was carrying a huge rock. One of the soldiers screamed and said that these are wyvern knights. Before the soldiers could do anything, the knights dropped the huge rocks on the city from the sky. The rocks instantly destroyed the city walls. The soldiers were sent flying. The broken walls slowly fell upon the citizens of Carolon. A mother quickly closed her eyes and hugged her son to protect him. To her surprise, the stones did not crush her and her child. When she opened her eyes, she saw Jerome standing in front of her. The mage used his magic to stop the wall from falling on the people. He called out to the Blizzard Knights and informed them that the soldiers outside the city are the people of Carolon. He ordered the first unit to evacuate the people to a safe place. The people of Carolon couldn't believe what they were hearing. Jerome ordered the rest of the troops to infiltrate the collapsed city walls. He asked them to show the soldiers of Toth the power of Carolon. Max led the troops to attack. He and Schuart easily tore their enemies apart. The poor bastards didn't stand a chance. The Viscount could not understand what was happening. He didn't know how the soldiers were able to find out that the soldiers outside were people of Carolon. As he watched his soldiers run from the Knights of Carolon, Roxlin wondered about when Carolon got so strong. He watched his soldiers run away in fear when they saw a wyvern land on the city walls. Mudok watched everything from the sky. He decided to join the fight. He jumped down from his wyvern and gently landed on the ground. The soldiers were surprised to see him. One of them asked about where our boy came from. His comrade said that Mudok is alone. The soldiers decided to attack our boy together. Mudok raised his hand and moved past them in an instant. He touched their bodies with his fingers as he moved past them. He shook his hand and took away his energy. When he turned around, he saw ice burst out of the soldiers' bodies. The ice came out of the place that he touched them in. It destroyed their bodies. After taking care of the ants, Mudok turned to a forest. He saw a wyvern in the forest. Inside the forest, we see a knight trembling in fear. The knight's comrades were also trembling. They were shaking because of the wyvern in front of them. Roxlin ordered the knights to fight the monster. The knights were too scared to attack. Roxlin kicked one of them out of anger. He told them that they shouldn't call themselves knights. The Viscount had already sent someone to request help from Duke Icarus. He was certain that he will be victorious if he can hold out until reinforcement arrives. The knight that Roxlin kicked got angry. He punched the Viscount in his face. He fell to the ground. The knight and his comrades ran immediately. The Viscount fell to the ground. The knight called the Viscount a pig and asked him to die alone if he wants to die. Roxlin was shocked to hear this. He ordered the men to come back. Of course, none of them listened to him. While the Viscount was looking at them, the wyvern moved closer to him. Roxlin could feel her breath in his back. Before Lilith could eat him, someone called out to her and told her that her stomach will hurt if she eats trash. The person turned out to be Mudok. Lilith moved away from the Viscount. When Roxlin saw our boy, he quickly bowed his head on the ground. He told Mudok that he was wrong. He said that this is his defeat. He explained to our boy that he couldn't do anything because of Duke Icarus's order. He begged him to forgive him. While he was begging for mercy, Jake landed next to Mudok with his wyvern. His wyvern was carrying someone in its mouth. Jake informed his lord that he has captured the soldier who was heading to the Duchy of Icarus. Roxlin was shocked to hear this. He realized that he messed up badly. Mudok told the Viscount that it must have been hard for him to lie about things he didn't mean. Our boy released his energy and told the man that he has to repay him with his life for trying to persecute his people. Immediately he said this, Mudok swung his hand at him. A shield appeared in front of the Viscount and blocked Mudok's attack. Jake was shocked to see that the Viscount was able to block his master's attack. With a look of anger on his face, Mudok turned to the side and asked Jerome to tell him what he is trying to do. It turns out that the mage was the one who protected the Viscount with his magic. Jerome explained to his lord that no matter how heinous the crime a noble commits, the authority to decide his life or death belongs solely to the king. He told Mudok that they will be put in a difficult position if they kill the Viscount there. With a nervous look on his face, Roxlin called our boy a senseless brute and told him that Jerome is right. The moment he said this, the Viscount told himself that someone should have arrived. Immediately he thought of this. He heard someone's footsteps. He smiled and turned around. He said that the person has arrived. The person turns out to be his administrator. His name is Volmer. The Viscount laughed and called our boy a fool. He asked him if he really believes that he only sent troops to Duke Icarus. He explained to Mudok that a territorial war must be reported to the king first and must be carried out with a royal observer present. He told our boy that he sent Volmer to the capital because he didn't report it. He said that the king has already found out about the war before he could force him to surrender. He laughed and told Mudok that his arrogance ruined everything. Jerome couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was certain that they stationed soldiers in the path that leads to the capital. He wondered about how Volmer was able to get through the soldiers. Mudok didn't say anything to the Viscount. He simply smiled. Roxlin was annoyed to see this. He asked our boy if he has gone mad. Mudok asked Volmer to reveal his identity now. The man accepted his order and removed his fake face. Jerome and the Viscount were shocked to see this. The person under the mask turned out to be Miller. The Viscount could not comprehend what was happening. He asked Miller about when he took his administrator's place. Miller told his master that the mission is accomplished. Mudok revealed to Roxlin that there is a clause in the territorial war law. The clause states that a noble may declare war if the opponent has violated the royal law. Roxlin was shocked to hear this. Mudok reminded the man that he was selling Carolyn's citizens as slaves. He told him that slave trade is banned in the Drake Kingdom. The moment he said this, Mudok covered his hand with his energy. The Viscount became scared. He didn't know what to do. He knew that he was going to lose his city and his title. He realized that Duke Icarus will kill him. He quickly turned around and began to run. He said that he doesn't want to die. Before he could get far, Mudok released his ice from his feet. He froze the Viscount's legs. He charged at him and asked him to clench his teeth. Immediately he said this. Mudok gave the man a bone-shattering punch in his face. The attack sent the Viscount flying. He slammed his back on a tree and spat out some blood. He destroyed the tree with his body. After taking care of the Viscount, Mudok turned around and announced to his men that the territorial war is over. The men smiled when they heard this. In the next scene, we see our boy announce to his soldiers that Toth City now belongs to Carolyn. The soldiers began to cheer when they heard this. After the war, Mudok and his people quickly got to work. Roxlin lost everything and got sent out of his territory. A few days later, he went missing. Toth City was incorporated into Carolyn. Jerome was appointed as the administrator of the new district, but he rejected the appointment. He explained to Mudok that he is already buried in a lot of work. He told him that he will go on strike if he gives him more work. Mudok asked him to tell him who he is supposed to put in charge. The moment he asked this question, Jerome got an idea. He said that he knows the perfect person. Through Jerome's recommendation, Roxlin's former vassal was asked to manage Toth City. Of course, they couldn't completely trust Volmer, so they assigned 2 knights to him to monitor and report his daily movements. After some time passed, the day of the king's birthday arrived. The capital was decorated with different designs. At the entrance of the capital, we see 2 guards on duty. One of them said that he wants to enjoy the festival too. His comrade asked him to suck it up. He told him that they will get a special bonus for taking today's job. While he was talking, the man noticed that a shadow covered him. When he looked up, he saw wyverns coming towards him. His friend told him that it is a monster attack. The man said that he will ring the alarm. Before the man could do anything, someone asked him to wait. The person turned out to be Mudok. Our boy stepped down from Lilith's back. With his new white Michael Jackson drip, Mudok introduced himself as Baron Blizzard. The men remembered him as the magic swordsman that saved the king. Mudok took out his invite and said that he has come to see the king. In the next scene, we are taken to a beautiful ballroom. We see the nobles chatting amongst themselves as they enjoyed some exquisite music. While they were all talking, a man announced that Baron Blizzard is entering the ballroom. The moment he said this, Mudok stepped into the ballroom in his amazing drip. His face and clothes caught everyone's eyes. The noble women were all amazed by how handsome he was. Most of them could not believe that this was the man who saved the king's life. One of them said that he heard that Mudok can use 5th circle magic. Someone walked up to Mudok and welcomed him to the party. This person turned out to be the 2nd princess of the Gaia Kingdom. Sylar greeted him in a beautiful dress. She moved closer to him and asked him about how he has been. Mudok told her that things have been fine. He didn't say anything else after saying this. Sylar was surprised to see this. She asked Mudok if he isn't going to ask her about how she has been. Our boy offered her a drink and asked her to take it. He confidently said that his aide told him that it is always ladies first in a party. The princess did not expect this. She didn't know how to react. She gently blushed and drank the wine. She thanked Mudok for the wine. The announcer with a cool mustache announced that Princess Daphne Laird of the Hazen Kingdom and the Honorable Count Anos have arrived. The moment he said this, a tall man and a beautiful blonde woman stepped into the ballroom. The man and the woman were quite beautiful. The nobles were blown away by Princess Daphne's beauty. They said that her beauty remains unchanging. They were also surprised to see Count Anos. They said that the princess and the count make a perfect couple. Mudok took a look at the count. He realized that he had heard about Anos before. Edmund wrote about him in his letter. This man is the one who is known as the Grand Sword Master. Sylar noticed that Mudok was staring at the count. She asked him if he knows him. Our boy could feel that Anos was not from this world. He told the princess that he doesn't know the man. Sylar told him that she has not seen the woman who was with him the last time. Mudok smiled and asked her if she is curious about our girl. Sylar said that she is not. She told him that she is just asking because she doesn't know many people there. Mudok asked her to wait. He said that our girl is someone who naturally loves dramatic entrances. Immediately he said this. The announcer told the people that the main character of the party, King Tomalova, is now entering. The king majestically walked into the ballroom with his daughter and another woman. Sylar was shocked to see this. She couldn't believe that Ishilda was a princess of the Drake Kingdom. While everyone was clapping, the woman asked Mudok if this is the dramatic entrance he is referring to. Ishilda and her father moved to their seats. Before sitting down, Ishilda saw something shocking. She saw Mudok standing next to Sylar. Our boy gently waved at her. Ishilda sat down and glared at the woman. She didn't know why she was there. She heard that the first princess of the Gaia kingdom was the one who was going to be there. She did not like the fact that Sylar was standing next to Mudok. A while later, we see the nobles bow their heads to the king to congratulate him for his 50th birthday. Tomalova thanked everyone for attending his party. He told them that he appreciates their presence. Everyone applauded him. The king raised his hand and asked the nobles to have a wonderful time. Ishilda turned to her father and told him that she is curious to see the kind of gifts he will receive for this birthday. She said that she is really looking forward to it. Tomalova smiled when he heard this. He told his daughter that they will start right away. Duke Icarus stepped forward and presented a small box to the king. The announcer told the king that this box is a gift from the duke. When Tomalova opened the box, he saw a ring inside. It was a gold ring with a blue crystal on it. With a smile on his face, the duke informed Tomalova that the ring will protect him from now on. He explained to him that the ring can nullify all offensive magic of the fourth circle and below. The king and the people were shocked to hear this. They realized that this was an artifact. They couldn't believe that such valuable things still existed. Mudok didn't know what an artifact was. Sylar explained to him that it is an object with magic in it. She said that it is a very valuable item in this present age where there are no mages of the ninth circle or higher. The value of an artifact with high nullification magic on it is immeasurable. The king thanked Duke Icarus for his valuable gift. The duke congratulated the king on his birthday again. He turned around and slowly walked away. The nobles in the ballroom were amazed by the duke. They couldn't believe that he brought something so valuable for the king. Some of them wondered if there was any gift that could even surpass that of Duke Icarus. After the duke presented his gift, other nobles presented their expensive gifts to Tomalova, but they were all overshadowed by the duke's gift. The last noble to present a gift was Mudok. Our boy placed a box in front of the king and knelt before him. He asked Tomalova if he has been well. The king told him that he is relieved to see that he is healthy. Mudok told him that it is all thanks to his grace. The announcer opened the box to show the king what Mudok brought. The king took out a long leather material from the box. Our boy told Tomalova that he brought the leather of an ice ogre that he personally hunted. The king smiled when he heard this. He asked our boy if he is talking about the savage monster that lives in the northern lands. Our boy told him that he is correct. He asked Tomalova to accept his sincerity, even though it is lacking. Tomalova thanked him for the gift. He said that he will make a winter coat from the hide and wear it in winter. The duke could not believe that Mudok offered this kind of gift to the king. He said that a pathetic gift is expected from someone of commoner origins. With a smile on his face, our boy told the king that he brought another gift because the leather alone seemed lacking. A man carried a box into the ballroom and gave it to the king. When Tomalova opened the box, he saw some eggs inside. He asked Mudok to tell him what he is looking at. With a smile on his face, Mudok told the king that they are eggs from a monster. Tomalova and the people were shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe that our boy brought something like this to a party. The duke told Mudok that he is an insolent bastard. He pointed at him and said that this is an insult to the royal family. He turned to the knights and asked them about why they are just standing. He ordered them to drag the baron out. The knights quickly walked towards Mudok. Tomalova ordered them to stop. Everyone quickly became silent. With a scary look on his face, Tomalova asked Mudok to clarify his intentions. With a confident smile on his face, our boy revealed to the king that he is holding an ice wyvern's eggs. The king and the duke were shocked to hear this. An ice wyvern is a wyvern that can only be found in Carolon. It is 1.5 times larger than a normal wyvern. Since ancient times, there have been constant attempts to tame ice wyverns, but their fierce nature made it hard to obtain their eggs, and raising them was extremely difficult. Taming this monsters has long been considered impossible. Just ordinary wyverns would provide tremendous military power if they are tamed well. The small nation of the Zeba Kingdom led its wyvern knights to conquer surrounding countries and rose to become the Great Zeba Empire. This story is well known on the continent. Taming an ice wyvern would mean that the military power of the Drake Kingdom would skyrocket. Tomalova completely understood this. He thanked Mudok for his gift. He asked him if he knows that raising an ice wyvern is even harder than acquiring its egg. Our boy assured him that he is well aware. He said that it is not easy to raise an ice wyvern to adulthood. He put 2 fingers on his lips and gently whistled. He called out to Lilith. The moment he did this, the nobles in the hall began to scream. They couldn't believe their eyes. They saw a wyvern standing outside the hall. Mudok revealed to the king that Lilith is an ice wyvern that he has tamed since she was a hatchling. He told Tomalova that he will teach the royal breeders how to raise an ice wyvern. He explained to him that they will imprint his face on the wyvern when it hatches. This will allow the hatchling to recognize him as its parent and obey him faithfully. Tomalova was surprised to hear this. Ishilda was simply happy to see Lilith again. She had to pretend like she was also shocked. Mudok bowed his head and told the king that the other 2 eggs are for his daughters. He said that the ice wyverns will become the steadfast guardians of the royal family. Tomalova was shocked to see that our boy thought of his daughters as well. He told him that he is quite thoughtful. He raised his hands and said that their kingdom is destined to become as powerful as the Zeba Empire. He announced that this was the greatest gift he has ever received in his lifetime. He thanked Mudok for the amazing gift. Our boy told Tomalova that he is honored that the gift pleases him. Ishilda gently smiled when she heard this. She remembered that Mudok asked her to expect something when they spoke a few days ago with a communication stone. Duke Icarus was extremely angry to see how things were progressing. He wondered about how Mudok got his hands on an ice wyvern's eggs. He decided to drag Mudok down with his plan. He called out to the king and told him that he has something urgent to report. He moved close to the king and asked him if he knows that Mudok sent troops into Viscount Roxland's territory 2 days ago. Tomalova was surprised to hear this. He asked the Duke to tell him why the Baron would send his forces into Toth. Duke Icarus revealed to him that our boy initiated a territorial war. Tomalova was shocked to hear this. The nobles couldn't believe what they were hearing. They all knew that it was a crime to start a territorial war without reporting it. While screaming at the top of his voice, Duke Icarus asked the king to give Mudok the harshest punishment for daring to start a territorial war without reporting it to him. The nobles began to murmur. They all turned their eyes to Mudok. Tomalova did not like this situation. He didn't want to punish the person who saved him. Ishilda wondered about what she should do. She knew that our boy's reputation will suffer if this continues. Duke Icarus gently smirked. He was certain that he has taken Mudok out. Our boy called out to the king and asked him if slave trading is legal in the Drake Kingdom. Tomalova said that it isn't. He told Mudok that slave trading is prohibited in his kingdom. Our boy put his hand into his clothes and took out a document. He announced that he is holding a ledger containing the Viscount's slave trading records. Duke Icarus and the king were shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe their ears. Mudok explained to the king that Roxland has been capturing people from his territory and selling them as slaves. He threw the document to the ground and asked the king to tell him if there is any lord who wouldn't be enraged when his own subjects are being sold as slaves. The nobles could not believe that the Viscount engaged in slavery. They were all shocked. Duke Icarus couldn't believe that Roxland got involved in slavery behind his back. He called him a filthy, greedy pig. Ishilda reminded her father that those who violate the royal laws can be challenged to a territorial war without reporting it to the king. She smiled and asked him if she is correct. Since Mudok had a valid reason, Tomalova decided to grant him a special exception and not hold him accountable for the territorial war. With a smile on his face, he announced that Toth will now become part of Carolyn's territory. Everyone began to cheer when they heard this. Count Slave suggested that Mudok should get a new title now that his territory has expanded. The king told him that he is right. He asked Mudok to move closer. Our boy moved close to him and went on his knees. Tomalova placed a golden scarf on his neck and appointed him as Viscount of Carolyn. Mudok stood up and thanked the king for his new position. Duke Icarus watched them as they spoke. He glared at our boy with eyes filled with hate. He promised himself that he will bring him down no matter what it takes. He turned around and walked forward. On the way out, we see Count Anos resting on the wall. He seemed to be annoyed about something. In the next scene, we see Mudok in the balcony. He seemed tired. He felt bad that he couldn't talk to Ishilda because of the nobles swarming him. He smiled when he realized that he had finally gotten this far. He remembered the things that happened when he first came to this world. He remembered how he fought, how he took over Carolyn, and how he got a kiss from the princess. He believed that he and the princess will soon be together. Immediately, he thought of this. Someone came to the balcony. Mudok turned around and asked the person to tell him who he is. He saw that the person was Count Anos. Count Anos referred to our boy as Seol Mudok and told him that he has finally found him. Mudok was shocked to hear his name. He couldn't believe that the man was speaking to him with the language of the Central Plains. The Count closed the door and referred to Mudok as the enemy of his master and his sect. He carefully drew his sword. His sword released a pink energy. Anos told our boy that he has been looking for him for a long time. He placed his hand on his sword hilt. His sword released a scent. Mudok immediately knew that this was the plum blossom fragrance. He now knew who this man was. He remembered the conversation he had with the MANHWA sect leader. While breathing heavily, Zhang Pengjin told him that the outcome of their fight would have been different if his disciple was there. Our boy realized that this was the disciple the man spoke of before his death. This man was known as the greatest prodigy in the Central Plains. His name is Li Jinxing. Jinxing covered his sword with his energy and took a step forward. Jinxing charged at Mudok at a crazy speed. Our boy easily matched his speed and blocked his sword strikes. Jinxing made his attacks faster, but Mudok was still able to match his speed. The two men grit their teeth out of anger. Jinxing made a huge swing and pushed our boy back. He gathered his energy in his hand and charged at Mudok. He hit Mudok with his palm. His energy pushed our boy back even more. He hit his back on the wall. When he raised his head up, he saw Jinxing in front of him. The man swung his sword at him with a large amount of force. Mudok dodged it and appeared in the air. He carefully landed behind the man. Jinxing turned around to see him. Our boy said that the rumors about him being the greatest disciple in the Central Plains weren't a complete lie. The man was annoyed to hear this. He asked Mudok not to get cocky. With a look of anger on his face, Jinxing revealed to Mudok that he has been searching for him for 3 years. He was successfully able to get on the same boat as him after he found Mudok's location. He watched Mudok's movements on the boat and waited for an opportunity to kill him. Before he could get the chance, a fierce storm appeared out of nowhere and a bright flash of light appeared in the sky. When Jinxing opened his eyes, he found himself in this strange world. With a darker and menacing look in his eyes, Jinxing told our boy that he has never forgotten about his revenge for even one day. Mudok noticed that the aura around the man has changed. Jinxing added more energy to his sword. He said that he will be able to resolve the grudge of the MANHWA sect by severing Mudok's head. He raised his sword and took a step forward. Mudok could tell that the man's next attack was going to be different. He wasn't certain if he will be able to dodge it. Before Jinxing could swing his sword, someone stepped into the balcony. Mudok and the man quickly turned to the door. The person turned out to be Sylar. The girl told Mudok that she has been looking for him. She asked the men about what they were doing there. Our boy told her that he just met someone from his hometown for the first time in a while. He said that they were talking and reminiscing about the past. Jinxing quickly recognized the girl. He realized that she is the second princess of the Gaia Kingdom. He wondered if she is close to Mudok. When our boy moved close to the girl, she asked him about where his hometown is. Jinxing watched them as they spoke. He knew that things will become complicated if he kills Mudok in front of a princess. Although he didn't like it, the man decided to back off. He bowed his head to the princess and told her that he will excuse himself first. He asked them to continue their conversation. Sylar gently thanked him. Jinxing walked towards the door. Before he left the balcony, he called out to Mudok in his head. Our boy was able to hear the man's voice in his own head. He immediately knew that Jinxing was using the frequency whispering technique. Jinxing told Mudok that he will destroy everything he cherishes the same way he destroyed everything that was precious to him. He stepped out of the balcony and smiled like a lunatic. He told our boy that he will take his possessions, loved ones, and everything he values without exception. He said that he will first start with the one who is always looking at him with loving eyes. He said that he will start with the princess of the Drake Kingdom. Mudok was shocked to hear this. He called the man a bastard and asked him not to touch Ishilda. He told him that the girl has nothing to do with them. The man said that this depends on how he responds. After saying this, he bid Mudok farewell. Our boy asked the man to wait. While he was talking to Jinxing in his head, Sylar was trying to get his attention. She asked him if he is listening to her. She told him that he looks like he was having a serious conversation with the Count. She asked him if he has something to do with the Count. Mudok walked past her and told her that something urgent has come up. He said that he needs to excuse himself. Sylar was surprised to hear this. She turned around and grabbed Mudok's jacket. Our boy did not expect this. He quickly turned to her. He asked her if she still has something she wants to say. Sylar said that it is not very important. She felt a bit embarrassed that she grabbed his clothes. She wondered about what she is supposed to say. She told Mudok that it is quite rude for him to leave when she came to the balcony herself to see him in person. She gently winked at him and asked him to learn some party manners. Mudok moved close to her. With a cold gaze in his eyes, he asked the woman if she doesn't have anything to do. He reminded her that dignitaries from different nations have come to celebrate the king's birthday. He asked her if it isn't her responsibility, as Gaia's representative, to entertain this people and chat with them. With a serious tone in his voice, our boy asked the woman to tell him why she keeps bothering him. Sylar was shocked to hear this. She couldn't believe that someone like her was being bothersome. Most men desperately try to get her attention with everything they have, but the princess always blows them off. They always try to get close to her to get something, but the princess always turns them down. Sylar wondered why Mudok was different. She asked Mudok not to get the wrong idea. With a sad look in her eyes, she told him that she simply wanted to congratulate him on becoming a viscount. Mudok felt bad when he heard what she said. He apologized to the princess for his harsh words. He told her that something urgent has truly come up. He said that he needs to excuse himself. He thanked her for the congratulations. He left after saying this. The princess was on the balcony alone. She moved close to the glass door to see our boy. When she looked down, she saw Mudok checking on Ishilda. Ishilda didn't understand why our boy was doing this. Sylar watched Mudok worry about the princess. She wondered if our boy would have liked her if she met him first. She wondered if she would have been able to smile like Ishilda. Sylar slapped her cheek to bring herself back to reality. She turned away from the door and told herself that she does not have time for this. She said that she needs to focus on her own life. She knew that the most important thing she needed to focus on was how she was going to survive her older sister's assassination attempts. While she was thinking, Sylar heard a sound coming from the pavilion. When she raised her head up, she saw Princess Daphne talking to someone. Sylar immediately recognized the princess. She didn't know the man standing next to her. When she took a closer look at him, she realized that she had seen his face from somewhere. She recalled that Jerome was a retainer of the Blizzard family. She wondered about what the mage and the princess were doing together at this hour. In the next scene, we see someone informing Jinxing that Princess Daphne has disappeared again. The man was surprised to hear this. His subordinate informed him that the princess said that she wanted to get some fresh air outside. He said that they can't find her even though they searched the entire castle. Jinxing did not like the fact that the woman always makes him worry. He ordered his subordinates to search the castle thoroughly. He asked them to report to him the moment they find her. The scene shifts, and we see the princess sitting in the pavilion. She was looking at the night sky. While looking at the moon, the woman remembered something. She remembered someone telling her to go to the Drake Kingdom with Count Anos as an envoy. The woman realized that she would have never come there if she didn't receive an order from her older brother. She and someone on the other side of the pavilion said that they really want to run away. The princess was surprised to hear a person's voice in the pavilion. She quickly turned around. She asked the man to come out of the shadows. The man apologized to her and stepped out of the shadows. The man turned out to be Jerome. Jerome told the princess that he didn't think anyone would be there at this hour. The princess was surprised to see Jerome's handsome face. She quickly put herself together and looked away. She asked the mage not to apologize. She told him that she was just a little startled. The princess did not think that he would be so handsome. Jerome apologized to the woman for not introducing himself. He shared his name with her and told her that he serves under Viscount Blizzard. The princess also introduced herself to him. Jerome smiled and told her that she has a beautiful name. The moment he said this, he realized that he had heard the name before. He immediately knew that this was the princess who is renowned throughout the continent for her beauty. He quickly went on his knees and apologized to Daphne for not recognizing her. He begged her to forgive his rudeness. Daphne assured him that it is fine. She said that she doesn't concern herself with such things. Jerome told her that he will be taking his leave. The moment he said this, he carefully looked at her face to see her expression. He noticed that Daphne looked kind of sad. He stood up and asked her if it is fine for him to stay in the pavilion too. The woman was surprised to hear this, with a smile on his face. Jerome said that he is waiting for his lord who is still in the party. He said that he will like to stay if his presence won't be too imposing on her. Daphne began to heavily blush when she heard this. Jerome looked like a Prince Charming to her. She sat down and asked him to do whatever he likes. A while later, We see Jerome ranting about his problems to the princess. He told her that he is the one who always has to clean up Mudok's mess. He said that he instinctively want to run away when he stands next to his lord. Daffrin smiled and told the mage that he has piled up a lot of complaints about his lord. Jerome became embarrassed. He realized that he has only been talking about his issues. Daffrin smiled and told him that it is okay. She said that she finds it interesting. Jerome turned to her and asked her about why she wanted to run away. Daffrin stopped smiling when she heard this. She revealed to the mage that she wants to run away because her brother is trying to force her into an arranged marriage. She said that she has no desire to sacrifice her life as a pawn of the country. Jerome simply stared at the princess. This made her nervous. She asked him if the topic was too heavy. She told the man that he is very easy to talk to. She said that she spoke without thinking. Jerome nervously told her that this wasn't it. He explained to her that he was thinking of ways to help her. He asked her to let him know if there is anything he can help her with. With a bright smile on his face, the mage said that he is willing to stake his mana in order to help her. The princess began to blush when she heard this. Her heart began to beat fast. The woman wondered why it was beating so fast. She turned away from Jerome. She couldn't look him straight in the face. The moment she did this, someone called out to her. Daffrin nervously turned around. She saw the count and his men walking towards her. Jinqing told the princess that he has been looking for her for a while. He turned around and asked her about the identity of the man behind him. Jerome told the count that he is just a humble mage who was passing by. The man quickly realized that the count is the rumored Grand Sword Master. He bowed his head to the princess and told her that he will take his leave now that her escort knight has arrived. He turned around after saying this. Daffrin gently called out to Jerome. The count noticed this. He remembered how he saw the princess smiling before he called out to her. He quickly became angry. He asked the princess if she knows that the king has promised to hold a grand engagement ceremony for them once they return to the kingdom. Jerome was shocked to hear this. Daffrin couldn't believe what she was hearing. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Jinqing asked Daffrin to start opening her heart to him. Daffrin couldn't believe that her brother would do something like this without consulting her first. She walked forward and said that she will be going inside first. Jinqing followed her. Jerome already guessed that Daffrin's arranged marriage partner was Jinqing. Before the princess left the garden, she gently turned. Jerome quickly noticed this. The woman gently moved her mouth to ask the mage to meet her there again 3 days from now. She smiled and asked him to meet her at this hour. Jerome was surprised to hear this. He didn't know what to say. He just watched Daffrin walk out of the garden with Jinqing. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the hall. We see Ishilda laughing and talking to some women. After they were done talking, Ishilda waved to the women. She took a deep breath and let out a sigh. She found it exhausting to always have to talk to people. She felt a bit tired. While she was thinking, someone stretched out his hand and asked her if she wants to dance. The person turned out to be Mudok. Ishilda smiled and told our boy that she would love to dance. The two of them moved to the dance floor and began to dance in an elegant manner. The king and Count Slave watched Ishilda and Mudok as they danced. The king called out to the count. He told him that he feels like Ishilda and Mudok are quite close. He asked him if he is wrong. The count told him that he is correct. Tomalova carefully looked at his daughter. He said that it has been a while since he saw her smile so brightly. He begged the count to answer his next question honestly. Count Slave asked him to say his question. Tomalova asked the man if it is possible that Ishilda has feelings for Mudok. The count became nervous when he heard this. He said that Mudok has definitely been making a name for himself lately, but it is not to the level where Ishilda might like him. He reminded Tomalova that Mudok was just a mere commoner a while back. He said that it is impossible for our boy to court a princess even if he became a viscount. He said that Mudok's skills in combat has its limit. He believed that it would be impossible for our boy to understand the complex web of noble interests. Tomalova became discouraged. He told the count that he is right. He looked at his daughter's beautiful smile and said that he can't entertain meaningless hope. He said that he can't act recklessly. The scene shifts and we see Lilith flying somewhere. When she was about to land, the people below her began to cheer. She landed in front of the Roll Merchant Group. Mudok greeted Edmund when Lilith landed. The man was quite happy to see our boy. Mudok came down from his wyvern. He asked Edmund if he is making a good living. The merchant said that they are making more than a good living. He revealed to our boy that they have become the top merchant group in the kingdom thanks to his support. He said that business is booming every day. He asked Mudok to come inside. He poured our boy some tea and sat down with him. He told him that he heard about how he became a viscount after winning the battle. He said that a lot has happened in such a short period of time. Mudok revealed to Edmund that he came to visit him in order to ask him for a favor. The man asked him to tell him what he wants. He told him that he is ready to do anything. Mudok told the man that he needs a mansion. Edmund did not expect to hear this. Our boy told him that he wants a mansion that will be much more grandeur than Duke Icarus's mansion. He said that he wants something that is on a whole other level. Edmund smiled and said that he understands. He said that he will prepare it as soon as possible. The man was happy to see that Mudok was finally making a move against the Duke. He believed that it was time for him to get revenge against the Akasa merchant group and Duke Icarus. Edmund was certain that he could defeat the Duke with Mudok's help and even rise to a higher position. He knew that the only thing he had to do was to ensure that Mudok never runs out of money. The moment he thought of this, Edmund realized something. He asked our boy about where his retainer is. He asked him about why he came alone. Mudok smiled and said that he has him walking on a special assignment. The scene shifts and we see Jerome in another location. He was wearing a hood that covered his face. While looking around, Jerome remembered that his lord asked him to find out who was behind the massacre of the Kramer family. The man was annoyed that he got this assignment. He felt like Mudok was giving him too much work. He let out a sigh and decided not to think about it. He wondered if Princess Daphne is okay. He did not understand why she wanted to meet him again in 3 days. While he was thinking, someone appeared behind him and told him that he thought he went missing. He did not think that Jerome would still be alive. Jerome turned around to see the dark-haired man. The man whose name is Leon greeted him with a smile on his face. Jerome stood up and shook the man's hand. He told him that he is still too handsome to die. The man laughed when he heard this. He told Jerome that his Prince syndrome is still a problem even though he went missing. He sat down and asked the mage about the kind of information he wants to get. Jerome threw a bag containing a large amount of gold and valuable jewels on the table. The man felt like the money was a bit too much for a simple background check. He asked the mage if it is someone important. Jerome explained to him that he was just asked to look into the person. He said that he is not aware of the details behind it. Leon asked him to tell him who the target is. Jerome said that it is Miller Kramer. Leon's expression became grim. He was quite shocked to hear the name. He now understood why the payment was so high. He stood up and said that someone must want him dead. Jerome stood up and asked Leon about what he means. The man asked him if he doesn't know that everyone who looked into the death of the Kramer family always ended up dead. He walked forward and told Jerome that he hasn't heard a thing about the family. He said that he is not interested in the job. The mage placed another bag on the table and told the man that he will double his pay if he gets him the information he needs. Leon stopped walking when he heard this. He said that it has been over 10 years since the incident took place. He told himself that things are probably fine now. He asked Jerome to wait for him. The mage sat down back. He wondered about what happened to the Kramer family. He couldn't believe that even Leon, who is the master of the Information Guild, is scared to get involved in the case. He realized that someone very dangerous is involved in this case. In the next scene, we see Jerome in a room with Mudok and Edmund. He took out a file containing information on the Kramer family. He told his lord that the Kramer family was a count household. Miller was the second son of the Kramer household. Their family was quite prestigious in the kingdom. Edmund was surprised to hear about the Kramer family. Jerome informed his lord that the Kramer family was poisoned 10 years ago. Only Miller managed to survive. Mudok asked him if he found the culprit. The mage said that the culprit is Baron Gideon. Edmund told him that he is wrong. He said that Baron Gideon is not the real culprit. Mudok and Jerome quickly turned to him. The man informed them that the Baron is simply a puppet. The person who gave the order for the poisoning is someone else. Later in the night, we see someone push out blades from his clothes. This person turned out to be Miller. The assassin promised to kill Baron Gideon and complete his revenge. Before he could leave the building, he saw someone coming towards him. He was surprised to see his lord and Jerome. He asked Mudok about why he is there at this hour. Edmund stepped forward and told Miller that he met him when he was little. He referred to him as young master and told him that he has grown a lot. He introduced himself to Miller as Edmund from the Roll Merchant Association. He informed Miller that his father used to support their association. He told him that he wants to tell him the truth about his family's death. The person who carried out the poisoning was truly Baron Gideon. However, the The person who ordered for the assassination of the Kramer family was Duke Icarus. Miller was shocked to hear this. He asked Edmund to tell him what the Duke will gain from assassinating his family. Edmund revealed to him that Duke Icarus is the real power behind the Akasa Merchant Guild, which is the largest guild in the kingdom. Miller was shocked to hear this. Edmund explained to him that the Duke eliminated both the Roll Merchant Guild and the Kramer family in order to grow the Akasa Merchant Group. Miller fell into despair when he heard this. He placed his hand on his face. He couldn't believe that he has been working for the man who killed his family. He fell to his knees and began to laugh like a crazy person. Edmund and Jerome nervously looked at the man. After laughing for a while, the boy put himself together and stopped laughing. He pushed himself up. Mudok asked him about where he is going. The boy said that he is going to kill Duke Icarus. Mudok told him that he can't kill a sword master like Duke Icarus with his current skills. Miller said that he doesn't care. Our boy told him that his current actions are not wise. Miller released his energy and told Mudok that it doesn't matter. He asked him if he is going to stop him. Mudok raised his hand and released his energy. Edmund and Jerome became nervous when they saw this. They called out to our boy. Mudok created an ice sword and asked Miller to defeat him first if he insists on going. Miller took a stance. His rage had consumed him. He told Mudok that he will not back down if this is what he wants him to do. He glared at our boy and charged at him. He thrust his blade at Mudok at a crazy speed. Our boy easily dodged the attacks. He appeared behind the boy. Miller quickly swung his leg at his head when he sensed his presence. Mudok noticed that Miller aimed for his vital points with minimal movements. This was proof that Miller has trained painfully every day. However, he was still not strong enough to face Mudok. Our boy used his fingers to hit Miller in his chest at a crazy speed. The boy coughed out some blood and fell to the ground. Mudok told him that he struck his vital points. The boy won't be able to move for half a day. Miller forcefully pushed himself up and rested his back on the wall. He used his thumb to hit his vital points. Mudok was surprised to see this. He told him that he never taught him how to use his thumb like that. He asked Miller to tell him how he was able to do it. While struggling to get up, Miller told his lord that he just showed it to him in person. Mudok was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that the boy copied what he just saw. Miller told our boy that the fight is not over. Immediately he said this. He fell to the ground. Mudok called out to Edmund. The man quickly answered him. Mudok ordered the man to move Miller into a room and tell him to come find him when he wakes up. Edmund asked our boy if he is going to punish Miller. Mudok said that he isn't going to do this. He told the man that he plans to personally teach Miller about vital points from tomorrow on. Edmund was surprised to hear this. Mudok walked past the boy and said that his eyes are never wrong. He told Edmund that Miller is a raw gem with outstanding talent. If he is taught well, the boy could be a top-tier assassin. Mudok said that he is still a long way from this. The moment he said this, something moved in his pocket. The two men quickly turned to his pocket. Mudok took out the communication stone and asked about what is happening. The call was from Ishilda. With a shaky tone in her voice, the girl asked Mudok to help her. She said that the place is too cold. Mudok was shocked to hear her shaky tone. He quickly asked Ishilda to tell him where she is. The girl was unable to respond to him. Our boy quickly ran forward. He jumped out of the building through the window. He hoped that the princess was okay. He quickly arrived at the castle. He grit his teeth out of anger. He wondered about where Ishilda was. He recalled that the princess said that the place was cold. Mudok quickly focused his energy in his eyes. He realized that Ishilda must be in the coldest place in the castle. He used his eyes to examine the castle. He found a building that released a cold energy. Mudok quickly entered the building and called out to Ishilda. To his surprise, he found Ishilda shaking in the building. She had a blanket around her. He took the princess out of the building and asked her about how she got trapped in there. Ishilda revealed to him that she went inside to check on the ice wyvern eggs that he gave to them. She accidentally locked the door on herself when she stepped in. Mudok reminded her that he mentioned that the ice wyvern's tray was enchanted to keep the temperature low. He asked her about why she would act so carelessly. Ishilda apologized to him. She told him that she was able to reach out to him with the communication stone. Mudok let out a sigh. He quickly hugged the princess. While shaking like a scared child, our boy begged the princess to never do this again. He told her that he can't lose her again. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. She gently placed her hand on his back. The moment she did this, they heard a cracking sound come from an egg. Ishilda and Mudok quickly turned to the egg. They stood up and went inside. They saw a baby ice wyvern raise its head up. Its body was covered in mucus. Mudok asked the princess to remove the mucus from the wyvern's body. Ishilda was shocked to hear this. Mudok explained to her that the hatchling will recognize her as its mother if she does this. The princess gladly used her blanket to clean the mucus. She told Mudok that the hatchling's body is so soft. She asked him if he thinks that the imprinting worked properly. The hatchling carefully opened its eyes when she asked her question. Mudok asked the princess to try greeting it. Ishilda greeted the wyvern with a smile on her face. The hatchling smiled brightly at her. The princess was very happy to see this. She moved it closer to her face. She liked the fact that it was so cute. Mudok told her that this wyvern is a female. Ishilda asked him about how he could tell just by looking at it. Mudok explained to her that a person can distinguish the gender of a wyvern through its cloaca. He smiled and told her that the hatchling looks healthy. He asked her to raise it well. With a smile on her face, Ishilda thanked him for the gift. She promised to raise the wyvern well. She asked him about what she should name it. Mudok told her that she is the one who can name it since it belongs to her. While they were talking inside the building, we see a maid looking at the building from a window in the castle. It seemed like she was observing something. After the king's birthday party, the conferral ceremony was held. We see Mudok kneel in front of the king. He was made a viscount of the Drake Kingdom. He was officially recognized as a viscount. Immediately after the ceremony ended, the Grand Council called for a meeting. The Grand Council is a meeting attended by all nobles of the kingdom. It is mainly for selecting members of the small council or discussing noble affairs. The king sat at the center of the hall. He faced the numerous nobles sitting in front of him. He announced that the first agenda of this Grand Council is to elect the members of the small council. He asked anyone with a recommendation to raise their hand and state the name of the nominee. A noble sitting next to Duke Icarus nominated him. Another noble sitting next to Count Slave nominated him for the position. Some people agreed to this nominations and some disagreed. Mudok carefully watched this fierce argument. Even without anyone telling him, our boy could tell which people supported the Duke and which people served the king. He didn't really care for the event because he knew that no one would nominate him. The moment he thought of this, someone nominated him. Mudok was shocked to hear this. Everyone in the hall quickly turned to the person that nominated our boy. The person turned out to be Duke Icarus. The Duke said that Mudok has already demonstrated his ability to them many times. He said that he believes that Mudok is fully qualified to become a member of the small council. He asked the nobles if they object to this nomination. Everyone agreed to the nomination. Tomalova did not understand what the Duke was trying to do. Ishilda remembered that the Duke was the one who sent Mudok to the northern lands. She didn't understand why he was now recommending him for the small council. She wondered about what he was plotting. With a smile on his face, Duke Icarus said that everyone agrees. He picked up a glass of wine and glared at Mudok. He congratulated him on entering the royal court. Since the small council convenes every week, a member of the council cannot leave the capital. Duke Icarus had countless eyes and ears that served him in the capital. He wanted to make sure that Mudok won't get the chance to build power beyond his reach. The Duke wanted to see Mudok struggle. He believed that our boy will fall deeper into his web the more he tries to fight him. In the next scene, we are taken to Ishilda's room. The princess remembered giving Mudok a signal to come to her room after the meeting ends. She wondered if he didn't notice it. Immediately she thought of this. Our boy appeared on her window. He told her that it is impossible for him not to notice the signal. Ishilda was happy to see Mudok. Our boy asked her about what she wants to talk about. The princess asked him if he knows why the Duke recommended him as an executive. Our boy told her that he doesn't know. He asked the girl if she has any guesses. The princess said that she doesn't. She said that it is impossible for the Duke to do this for no reason. Duke Icarus openly sent assassins to kill the king and even sent Mudok to the faraway northern lands. Ishilda was certain that the Duke was plotting something behind the scenes. Mudok wasn't completely against the idea of becoming an executive. He told Ishilda that he will now be able to see her more often. He said that he needs to thank the Duke for helping him. Ishilda warned him that Duke Icarus is a man who will do anything to get what he wants. She told him that things might not work if he is not careful. Mudok called out to the princess. He assured her that he will handle things as he always does. He asked her not to worry too much. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. She gently smiled. The moment she did this, a maid knocked on her door. and asked her if she can come in. Ishilda quickly turned to Mudok and asked him to hide somewhere for a moment. Immediately she said this, she noticed that our boy was no longer in the room. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the past. 10 days ago, we see Princess Daphne and Jerome talking under the pavilion. The princess informed Jerome that she wanted to run away. Jerome was shocked to hear this. He asked her if she is serious. He asked her about where she wants to go. Daphne said that the place doesn't matter. She asked him if he can take her somewhere that no one will recognize her. The mage reminded her that he is a vassal for the Lord of Caroline. He said that he can start a war between nations if it is revealed that he helped her run away. The princess asked him if the vow he made to her was a lie. Jerome was surprised to hear this. Daphne reminded him that he swore on his mana that he would help her. With a sad look on her face, she said that this is the first time she has actually been outside the castle of the Hazel Kingdom. It was her first time talking to people outside the castle. After her father passed away, her brother locked her in her room. He only let her out during national events. No matter how beautiful the clothes were or how delicious the food was, it didn't matter to the princess. All she wanted was freedom. When the princess got into a political marriage with the count, she tried to like him, but he was nothing more than her brother's loyal dog. The count is a man who doesn't care about her feelings or thoughts. The princess noticed that the count looked at her the same way her brother did. He had cold eyes that saw her only as a tool. Princess Daphne told Jerome that he is the only person who doesn't look at her with his cold eyes. Jerome didn't know what to say to her. The princess stood up and apologized to the mage for making him uncomfortable. She told him that she was too naive to take his promise seriously. As tears flowed down from her eyes, the princess said goodbye to the mage. Jerome clenched his fist. He summoned his courage and called out to the princess. He asked her to wait. Daphne quickly turned around. Jerome became nervous. He told himself that he can't do anything. He told the princess that he really can't do anything. He called her again and tried to change his words. Daphne became angry with his indecisive nature. She turned around and walked up to him. Jerome was still nervously thinking about it. With a look of anger on her face, Daphne asked the mage if he will help her or not. Jerome told her that he will do it. He wondered why her personality suddenly changed. The princess was happy to see that he agreed to her request. She gently smiled at him and thanked him for his help. Jerome told her that he will share the meeting place with her. He asked her to go to the tavern at the castle's main gates. He said that he will wait on the 3rd floor of the Russian Blue until sunset. He told her that no one must know about this. He advised her to act as if she didn't speak to him today. Daphne smiled at him and told him that she understands. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the present. We see Jerome standing in front of a door. He was thinking about the promise he made. While he was thinking, Mudok asked him to come in. When the mage stepped inside, our boy asked him if something is wrong. Jerome said that he wanted to go to Toth for an inspection. Mudok asked him if he is going alone. With a nervous look on his face, the mage said that it is necessary for them to check if Volmer is managing things properly. Mudok agreed that maintenance checks are important. He asked Jerome to go ahead. He told him that he will join him after his next meeting. Jerome explained to his lord that the journey is a 5-day ride on a horse. He told him that it will be difficult for him to attend the small council meeting. He said that he will go by himself and report back immediately. Mudok asked him about what he means. He reminded him that it only takes a day to reach Toth on a wyvern. Jerome nervously laughed. He said that he has completely forgotten about the wyverns. Mudok noticed that he was acting weird. He asked his vassal if something is wrong. He told him that he has been distracted all week. With a shaky tone in his voice, the mage said that this is ridiculous. Mudok was still suspicious of the man. He told him that he will leave Toth in his hands. Jerome thanked him and walked towards the door. Mudok watched him as he walked out of his room. After leaving Mudok's office, Jerome thought about how tomorrow is the day of the operation. He wondered why he was doing this. He would normally refuse this request. He knew that this was a crazy request. He told himself that he needs to stop while he can. The moment he said this, he remembered how the princess looked when she cried. Jerome began to smile like an idiot. He was completely smitten by Daphne's beauty. In the next scene, we see Ishilda and her father walking to the meeting room. On her way there, Ishilda wondered about what Duke Icarus was planning. She knew that there was no way the Duke would invite Mudok to the royal council without any reason. When she arrived at the door of the room, she reminded herself that Mudok said that he will take care of it. She believed that things will be fine. Immediately she thought of this. a guard announced to the nobles that the princess and the king are entering the room. Ishilda and her father stepped into the room when the door got opened. Ishilda quickly turned to the side to see Mudak. Our boy smiled and nodded at her. The princess also did the same thing. After the princess and the king got seated, Count Slabe stood up and announced that the royal council meeting will begin now. He said that the first agenda will be presented by Duke Icarus. The duke stood up and greeted the king, the princess, and his fellow nobles. With a smile on his face, he announced that he would like to discuss the princess's marriage. The king was surprised to hear this. Even Mudak did not expect him to bring this matter up. Ishilda was more shocked than anyone in the room. The nobles became silent when they heard what the duke said. Ishilda stood up and asked him about what he is talking about. The duke bowed his head and apologized to the princess for bringing up a proposal that startled her. He reminded her that she turned 20 this year, and yet she doesn't have any marriage plans or even a fiancé. He said that such a thing is unheard of in the royal family. He explained to Ishilda that the royal bloodline could be severed if things go wrong. The duke proposed that Ishilda's wedding should be hastened. A noble stood up and told the duke that he is going too far. He asked him if he has no respect for the royal family. Another noble asked the man to watch his mouth. He said that the duke merely spoke out of concern for the kingdom's future. A noble belonging to the duke's faction asked the first noble if he is not concerned for the kingdom's future. Ishilda couldn't say anything. She could only watch the men argue. Count Slabe stood up and slammed his hammer on his table. He ordered the nobles to keep quiet. Ishilda grabbed the hammer and slammed it on the table with a large amount of force. She broke the hammer when she hit it on the table. She ordered everyone to calm down. The room quickly became silent. The princess apologized to the count and gave him the broken hammer. She asked the man to resume the meeting. The count nervously collected the broken hammer. Ishilda asked her father about why he isn't saying anything. The king placed his hand on his head and asked his daughter to sit down. Ishilda did not expect to hear this answer. She asked her father if he agrees with the duke. She reminded him that he promised to allow her choose her fiancé. With a look of anger on his face, Tomalova told his daughter that a child of the royal family must accept their fate. He asked her to stop her foolish talk. Ishilda couldn't believe that her own father was saying this to her. She turned around and walked forward. Count Slabe informed her that the meeting is still in progress. Ishilda didn't listen to the count. She walked out of the hall. Mudak could only watch her walk away. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Ishilda's room. We see the princess asking her maid about what she should do. She said that the only person she likes is Viscount Blizzard. The woman gently held the princess's hand and told her that nothing has been decided yet. She asked Ishilda not to jump into conclusions. Ishilda raised her head up and told Lenshia that she is wrong. She explained to her that the nobles want her to marry Justin so that he can inherit the throne. The Tomalova royal family has only 3 princesses, and by law, a princess cannot inherit the throne. The princess told the woman that Duke Icarus will be able to achieve his goal if he can get her to marry his son. With a crazy look in her eyes, Ishilda stood up and said that she will just tell everyone that the only person she will marry is Mudak. Lenshia was shocked to hear this. She begged her mistress to maintain her dignity. While screaming at the top of her voice, the princess asked the woman to tell her how long she needs to keep this dignity. She said that she can't take it anymore. Lenshia grabbed the princess and begged her to wait. She told Ishilda that she understands how she feels, but she will put the whole kingdom in chaos if she does something like this. The princess pushed forward and asked the woman to let her go. She said that her mind is already in chaos. She told her that nothing matters anymore. The moment she said this, the princess and her maid heard a man call another person an insolent fool. The man asked the person about what they are doing. Ishilda quickly stepped outside with her maid. She saw Mudak glaring at a maid. The maid was on the ground. Our boy asked the maid about why she was eavesdropping on the princess. He referred to her as a spy and asked her about who sent her. While shaking in fear, the maid said that she is not a spy. She said that she was simply cleaning the doorway. The princess asked Mudak about what is going on. Our boy explained to her that he found this maid with her ear to the door when he came to check on her. Ishilda asked the woman if what Mudak said is true. With a shaky tone in her voice, the woman said that she was simply cleaning the doorway. Ishilda realized that the woman was new to the palace. She asked her if she knew that this was her residence. While shaking, the maid begged Ishilda for her forgiveness. She explained to her that she was just assigned to the Eastern Palace today. She said that she lost her way because she is not yet familiar with the palace layout. The princess asked the maid to never appear before her again. She assured her that she won't let her go so easily next time. The maid stood up and thanked Ishilda for her mercy. She swore to never come back to her place. After saying this, the maid ran forward. Ishilda ordered Lenshia to follow the woman. She placed her hand on her head to calm herself. Mudok asked her if it is all right to let the maid go. The princess explained to him that she had no clear reason to punish the maid. She said that the same thing will happen again because they don't know who is supporting the maid from behind. Mudok asked her if she has any suspects in mind. Ishilda said that she suspects only Duke Icarus. She revealed to Mudok that most nobles and servants in the palace have already been bought out by the Duke. This is why no one dares speak out against him. Mudok already knew that the royal family was weak, but he didn't think that it was this bad. The princess asked our boy about what she should do. She said that she will be forced to marry Justin if she doesn't make a move. Mudok smiled and asked her not to worry. He assured the princess that he will speak to her father. Ishilda asked him if he has a plan. Mudok looked out the window and smiled. He said that there is one plan that comes to mind. In the next scene, we see some men chasing after someone. The person quickly hid next to a building. The leader of the men ordered his subordinates to search the whole area. The person the men were chasing after was Daphne. The princess covered her head with a hood. The scene shifts, and we see Jerome waiting in the promised location. The mage seemed to be panicking. He remembered how the princess cried when she begged him to save her. He looked outside and noticed that they were already in the evening. Jerome believed that the princess was not coming again. The moment he thought of this, Daphne barged into the room and called out to the mage. Jerome was shocked to hear her voice. While breathing heavily, the princess asked him if he waited for a long time. Jerome quickly raised his head to see the princess. Before he could say anything, he heard some men talking outside the inn. The leader ordered his subordinates to search every building. He said that they can't let Daphne escape. The princess grabbed the mage's hand and asked him about what they should do. She said that they will be caught soon. Jerome quickly blocked the door with the table and chair. Daphne explained to him that the soldiers will still be able to break in even if he blocks the door. The mage said that he brought something for this situation. Immediately he said this. The soldiers hit the door and asked them to open it. The princess became scared when she heard their voice. She told Jerome that the men are already there. She asked him about what they should do. Jerome took out a scroll and asked the princess to hold on to him tightly. He made the scroll float and began to cast the spell written on it. When the paper began to tear, Jerome told the princess that they are going to Toth. Immediately he said this. He teleported with the princess. The scene shifts and we are taken to the king's office. We see Tomalova thinking about what happened. He couldn't believe that he was swayed by a single noble. He realized that the previous king would have been furious if he saw what was happening. Tomalova knew that he was wrong for taking his anger out on his daughter. He clenched his fist out of anger. He called himself a pathetic father. Immediately he thought of this. Mudok knocked on his door. The king asked his guards to let our boy in. He put himself together and picked up some papers. Mudok entered the king's office and bowed his head to him. He asked Tomalova if he has been well. The king let out a sigh and told Mudok that he must already know that he is not at peace. Our boy asked the king if he will hand over the princess and the kingdom to Duke Icarus. Tomalova glared at Mudok and asked him to watch his words. He told him that he won't forgive everything he does just because he saved his life. Mudok informed the king that he has a solution for him. Tomalova stood up when he heard this. Our boy gently signaled the king to tell his guards to leave the room. Tomalova waved his hand at the men when he saw Mudok's signal. After his guards left the room, he asked Mudok to tell him the solution. Our boy gave the king a scroll and explained to him that he only needs to announce the statement that he prepared as an official decree. Tomalova quickly opened the scroll. He realized that his daughter will be able to avoid the marriage with Justin if he announces what is written in the scroll. He told Mudok that this decree will only buy them time. It will not solve the problem. Mudok assured him that he knows. With a smile on his face, he told Tomalova that it is a trap. He said that the hunter needs to only wait for the prey to step into the trap he set. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Toth. We see Mudok entered the castle. Jerome nervously welcomed him. Princess Daphne was hiding behind him. Mudok was surprised to see the princess with his vassal. Jerome nervously told his lord that he can explain. A while later, we see the group sitting together. Jerome explained everything to his lord. The princess told our boy that she doesn't want to trouble him. She begged him to let her stay there. Mudok explained to his advisor that the princess is an envoy of the Hazen kingdom. He asked him if he knows what this means. Jerome apologized to Mudok and told him that he will ensure that nothing harmful happens. He begged his lord to allow the princess to stay. Mudok didn't really like this arrangement. Jerome and Daffrin could tell that our boy was not really in favor of this arrangement. To their surprise, Mudok asked them to do as they wish. Jerome and Daffrin couldn't believe what they were hearing. Our boy told Jerome that the princess can stay as long as she wants. Daffrin asked him if he is certain. She told him that she will repay his kindness. Mudok asked her to forget about it. He told her that he is not so poor that he will demand payment from a runaway princess. He explained to her that he cannot drive her out so coldly since Jerome risked his life to help her. He assured Jerome that their relationship will be kept a secret. He asked him not to worry about it. Jerome and the princess began to blush when they heard this. Jerome stood up and told his lord that he is being rude to the princess. Mudok asked the mage about why he is angry. He asked him to just admit it. The princess turned to him when she heard this. It seemed as if she wanted Jerome to tell her that he likes her. Mudok told the princess that he needs to speak with Jerome alone. He asked her if she can step out for a bit. Daffrin accepted his request and thanked him for his consideration. After the princess left, Jerome followed his lord to his office. He apologized to Mudok and told him that he made a promise to the princess due to a slip of tongue. He placed his hand on his chest and told his lord that he will personally escort the princess back to her kingdom. Mudok asked him about why he wants to do this. Jerome was surprised to hear this question. He explained to his lord that a war could take place if the Hazen kingdom find out that their princess is there. Mudok raised his hand and told Jerome that he is not talking to him as his vassal. He asked him to answer him like a man. He asked Jerome to tell him what he wants. The mage let out a sigh and said that he doesn't know. Immediately he said this. Mudok's communication stone rang out. Our boy picked up the call and asked the caller for his identity. Edmund told our boy that he is the one calling him. He revealed to him that something terrible has happened. He said that Princess Daffrin has been kidnapped. He said that Count Anos has asked the king for help and the whole kingdom is in an uproar. Jerome began to sweat when he heard this. Our boy told Edmund that he is already aware of this. The man was surprised to hear this. Mudok told him that he will end the call since nothing else happened. Edmund told him that there is one more thing to report. He revealed to our boy that the king has announced the conditions for Ishilda's marriage. Mudok told the man that he already knows this. Edmund was shocked to hear this. He asked our boy about how he knows. Mudok told the man that he will end the call since he has nothing left to report. After he ended the call, Jerome asked his lord about what is happening. Our boy explained to him that he is simply setting a trap for a prey. He rested his back on the wall and said that he is waiting for the prey to bite his trap. Mudok has now decided to take control of the kingdom from the Duke. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Duke's office. We see Duke Icarus throwing every document on his table. He seemed to be quite angry with the announcement the king made. He grit his teeth out of anger. He couldn't believe that the king wanted Ishilda to marry a young noble who will earn his merit within a year. He wondered if the king was allowed to make such terms without consulting the nobles. A man stepped into the Duke's office and picked up the documents on the ground. The man told the Duke that a rat will attack a cat when it is cornered. The man gathered the paper and placed it on the Duke's table. He told the Duke that Justin will not even be considered if he fails to earn merit. He told Icarus that his son does not necessarily need to meet this condition. The Duke turned to him when he heard this. The man explained to the Duke that he simply needs to eliminate everyone who meets the condition. Currently, the ones who meet this condition are John Slade, who is the eldest son of the Slade family, and Mudok. With a smile on his face, Baron Gideon informed the Duke that he will send assassins to take care of John Slade. The Duke asked him about what they should do about Mudok. The Baron revealed to him that he has received a piece of information that he can use to corner Mudok and Ishilda if he uses it well. The Duke was quite interested in the Baron's methods. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the castle. We see a small number of nobles seated in the king's office. Count Slade stood up and said that they need to begin the meeting. He said that the first issue is the status of Viscount Blizzard, who has become a new officer. The Count asked the nobles if they have any good suggestions. Duke Icarus raised his hand when he heard this. He said that Mudok has shown remarkable skill, and right now, the vice captain of the Phoenix Knights, whose name is Baron Logan Famous, is currently injured, and his seat is empty. The Duke announced that he wants Mudok to become the vice captain of the Phoenix Knights. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear this. The Phoenix Knights are the strongest knight order in the kingdom. They are led by Count Torion. The Knight Order recruits anyone regardless of their race or ranks. They only care about skills. Due to this, the order comprises of the most elite warriors. Although this was a good opportunity, Mudok knew that the Duke would never give him a good position. He wondered if there was something in the Phoenix Knight Order. Our boy graciously smiled and thanked the Duke for his consideration. He told him that he will fulfill his duty even though he is lacking. The Duke smiled at him and told him that he is being humble. He assured Mudok that he will do well. He turned to the king and told him that he has something to report. He asked Tomalova if he is aware that there is a strange rumor spreading around the castle. The king asked him about what he means. Duke Icarus revealed to him that someone saw the princess and Mudok coming out of a barn. The nobles were shocked to hear this. Tomalova was horrified. He clenched his fist out of anger. Mudok realized that the Duke was referring to the day he took Ishilda out of the freezer. The king asked Mudok if the rumor is true. Our boy calmly told the king that it is. Tomalova's eyes widened when he heard this. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The nobles were shocked to hear that a man and a woman were at a barn in the night. With a scary look in his eyes, Tomalova ordered Mudok to explain himself. Our boy stood up and explained to the king that Ishilda got trapped in the barn when she went to see the ice wyvern eggs. He told Tomalova that he simply went there to rescue his daughter. The Duke asked Mudok if he has anyone who can testify for him. He said that his witness saw them embracing each other. He asked Mudok if he denies this. With a scary look in his eyes, Mudok advised the Duke to refrain from insulting the princess and his honor. He told him that nothing happened between him and the princess that night. Duke Icarus glared at our boy and told him that he would also like to believe his words. He said that mere claims cannot convince people. He turned to the king and said that this rumors can spread to other nations, or people might begin to doubt the princess's purity. Tomalova slammed his hand on the table when he heard this. Everyone quickly became quiet. Tomalova stood up and announced that the small council meeting will end now. He left the room after saying this. As he walked towards the door, the Duke called out to Mudok and told him that he can never escape his sight as long as he is in the castle. He walked out of the room and slammed the door on Mudok. The scene shifts, and we see Ishilda wake up somewhere. She found herself in another place. She was in her nightwear. While she was looking around, someone moved past her. Ishilda quickly called out to the person. When the princess turned around, she saw some people talking about how a woman abandoned her parents and sided with the barbarians. They said that the woman doesn't even know how to repay her father's kindness. Ishilda didn't understand what these people were talking about. While she was looking at them, she noticed that everyone on the street was staring at her with their sinister eyes. The people were talking about how she spent the night with a man in a barn. One of them called her a princess with no dignity. They said that she was dirty. Ishilda became scared. She told them that it is not true. Suddenly a hand grabbed her arm from behind. Ishilda was shocked to see the hand. The people held her down and told her that she is dirty. Ishilda begged them not to come close. She struggled to escape their grip, but she could only scream. While she was screaming, the girl woke up from her nightmare. She looked around and tried to catch her breath. She noticed that she was covered in sweat. The princess was quite scared. In the next scene, we see some carriages heading to a very luxurious mansion at night. When the people in the carriage came down, the servants opened the door and allowed them to step into the mansion. These people were nobles. The nobles were shocked to see how beautiful this mansion was. The architecture was marvelous. A party was being held in the mansion. A noble carrying a glass of wine walked up to his friend, whose name is Arista, and greeted him. Arista looked around and asked Pasway if this is really Mudok's mansion. Pasway laughed and said that everyone has been discussing this topic. Arista said that this mansion was formerly owned by the Croyan family. Another noble said that the king might have just temporarily lent the mansion to Mudok as a reward for saving his life. Pasway said that this must be the case. He told his friends that it doesn't make sense that Mudok bought a mansion that even the Duke can't afford. While wearing a dashing suit, Jake announced that his lord is entering the hall. Everyone quickly turned their heads to the stairs. They were shocked to see the clothes our boy was wearing. Mudok wore a Western suit that matched the fashion of the Central Plains and wore the ornament that people in the Central Plains wear. He referred to the nobles as distinguished guests and thanked them for coming to his party. He said that this event was held to celebrate him becoming a viscount. He said that he also organized it to introduce himself as a member of the kingdom's small council. He raised his glass and introduced himself as the Lord of Carillon, the vice captain of the Phoenix Knights and the master of this mansion. With a smile on his face, Mudok introduced himself as Viscount Blizzard. After his introduction, the party continued. The nobles couldn't believe that Mudok was actually the owner of this mansion. They wondered about how someone who was formerly a commoner was able to achieve this. One of them said that Mudok is the sponsor of the Roll Merchant Guild. Our boy gently smiled at his guests. He realized that he made the right decision by leaving his housing issue to Edmund. The nobles changed their attitude towards Mudok after seeing his mansion. It didn't matter if they belonged to the royalist faction or the noble faction. Mudok knew that he needed to show that his wealth is superior if he wants to change the minds of the noble faction, which is centered around the Duke. This is because power, wealth, and authority is what moves them. A noble known as Rowan walked up to Mudok with his friend and thanked him for inviting him to the party. Our boy thanked him for attending. Rowan told him that he hasn't seen the princess in the party. Mudok explained to him that the princess informed him that she will be unable to attend the party because she is unwell. With a smile on his face, Rowan said that something might have happened yesterday for her to be unwell. His friend laughed when he heard this. Mudok glared at the man when he heard this. Rowan told him that there has been some rumors about him and the princess. With a disgusting smile on his face, the man asked Mudok if the rumor is true. Our boy crushed his cup with his hand when he heard this question. Before he could do anything, a huge man appeared in front of him and asked Rowan to take back what he said. With a scary look in the man's eyes, he told Rowan that he is mocking the royal family by insulting the princess. He told him that he won't get a light punishment if this news reaches the king's ears. Rowan and his friend became scared when they heard this. He turned around and said that the man should mind his business and focus on taking care of his territory. The man explained to Mudok that Rowan acts this way because he hangs out with Duke Icarus and he thinks that he is someone important. He asked our boy not to worry about the idiot. Mudok took a look at his hand and thanked Baron Vincent. He told him that he would have lost his temper and shot the men if he didn't interfere. Baron Vincent laughed and told Mudok that he is an amusing person. He believed that our boy was joking. Mudok didn't understand why he was laughing. Baron Vincent explained to him that he cannot stand idly by and listen to words that insult the princess as a member of the kingdom. Mudok smiled when he heard this. He asked the Baron if something happened in his territory. The Baron realized that Mudok was referring to the comment Rowan made. He revealed to Mudok that monsters have been attacking his territory for several months now. Even with the fences and the preparations made, the damage has not stopped. Baron Vincent said that he can only feel bad for his people. Mudok asked him if he has tried requesting for help. The Baron smiled and said that even the kingdom's soldiers can't defeat the monsters. He said that he is the one who should solve the problem since it concerns his territory. Mudok told the man that his first mission as the vice captain of the Phoenix Knights has been decided. He informed the Baron that he will help him subjugate the monsters in his territory. Vincent was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that Mudok wanted to help with the monster subjugation of a small territory. He believed that our boy might be able to do it with the support of the Phoenix Knights. Vincent bowed his head and thanked Mudok. Our boy told him that it was his goodwill that moved him. The moment he said this, something in his clothes began to blink. Mudok turned around when he saw the thing. He told the Baron that he has to leave since something urgent has come up. He told him that he will see him later when it is time to leave. Mudok moved to a corner and took out a communication stone. He asked his subordinate about what is happening. Jerome informed him that they have captured someone. He said that the first target was truly the eldest son of the slave family. Mudok asked the mage to tell him where they kept the assassin. Jerome revealed to him that the assassin is in the basement of the annex building behind the mansion. In the next scene, we see Mudok walking down the basement. When he arrived there, he saw Miller and the assassin. The assassin was tied to a chair. Mudok removed the sack on the assassin's head. Miller informed his master that he has paralyzed the man with the technique he taught him. He assured Mudok that the assassin has been properly restrained. Our boy asked him if he removed the assassin's poison sac. Miller told him that they took out the man's suicide poison from his molar. Mudok covered his hand with a unique energy when he heard this. He placed his hand on the assassin's head. The man began to shake. He looked like he wanted to scream. A minute later, our boy let go of him. The man's eyes turned red. He went on his knees and referred to Mudok as master. He asked our boy to give him his command. Miller was shocked to hear this. He asked his lord about what just happened. Mudok let out a sigh and asked the assassin to tell him his name, the name of the person he served, and any useful information he possesses. The man introduced himself as Sis. He said that he received orders from Duke Icarus to kill John Slade. Mudok let out a sigh. He already expected this. He released a dark energy and ordered the man to tell the Duke that he successfully assassinated John. He ordered him to report the Duke's every move. The man accepted his orders. Miller asked his lord if he is using brainwashing magic. Mudok revealed to him that he used the demon's soul arts. He said that it is a soul-controlling technique. Miller was surprised to hear this. He begged his lord to teach him the technique. Mudok told him that he can't teach him. He explained to the boy that the demon's soul arts is a brainwashing technique used by the demon cult to recruit new members. If the user isn't at an overwhelmingly stronger level than the target, the technique won't work. Mudok told Miller that he won't be able to use the technique on anyone even if he learns to use it. Miller was sad to hear this. Mudok turned to Sis and asked him to leave. The man disappeared the moment he heard the order. Our boy decided to start his counterattack against the Duke. Guys, we have come to the end of our video. If you guys want more of this recap, let me know in the comments section. Don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.